When Lionel Giles began his translation of Sun Tzŭ's Art of War, the work was virtually unknown in Europe. Its introduction to Europe began in 1782, when a French Jesuit father living in China, Joseph Amiot, acquired a copy of it and translated it into French. It was not a good translation because, according to Dr. Giles, it contains a great deal that Sun Tzŭ did not write, and very little indeed of what he did. The first translation into English was published in 1905 in Tokyo by Captain E. F. Calthrop, R.F.L. However, this translation is, in the words of Dr. Giles, excessively bad. He goes further in this criticism. It is not merely a question of downright blunders, from which none can hope to be wholly exempt. Omissions were frequent. Hard passages were wilfully distorted or slurred over. Such offences are less pardonable. They would not be tolerated in any edition of a Latin or Greek classic. And a similar standard of honesty ought to be insisted upon in translations from Chinese. In 1908, a new edition of Captain Calthrop's translation was published in London. It was an improvement on the first omissions filled up and numerous mistakes corrected, but new errors were created in the process. Dr. Giles, in justifying his translation, wrote, "It was not undertaken out of any inflated estimate of my own powers, but I could not help feeling that Sun Tzŭ deserved a better fate than had befallen him, and I knew that, at any rate, I could hardly fail to improve on the work of my predecessors." Clearly, Dr. Giles' work established much of the groundwork for the work of later translators who published their own editions. Of the later editions of the Art of War I have examined, 2 feature Giles' edited translation and notes. The other 2 present the same basic information from the ancient Chinese commentators found in the Giles edition. Of these 4, Giles' 1910 edition is the most scholarly and presents the reader an incredible amount of information concerning Sun Tzŭ's text, much more than any other translation. The Giles edition of the Art of War, as stated above, was a scholarly work. Dr. Giles was a leading sinologue at the time and an assistant in the Department of Oriental Printed Books and Manuscripts in the British Museum. Apparently he wanted to produce a definitive edition, superior to anything else that existed, and perhaps something that would become a standard translation. It was the best translation available for 50 years. But apparently there was not much interest in Sun Tzŭ in English-speaking countries. Several people published unsatisfactory English translations of Sun Tzŭ. In 1944, Dr. Giles' translation was edited and published in the United States in a series of military science books. But it was until 1963 that a good English translation by Samuel B. Griffith, and still in print, was published that was an equal to Giles' translation. While this translation is more lucid than Dr. Giles' translation, it lacks his copious notes that make his so interesting. Dr. Giles produced a work primarily intended for scholars of the Chinese civilization and language. It contains the Chinese text of Sun Tzŭ, the English translation, and voluminous notes along with numerous footnotes. Unfortunately, some of his notes and footnotes contain Chinese characters. Some are completely Chinese. Thus, a conversion to a Latin alphabet text was difficult. I did the conversion in complete ignorance of Chinese except for what I learned while doing the conversion. Thus, I faced the difficult task of paraphrasing it while retaining as much of the important text as I could. Every paraphrase represents a loss. Thus I did what I could to retain as much of the text as possible. Because the 1910 text contains a Chinese concordance, I was able to transliterate proper names, books, and the like at the risk of making the text more obscure. However, the text, on the whole, is quite satisfactory for the casual reader, a transformation made possible by conversion to in a text. However, I come away from this task with the feeling of loss because I know that someone with a background in Chinese can do a better job than I did. Any such attempt would be welcomed. Bob Sutton. Preface by Lionel Giles, the 7th volume of Moyer's Concernant Lister. Less sciences, less arts, less mers, less usages. And c. Duchesnois is devoted to the art of war, and contains, amongst other treatises, Les Tries Articles de Sun Tzŭ, translated from the Chinese by a Jesuit father, Joseph Amiot. Curie Amiot appears to have enjoyed no small reputation as a sinologue in his day, and the field of his labours was certainly extensive, but his so-called translation of the Sun Tzŭ, if placed side by side with the original, is seen at once to be little better than an imposture. It contains a great deal that Sun Tzŭ did not write, and very little indeed of what he did. Here is a fair specimen, taken from the opening sentences of Chapter 5. Dul habit dans le gouvernement de troupes. Sun Tzŭ dit, et les noms de tous les officiers tant qu'inera que subalternes. Inscrivez les dans un catalogue part, avec la note de talents and de la capacité de chacun d'eux, afin de pouvoir les employer avec avantage lorsque l'occasion en sera venue. Faites en sorte que tous ceux que vous devez commander soient persuadés que votre principale attention est de les préserver de tout dommage. Les troupes que vous ferez avancer contre l'ennemi doivent être comme de pires que vous lancerez contre d'eux. De vous l'ennemi il ne doit y avoir d'autre différence que celle du fort au faible, du vide au plein, attaquez de covert, mais soyez vainqueurs en secret. Voile en peu de mots en quoi consiste l'habit and tout la perfection du gouvernement de troupes. Throughout the 19th century, which saw a wonderful development in the study of Chinese literature, no translator ventured to tackle Sun Tzŭ. Although his work was known to be highly valued in China as by far the oldest and best compendium of military science, it was not until the year 1905 that the first English translation, by Captain E. F. Calthrop, R.F.L., appeared at Tokyo under the title Sanshi, the Japanese form of Sun Tzŭ. Unfortunately, it was evident that the translator's knowledge of Chinese was far too scanty to fit him to grapple with the manifold difficulties of Sun Tzŭ. He himself plainly acknowledges that without the aid of 2 Japanese gentlemen the accompanying translation would have been impossible. We can only wonder, then, that with their help it should have been so excessively bad. It is not merely a question of downright blunders, from which none can hope to be wholly exempt. Omissions were frequent. Hard passages were wilfully distorted or slurred over. Such offences are less pardonable. They would not be tolerated in any edition of a Greek or Latin classic, and a similar standard of honesty ought to be insisted upon in translations from Chinese. From blemishes of this nature, at least, I believe that the present translation is free. It was not undertaken out of any inflated estimate of my own powers, but I could not help feeling that Sun Tzŭ deserved a better fate than had befallen him, and I knew that, at any rate, I could hardly fail to improve on the work of my predecessors. Towards the end of 1908, a new and revised edition of Captain Calthrop's translation was published in London, this time, however, without any allusion to his Japanese collaborators. My first 3 chapters were then already in the printer's hands, so that the criticisms of Captain Calthrop therein contained must be understood as referring to his earlier edition. This is on the whole an improvement on the other. Thought there still remains much that cannot pass muster. Some of the grosser blunders have been rectified and lacuna filled up, but on the other hand a certain number of new mistakes appear. The very first sentence of the introduction is startlingly inaccurate, and later on, while mention is made of an army of Japanese commentators on Sun Tzŭ, who are these, by the way, Not a word is vouchsafed about the Chinese commentators, who nevertheless, I venture to assert, form a much more numerous and infinitely more important army. A few special features of the present volume may now be noticed. In the first place, the text has been cut up into numbered paragraphs, both in order to facilitate cross-reference and for the convenience of students generally. The division follows broadly that of Sun Tzŭ's edition, but I have sometimes found it desirable to join two or more of his paragraphs into one. In quoting from other works, Chinese writers seldom give more than the bare title by way of reference, and the task of research is apt to be seriously hampered in consequence. With a view to obviating this difficulty so far as Sun Tzŭ is concerned, I have also appended a complete concordance of Chinese characters, following in this the admirable example of Legge, though an alphabetical arrangement has been preferred to the distribution under radicals which he adopted. Another feature borrowed from the Chinese classics is the printing of text, translation and notes on the same page. The notes, however, are inserted, according to the Chinese method, immediately after the passages to which they refer. From the mass of native commentary my aim has been to extract the cream only, adding the Chinese text here and there when it seemed to present points of literary interest, though constituting in itself an important branch of Chinese literature. Very little commentary of this kind has hitherto been made directly accessible by translation. I may say in conclusion that, owing to the printing off of my sheets as they were completed, the work has not had the benefit of a final revision, on a review of the whole, without modifying the substance of my criticisms. I might have been inclined in a few instances to temper their asperity, having chosen to wield a bludgeon. However, I shall not cry out if in return I am visited with more than a rap over the knuckles. Indeed, I have been at some pains to put a sword into the hands of future opponents by scrupulously giving either text or reference for every passage translated, a scathing review, even from the pen of the Shanghai critic who despises mere translations, would not, I must confess, be altogether unwelcome, for, after all, the worst fate I shall have to dread is that which befell the ingenious paradoxes of George in The Vicar of Wakefield. Introduction. Sun Tzŭ in his book Suma Chen gives the following biography of Sun Tzŭ. Sun Tzŭ was a native of the Qi state. His art of war brought him to the notice of Ho Lu, king of Wu. Ho Lu said to him, "I have carefully perused your 13 chapters. May I submit your theory of managing soldiers to a slight test?" Sun Tzŭ replied, "You may." Ho Lu asked, "May the test be applied to women?" The answer was again in the affirmative. So arrangements were made to bring 180 ladies out of the palace. Sun Tzŭ divided them into 2 companies, and placed one of the king's favorite concubines at the head of each. He then bade them all take spears in their hands, and addressed them thus: "I presume you know the difference between front and back, right hand and left hand." The girls replied, "Yes." Sun Tzŭ went on, "When I say eyes front, you must look straight ahead. When I say left turn, you must face towards your left hand. When I say right turn, you must face towards your right hand. When I say about turn, you must face right round towards your back." Again the girls assented. The words of command having been thus explained, he set up the halberds and battle axes in order to begin the drill. Then, to the sound of drums, he gave the order right turn, but the girls only burst out laughing. Sun Tzŭ said, "If words of command are not clear and distinct, if orders are not thoroughly understood, then the general is to blame." So he started drilling them again, and this time gave the order left turn, whereupon the girls once more burst into fits of laughter. Sun Tzŭ: "If words of command are not clear and distinct, if orders are not thoroughly understood, the general is to blame. But if his orders are clear, and the soldiers nevertheless disobey, then it is the fault of their officers." So saying, he ordered the leaders of the two companies to be beheaded. Now the king of Wu was watching the scene from the top of a raised pavilion, and when he saw that his favorite concubines were about to be executed, he was greatly alarmed and hurriedly sent down the following message: "We are now quite satisfied as to our general's ability to handle troops. If we are bereft of these two concubines, our meat and drink will lose their savor. It is our wish that they shall not be beheaded." Sun Tzŭ replied, "Having once received his Majesty's commission to be the general of his forces, there are certain commands of his Majesty which, acting in that I am unable to accept." Accordingly, he had the two leaders beheaded, and straightway installed the pair next in order as leaders in their place. When this had been done, the drum was sounded for the drill once more, and the girls went through all the evolutions, turning to the right or to the left, marching ahead or wheeling back, kneeling or standing, with perfect accuracy and precision, not venturing to utter a sound. Then Sun Tzŭ sent a messenger to the king, saying, "Your soldiers, sire, are now properly drilled and disciplined, and ready for your Majesty's inspection. They can be put to any use that their sovereign may desire. Bid them go through fire and water, and they will not disobey." But the king replied, "Let our general cease drilling and return to camp. As for us, we have no wish to come down and inspect the troops." Thereupon Sun Tzŭ said, "The king is only fond of words, and cannot translate them into deeds." After that, Ho Lu saw that Sun Tzŭ was one who knew how to handle an army, and finally appointed him general. In the west, he defeated the Chu state and forced his way into Ying, the capital. To the north he put fear into the states of Qi and Qin, and spread his fame abroad amongst the feudal princes. And Sun Tzŭ shared in the might of the king. About Sun Tzŭ himself this is all that Sima Chen has to tell us in this chapter. But he proceeds to give a biography of his descendant, Sun Pin, born about 100 years after his famous ancestor's death, and also the outstanding military genius of his time. The historian speaks of him too as Sun Tzŭ, and in his preface we read, "Sun Tzŭ had his feet cut off and yet continued to discuss the art of war." It seems likely, then, that Pin was a nickname bestowed on him after his mutilation, unless the story was invented in order to account for the name. The crowning incident of his career, the crushing defeat of his treacherous rival Pang Chuan, will be found briefly related in Chapter 5:19. Note: to return to the elder Sun Tzŭ, he is mentioned in two other passages of the Shi Qi. In the 3rd year of his reign Ho Lu, king of Wu, took the field with Ts'u and Po Pei, and attacked Chu. He captured the town of Shu and slew the two princes' sons who had formerly been generals of Wu. He was then meditating a descent on Ying, but the general Sun Wu said, "The army is exhausted. It is not yet possible. We must wait." After further successful fighting in the 9th year, King Ho Lu addressed Wu Ts'u and Sun Wu, saying, "Formerly, you declared that it was not yet possible for us to enter Ying. Is the time ripe now?" The two men replied, "Chu's general T'Chang is grasping in Kuftaus, and the princes of Tang and Tsai both have a grudge against him. If your Majesty has resolved to make a grand attack, you must win over Tang and Tsai, and then you may succeed." Ho Lu followed this advice. Beat Chu in 5 pitched battles and marched into Ying. This is the latest date at which anything is recorded of Sun Wu. He does not appear to have survived his patron, who died from the effects of a wound in 496. In another chapter there occurs this passage: "From this time onward, a number of famous soldiers arose, one after the other: Cao Fan, who was employed by the Qin state; Wang Tzu, in the service of Qi; and Sun Wu, in the service of Wu. These men developed and threw light upon the principles of war. It is obvious enough that Sima Chen at least had no doubt about the reality of Sun Tzŭ as an historical personage, and with one exception, to be noticed presently, he is by far the most important authority on the period in question. It will not be necessary, therefore, to say much of such a work as the Sun Tzŭ, which is supposed to have been written by Chao Ye of the 1st century. The attribution is somewhat doubtful, but even if it were otherwise, his account would be of little value, based as it is on the Shiqi and expanded with romantic details. The story of Sun Tzŭ will be found, for what it is worth, in Chapter 2. The only new points in it worth noting are: 1. Sun Tzŭ was first recommended to Ho Lu by Wu Tzŭ. 2. He is called a native of Wu. 3. He had previously lived a retired life, and his contemporaries were unaware of his ability. The following passage occurs in the Huainance: when sovereign and ministers show perversity of mind, it is impossible even for a Sun Tzŭ to encounter the foe. Assuming that this work is genuine, and hitherto no doubt has been cast upon it, we have here the earliest direct reference for Sun Tzŭ, for Huainance died in 122 v.C., many years before the Shiqi was given to the world. Lu Xiying 89 v.C. says, "The reason why Sun Tzŭ at the head of 30 men beat Chu with 200 is that the latter were undisciplined." Teng Mingshi informs us that the surname Sun was bestowed on Sun was grandfathered by Duke Qing of Qi. Sun was father Sun Ping, rose to be a minister of state in Qi, and Sun Tzŭ himself, whose style was Chang Qing, fled to Wu on account of the rebellion which was being fomented by the kindred of Tian Pao. He had 3 sons, of whom the second, named Ming, was the father of Sun Pin. According to this account, then, Pin was the grandson of Wu, which, considering that Sun Pin's victory over Wei was gained in 341 v.C., may be dismissed as chronologically impossible. Whence these data were obtained by Teng Mingshi I do not know, but of course no reliance whatever can be placed in them. An interesting document, which has survived from the close of the Han period, is the short preface written by the great Sun Tzŭ, or Wei Wuti, for his edition of Sun Tzŭ. I shall give it in full. I have heard that the ancients used bows and arrows to their advantage. The Lan Yu says, "There must be a sufficiency of military strength." The Shu Qing mentions the army among the 8 objects of government. The I Ching says, "Army indicates firmness and justice. The experienced leader will have good fortune." The Shi Qing says, "The king rose majestic in his wrath, and he marshaled his troops." The Yellow Emperor, Tang the Completer, and Wu Wang all used spears and battle axes in order to succor their generation. The Sum Office says, "If one man slay another of set purpose, he himself may rightfully be slain. He who relies solely on warlike measures shall be exterminated. He who relies solely on peaceful measures shall perish." Instances of this are Fu Chai on the one hand and Yan Wang on the other. In military matters, the sage's rule is normally to keep the peace, and to move his forces only when occasion requires. He will not use armed force unless driven to it by necessity. Many books have I read on the subject of war and fighting, but the work composed by Sun Tzŭ is the profoundest of them all. Sun Tzŭ was a native of the Qi state. His personal name was Wu. He wrote The Art of War in 13 chapters for Ho Lu, king of Wu. Its principles were tested on women, and he was subsequently made a general. He led an army westwards, crushed the Chu state, and entered Ying, the capital, in the north. He kept Qi and Qin in all 100 years and more. The importance of rapidity in taking the field, clearness of conception, and depth of design. Sun Tzŭ stands beyond the reach of carping criticism. My contemporaries, however, have failed to grasp the full meaning of his instructions, and while putting into practice the smaller details in which his work abounds, they have overlooked its essential purport. That is the motive which has led me to outline a rough explanation of the whole. One thing to be noticed in the above is the explicit statement that the 13 chapters were specially composed for King Ho Lu. This is supported by the internal evidence of I. 15, in which it seems clear that some ruler is addressed. In the bibliographic section of the Han Shu, there is an entry which has given rise to much discussion. The works of Sun Tzŭ in 82 pin or chapters, with diagrams in 9 chuan. It is evident that this cannot be merely the 13 chapters known to Suma Chen, or those we possess today. Chang Shaoqi refers to an edition of Sun's Art of War, of which the 13 chapters formed the first chuan, adding that there were 2 other chuan besides. This has brought forth a theory that the bulk of these 82 chapters consisted of other writings of Sun's, should call them apocryphal, similar to the Wen Ta, of which a specimen dealing with the 9 situations is preserved in the Tung Tien, and another in Ho Shin's commentary. It is suggested that before his interview with Ho Lu, Sun Tzŭ had only written the 13 chapters, but afterwards composed a sort of exegesis in the form of question and answer between himself and the king. Pai Sin, the author of the Sun Tzŭ Lu, backs this up with a quotation from the Wuai Chun Chu, the king of Wu summoned Sun Tzŭ, and asked him questions about the art of war. Each time he set forth a chapter of his work. The king could not find words enough to praise him. As he points out, if the whole work was expounded on the same scale as in the above-mentioned fragments, the total number of chapters could not fail to be considerable. Then the numerous other treatises attributed to Sun Tzŭ might be included. The fact that the Hanchi mentions no work of Sun Tzŭ except the 82 pin, whereas the Sui and Tang bibliographies give the titles of others in addition to the 13 chapters, is good proof, Pai Sin thinks, that all of these were contained in the 82 pin, without pinning our faith to the accuracy of details supplied by the Wuai Chun Chu, or admitting the genuineness of any of the treatises cited by Pai Sin. We may see in this theory a probable solution of the mystery. Between Suma Chen and Pan Ku, there was plenty of time for a luxuriant crop of forgeries to have grown up under the magic name of Sun Tzŭ, and the 82 pin may very well represent a collected edition of these lumped together with the original work. It is also possible, though less likely, that some of them existed in the time of the earlier historian and were purposely ignored by him. Tzŭ Mu's conjecture seems to be based on a passage which states, Wei Wuti strung together Sun Wa's art of war, which in turn may have resulted from a misunderstanding of the final words of Cao King's preface. This, as Sun Xingyan points out, is only a modest way of saying that he made an explanatory paraphrase, or, in other words, wrote a commentary on it. On the whole, this theory has met with very little acceptance. Thus, the Suku Chuan Shu says, the mention of the 13 chapters in the Shiqi shows that they were in existence before the Hanchi, and that latter accretions are not to be considered part of the original work. Tzŭ Mu's assertion can certainly not be taken as proof. There is every reason to suppose, then, that the 13 chapters existed in the time of Suma Chen practically as we have them now. That the work was then well known he tells us in so many words. Sun's 13 chapters and Wu's Art of War are the 2 books that people commonly refer to on the subject of military matters. Both of them are widely distributed, so I will not discuss them here, but as we go further back, serious difficulties begin to arise. The salient fact which has to be faced is that the Tzŭ Chuan, the greatest contemporary record, makes no mention whatsoever of Sun Wu, either as a general or as a writer. It is natural, in view of this awkward circumstance, that many scholars should not only cast doubt on the story of Sun Wu as given in the Shiqi, but even show themselves frankly skeptical as to the existence of the man at all. The most powerful presentment of this side of the case is to be found in the following disposition by Ye Shui Sin. It is stated in Suma Qin's history that Sun Tzŭ was a native of the Qi state, and employed by Wu, and that in the reign of Ho Lu he crushed Chu, entered Ying, and was a great general. But in Tzŭ's commentary no Sun Tzŭ appears at all. It is true that Tzŭ's commentary need not contain absolutely everything that other histories contain, but Tzŭ has not omitted to mention vulgar plebeians and hireling ruffians such as Yin Kao Shu, Cao Kui, Chu Chi Wu, and Chuan Shi Chu, in the case of Sun Tzŭ, whose fame and achievements were so brilliant. The omission is much more glaring. Again, details are given, in their due order, about his contemporaries Wu Yuan and the minister Pei. Is it credible that Sun Tzŭ alone should have been passed over? In point of literary style, Sun Tzŭ's work belongs to the same school as Quan's, Lu Dao, and the IU, and may have been the production of some private scholar living towards the end of the spring and autumn or the beginning of the Warring States period. The story that his precepts were actually applied by the Wu state is merely the outcome of big talk on the part of his followers. From the flourishing period of the Chu dynasty down to the time of the spring and autumn, all military commanders were statesmen as well, and the class of professional generals, for conducting external campaigns, did not then exist. It was not until the period of the Six States that this custom changed. Now, although Wu was an uncivilized state, it is conceivable that Tzŭ should have left unrecorded the fact that Sun Tzŭ was a great general and yet held no civil office. What we are told, therefore, about Jiang Chu and Sun Tzŭ is not authentic matter, but the reckless fabrication of theorizing pundits. The story of Ho Lu's experiment on the women, in particular, is utterly preposterous and incredible. Ye Shui-sin represents Suma Chen as having said that Sun Tzŭ crushed Chu and entered Ying. This is not quite correct. No doubt the impression left on the reader's mind is that he at least shared in these exploits. The fact may or may not be significant, but it is nowhere explicitly stated in the Shiqi either that Sun Tzŭ was general on the occasion of the taking of Ying, or that he even went there at all. Moreover, as we know that Wu Yuan and Po Pei both took part in the expedition, and also that its success was largely due to the dash and enterprise of Fu Kai, Ho Lu's younger brother, it is not easy to see how yet another general could have played a very prominent part in the same campaign. Chen Chen, son of the Sung dynasty, has the note: military writers look upon Sun Tzŭ as the father of their art, but the fact that he does not appear in the Tzŭ Chuan, although he is said to have served under Ho Lu, king of Wu, makes it uncertain what period he really belonged to. He also says, the works of Sun Tzŭ and Wu Qi may be of genuine antiquity. It is noticeable that both Ye Shui-sin and Chen Chen's son, while rejecting the personality of Sun Tzŭ as he figures in Suma Qin's history, are inclined to accept the date traditionally assigned to the work which passes under his name. The author of the Shu Lu fails to appreciate this distinction, and consequently his bitter attack on Chen Chen's son really misses its mark. He makes one of 2 points, however, which certainly tell in favor of the high antiquity of our 13 chapters. Sun Tzŭ, he says, must have lived in the age of Qing Wang, because he is frequently plagiarized in subsequent works of the Chu, Qin, and Han dynasties. The 2 most shameless offenders in this respect are Wu Qi and Huey Nance, both of them important historical personages in their day. The former lived only a century after the alleged date of Sun Tzŭ, and his death is known to have taken place in 381 v. C. It was to him, according to Lu Sighing, that Tseng Shen delivered the Tzŭ Chuan, which had been entrusted to him by its author. Now, the fact that quotations from the Art of War, acknowledged or otherwise, are to be found in so many authors of different epochs, establishes a very strong anterior to them all. In other words, that Sun Tzŭ's treatise was already in existence towards the end of the 5th century v. See further proof of Sun Tzŭ's antiquity is furnished by the archaic or wholly obsolete meanings attaching to a number of the words he uses. A list of these, which might perhaps be extended, is given in the Shu Lu, and though some of the interpretations are doubtful, the main argument is hardly affected thereby. Again, it must not be forgotten that Ye Shui Sin, a scholar and critic of the first rank, deliberately pronounces the style of the 13 chapters to belong to the early part of the 5th century, seeing that he is actually engaged in an attempt to disprove the existence of Sun Tzŭ himself. We may be sure that he would not have hesitated to assign the work to a later date had he not honestly believed the contrary, and it is precisely on such a point that the judgment of an educated Chinaman will carry most weight. Other internal evidence is not far to seek. Thus in Wi 1, there is an unmistakable allusion to the ancient system of land tenure which had already passed away by the time of Mencius, who was anxious to see it revived in a modified form. The only warfare Sun Tzŭ knows is that carried on between the various feudal princes, in which armored chariots play a large part. Their use seems to have entirely died out before the end of the Chu dynasty. He speaks as a man of Wu, a state which ceased to exist as early as 473 V.C. On this I shall touch presently, but once refer the work to the 5th century or earlier, and the chances of its being other than a bona fide production are sensibly diminished. The great age of forgeries did not come until long after. That it should have been forged in the period immediately following 473 is particularly unlikely, for no one, as a rule, hastens to identify himself with a lost cause. As for Ye Shui Sin's theory that the author was a literary recluse, that seems to me quite untenable. If one thing is more apparent than another after reading the maxims of Sun Tzŭ, it is that their essence has been distilled from a large store of personal observation and experience. They reflect the mind not only of a born strategist, gifted with a rare faculty of generalization, but also of a practical soldier closely acquainted with the military conditions of his time. To say nothing of the fact that these sayings have been accepted and endorsed by all the greatest captains of Chinese history, they offer a combination of freshness and sincerity, acuteness and common sense, which quite excludes the idea that they were artificially concocted in the study. If we admit, then, that the 13 chapters were the genuine production of a military man living towards the end of the Sun Tzŭ period, are we not bound, in spite of the silence of the Tzŭ Chuan, to accept Sima Qian's account in its entirety, in view of his high repute as a sober historian? Must we not hesitate to assume that the records he drew upon for Sun Tzŭ's biography were false and untrustworthy? The answer, I fear, must be in the negative. There is still one grave, if not fatal, objection to the chronology involved in the story as told in the Shiqi, which, so far as I am aware, nobody has yet pointed out. There are 2 passages in Sun Tzŭ in which he alludes to contemporary affairs. The first in Vi 21, though according to my estimate the soldiers of I exceed our own in number, that shall advantage them nothing in the matter of victory. I say then that victory can be achieved. The other is in Zai 30. Asked if an army can be made to imitate the Shui Jian, I should answer, yes, for the men of Wu and the men of I are enemies. Yet, if they are crossing a river in the same boat and are caught by a storm, they will come to each other's assistance just as the left hand helps the right. These 2 paragraphs are extremely valuable as evidence of the date of composition. They assign the work to the period of the struggle between Wu and I. So much has been observed by Pai Sin, but what has hitherto escaped notice is that they also seriously impair the credibility of Sima Qian's narrative. As we have seen above, the first positive date given in connection with Sun Tzŭ is 512 V.C. He is then spoken of as a general, acting as confidential advisor to Ho Lu. so that his alleged introduction to that monarch had already taken place. And of course the 13 chapters must have been written earlier still, but at that time, and for several years after, down to the capture of Ying in 506, Chu and not I was the great hereditary enemy of Wu. The two states, Chu and Wu, had been constantly at war for over half a century, whereas the first war between Wu and I was waged only in 510, and even then was no more than a short interlude sandwiched in the midst of the fierce struggle with Chu. Now Chu is not mentioned in the 13 chapters at all. The natural inference is that they were written at a time when I had become the prime antagonist of Wu, that is, after Chu had suffered the great humiliation of 506. At this point, a table of dates may be found useful. V. C. 514 accession of Ho Lu, 512 Ho Lu attacks Chu, but is dissuaded from entering Ying, the capital. Shiqi mentions Sun Tzŭ as general. 511 another attack on Chu. 510 Wu makes a successful attack on Ai. This is the first war between the two states. 509 or 508 Chu invades Wu, but is signally defeated at Yuchang. 506 Ho Lu attacks Chu with the aid of Tang and Tsai. Decisive battle of Po Chu, and capture of Ying. Last mention of Sun Tzŭ in Shiqi. 505 I makes a raid on Wu in the absence of its army. Wu is beaten by Qin and evacuates Ying. 504 Ho Lu sends Fu Chai to attack Chu. 497 Cao Chen becomes king of Ai. 496 Wu attacks Ai, but is defeated by Cao Chen at Sui Li. Ho Lu is killed. 494 Fu Chai defeats Cao Chen in the great battle of Fu Chao and enters the capital of Ai. 485 or 484 Cao Chen renders homage to Wu. The death of Wu Tzŭ. 482 Cao Chen invades Wu in the absence of Fu Chai. 478 to 476 further attacks by Ai on Wu. 475 Cao Chen lays siege to the capital of Wu. 473 final defeat and extinction of Wu. The sentence quoted above from Vi. 21 hardly strikes me as one that could have been written in the full flush of victory. It seems rather to imply that, for the moment at least, the tide had turned against Wu, and that she was getting the worst of the struggle. Hence we may conclude that our treatise was not in existence in 505, before which date Ai does not appear to have scored any notable success against Wu. Ho Lu died in 496, so that if the book was written for him, it must have been during the period 505–496, when there was a lull in the hostilities, Wu having presumably exhausted by its supreme effort against Chu. On the other hand, if we choose to disregard the tradition connecting Sun Tzŭ's name with Ho Lu, it might equally well have seen the light between 496 and 494, or possibly in the period 480–473, when I was once again becoming a very serious menace. We may feel fairly certain that the author, whoever he may have been, was not a man of any great eminence in his own day. On this point the negative testimony of the Tzŭ Chuan far outweighs any shred of authority still attaching to the Shiqi. If once its other facts are discredited, Sun Tzŭ, however, makes a feeble attempt to explain the omission of his name from the great commentary. It was Wu Tzŭ, he says, who got all the credit of Sun Tzŭ's exploits, because the latter being an alien was not rewarded with an office in the state. How then did the Sun Tzŭ legend originate? It may be that the growing celebrity of the book imparted by degrees a kind of factitious renown to its author. It was felt to be only right and proper that one so well versed in the science of war should have solid achievements to his credit as well. Now the capture of Ying was undoubtedly the greatest feat of arms in Ho Lu's reign. It made a deep and lasting impression on all the surrounding states, and raised Wu to the short-lived zenith of her power. Hence, what more natural, as time went on, than that the acknowledged master of strategy, Sun Tzŭ, should be popularly identified with that campaign, at first perhaps only in the sense that his brain conceived and planned it, afterwards that it was actually carried out by him in conjunction with Wu Yuan, Po Pei, and Fu Kai. It is obvious that any attempt to reconstruct even the outline of Sun Tzŭ's life must be based almost wholly on conjecture. With this necessary proviso, I should say that he probably entered the service of Wu about the time of Hola's accession, and gathered experience, though only in the capacity of a subordinate officer, during the intense military activity which marked the first half of the prince's reign. If he rose to be a general at all, he certainly was never on an equal footing with the three above mentioned. He was doubtless present at the investment and occupation of Ying, and witnessed was sudden collapse in the following year. Aya's attack at this critical juncture, when her rival was embarrassed on every side, seems to have convinced him that this upstart kingdom was the great enemy against whom every effort would henceforth have to be directed. Sun Tzŭ was thus a well-seasoned warrior when he sat down to write his famous book, which according to my reckoning must have appeared towards the end, rather than the beginning of Hola's reign. The story of the women may possibly have grown out of some real incident occurring about the same time, as we hear no more of Sun Tzŭ after this from any source. He is hardly likely to have survived his patron or to have taken part in the death struggle with Ai, which began with the disaster at Sui Li. If these inferences are approximately correct, there is a certain irony in the fate which decreed that China's most illustrious man of peace should be contemporary with her greatest writer on war. The text of Sun Tzŭ I have found it difficult to glean much about the history of Sun Tzŭ's text. The quotations that occur in early authors go to show that the 13 chapters of which Sima Chen speaks were essentially the same as those now extant. We have his word for it that they were widely circulated in his day, and can only regret that he refrained from discussing them on that account. Sun Tzŭ says in his preface, "During the Qin and Han dynasties, Sun Tzŭ's art of war was in general use amongst military commanders, but they seem to have treated it as a work of mysterious import, and were unwilling to expound it for the benefit of posterity. Thus it came about that Wei Wu was the first to write a commentary on it. As we have already seen, there is no reasonable ground to suppose that Cao Kung tampered with the text, but the text itself is often so obscure, and the number of editions which appeared from that time onwards so great, especially during the Tang and Sung dynasties, that it would be surprising if numerous corruptions had not managed to creep in towards the middle of the Sung period, by which time all the chief commentaries on Sun Tzŭ were in existence. A certain Chi Tian Pao published a work in 15 Chuan entitled Sun Tzŭ, with the collected commentaries of 10 writers. There was another text, with variant readings put forward by Chu Fu of Ta Sing, which also had supporters among the scholars of that period. But in the Ming editions, Sun Tzŭ tells us, these readings were for some reason or other no longer put into circulation. Thus, until the end of the 18th century, the text in sole possession of the field was one derived from Chi Tian Pa's edition, although no actual copy of that important work was known to have survived. That, therefore, is the text of Sun Tzŭ which appears in the war section of the great imperial encyclopedia printed in 1726, the Kuqin Tu Shu Chi Cheng. Another copy at my disposal of what is practically the same text, with slight variations, is that contained in the 11 philosophers of the Chu and Qin dynasties, and the Chinese printed in Captain Calthrop's first edition is evidently a similar version which has filtered through Japanese channels. So things remained until Sun Tzŭ, a distinguished antiquarian and classical scholar, who claimed to be an actual descendant of Sun Tzŭ, accidentally discovered a copy of Chi Tian Pa's long-lost work. when on a visit to the library of the Huayin Temple. Appended to it was the Aishu of Chengyu Xin, mentioned in the Tung Chi, and also believed to have perished. This is what Sun Tzŭ designates as the original edition, or text a rather misleading name, for it cannot by any means claim to set before us the text of Sun Tzŭ in its pristine purity. Chi Tian Pao was a careless compiler, and appears to have been content to reproduce the somewhat debased version current in his day, without troubling to collate it with the earliest editions then available. Fortunately, two versions of Sun Tzŭ, even older than the newly discovered work, were still extant, one buried in the Tung Tien, two Yu's great treatise on the Constitution, the other similarly enshrined in the Tai Pingyu Lan Encyclopedia. In both the complete text is to be found, though split up into fragments, intermixed with other matter, and scattered piecemeal over a number of different sections. Considering that the Yulan takes us back to the year 983, and the Tung Tien about 200 years further still, to the middle of the Tang dynasty, the value of these early transcripts of Sun Tzŭ can hardly be overestimated. Yet the idea of utilizing them does not seem to have occurred to anyone until Sun Tzŭ, acting under government instructions, undertook a thorough recension of the text. This is his own account. Because of the numerous mistakes in the text of Sun Tzŭ which his editors had handed down, the government ordered that the ancient edition should be used, and that the text should be revised and corrected throughout. It happened that Wu Ninhu, the governor Pai Ku, and Si, a graduate of the second degree, had all devoted themselves to this study, probably surpassing me therein. Accordingly, I have had the whole work cut on blocks as a textbook for military men. The three individuals here referred to had evidently been occupied on the text of Sun Tzŭ prior to Sun Tzŭ's commission, but we are left in doubt as to the work they really accomplished. At any rate, the new edition, when ultimately produced, appeared in the names of Sun Tzŭ and only one co-editor, Wu Zhenxi. They took the original edition as their basis, and by careful comparison with older versions, as well as the extant commentaries and other sources of information such as the Aishu, succeeded in restoring a very large number of doubtful passages, and turned out, on the whole, what must be accepted as the closest approximation we are ever likely to get to Sun Tzŭ's original work. This is what will hereafter be denominated the standard text. The copy which I have used belongs to a reissue dated 1877. It is in 6 pen, forming part of a well-printed set of 23 early philosophical works in 83 pen. It opens with a preface by Sun Tzŭ largely quoted in this introduction, vindicating the traditional view of Sun Tzŭ's life and performances, and summing up in remarkably concise fashion the evidence in its favor. This is followed by Cao Kung's preface to his edition, and the biography of Sun Tzŭ from the Shiqi, both translated above. Then come, firstly, Chengyu Science Aishu, with author's preface, and next, a short miscellany of historical and bibliographical information entitled Sun Tzŭ, compiled by Pai Eisen, as regards the body of the work. Each separate sentence is followed by a note on the text, if required, and then by the various commentaries appertaining to it, arranged in chronological order. These we shall now proceed to discuss briefly, one by one. The commentators' Sun Tzŭ can boast an exceptionally long distinguished roll of commentators, which would do honor to any classic. Wu Yangshu remarks on this fact, though he wrote before the tale was complete, and rather ingeniously explains it by saying that the artifice of war, being inexhaustible, must therefore be susceptible of treatment in a great variety of ways. 1. Sun Tzŭ or Tzŭ Kung, afterwards known as Wei Wu Tad 155-220. There is hardly any room for doubt that the earliest commentary on Sun Tzŭ actually came from the pen of this extraordinary man, one of the greatest military geniuses that the world has seen, and Napoleonic in the scale of his operations. He was especially famed for the marvelous rapidity of his marches, which has found expression in the line talk of Sun Tzŭ, and Sun Tzŭ will appear. Yang Shu says of him that he was a great captain who measured his strength against Tung Chou, Lu Pu, and the 2 Yuan, father and son, and vanquished them all, whereupon he divided the empire of Han with Wu and Shu, and made himself king. It is recorded that whenever a council of war was held by Wei on the eve of a far-reaching campaign, he had all his calculations ready. Those generals who made use of them did not lose one battle in 10. Those who ran counter to them in any particular saw their armies incontinently beaten and put to flight. Cao Kung's notes on Sun Tzŭ, models of austere brevity, are so thoroughly characteristic of the stern commander known to history, that it is hard indeed to conceive of them as the work of a mere literator. Sometimes, indeed, owing to extreme compression, they are scarcely intelligible and stand no less in need of a commentary than the text itself. 2. Mengshi. The commentary which has come down to us under this name is comparatively meagre, and nothing about the author is known. Even his personal name has not been recorded. Qi Tianpei's edition places him after Qia Lin, and Chao Kung Wu also assigns him to the Tang dynasty. But this is a mistake. In Sun Xingyan's preface, he appears as Mengshi of the Liang dynasty. Others would identify him with Meng Kang of the 3rd century. He is named in one work as the last of the 5 commentators, the others being Wei Wuti, Tu Mu, Chen Hao, and Qia Lin. 3. Li Chuan of the 8th century was a well-known writer on military tactics. One of his works has been in constant use down to the present day. The Tongqi mentions lives of famous generals from the Chu to the Tang dynasty as written by him. According to Chao Kung Wu and the Tianiko Catalogue, he followed a variant of the text of Sun Tzŭ which differs considerably from those now extant. His notes are mostly short and to the point, and he frequently illustrates his remarks by anecdotes from Chinese history. 4. Tu Yu died 812 did not publish a separate commentary on Sun Tzŭ, his notes being taken from the Tongtian, the encyclopedic treatise on the Constitution, which was his life work. They are largely repetitions of Cao Kung and Mengshi, besides which it is believed that he drew on the ancient commentaries of Wang Ling and others. Owing to the peculiar arrangement of Tongtian, he has to explain each passage on its merits, apart from the context, and sometimes his own explanation does not agree with that of Cao Kung, whom he always quotes first, though not strictly to be reckoned as one of the 10 commentators. He was added to their number by Qi Tianpei, being wrongly placed after his grandson Tu Mu. 5. Tu Mu 803–852 is perhaps the best known as a bright star even in the glorious galaxy of the Tang period. We learn from Chao Kung Wu that although he had no practical experience of war, he was extremely fond of discussing the subject, and was moreover well read in the military history of the Sun Tzŭ and Chan Kuo eras. His notes, therefore, are well worth attention. They are very copious, and replete with historical parallels. The gist of Sun Tzŭ's work is thus summarized by him: practice benevolence and justice, but on the other hand make full use of artifice and measures of expediency. He further declared that all the military triumphs and disasters of the 1,000 years which had elapsed since Sun Tzŭ's death would, upon examination, be found to uphold and corroborate, in every particular, the maxims contained in his book. Tu Mu's somewhat spiteful charge against Cao Kung has already been considered elsewhere. 6. Chen Hao appears to have been a contemporary of Tu Mu. Chao Kung Wu says that he was impelled to write a new commentary on Sun Tzŭ because Cao Kung's on the one hand was too obscure and subtle, and that of Tu Mu on the other too long-winded and diffuse. Yang Shu, writing in the middle of the 11th century, calls Cao Kung Tu Mu and Chen Hao, the three chief commentators on Sun Tzŭ, and observes that Chen Hao is continually attacking Tu Mu's shortcomings. His commentary, though not lacking in merit, must rank below those of his predecessors. 7. Chia Lin is known to have lived under the Tang dynasty, for his commentary on Sun Tzŭ is mentioned in the Tang Shu, and was afterwards republished by Qi Shi of the same dynasty together with those of Meng Shi and Tu Yu. It is of somewhat scanty texture, and in point of quality, 2. Perhaps the least valuable of the 11. 8. Mei Yao Chen 1002 1060, commonly known by his style as Mei Shengyu, was, like Tu Mu, a poet of distinction. His commentary was published with a laudatory preface by the great Ouyang Shu, from which we may cull the following. Later scholars have misread Sun Tzŭ, distorting his words and trying to make them square with their own one-sided views. Thus, though commentators have not been lacking, only a few have proved equal to the task. My friend Shengyu has not fallen into this mistake in attempting to provide a critical commentary for Sun Tzŭ work. He does not lose sight of the fact that these sayings were intended for states engaged in internecine warfare, that the author is not concerned with the military conditions prevailing under the sovereigns of the three ancient dynasties, nor with the 9 punitive measures prescribed to the minister of war. Again, Sun Tzŭ loved brevity of diction, but his meaning is always deep, whether the subject be marching an army, or handling soldiers, or estimating the enemy, or controlling the forces of victory. It is always systematically treated. The sayings are bound together in strict logical sequence, though this has been obscured by commentators who have probably failed to grasp their meaning. In his own commentary, Mei Shengyu has brushed aside all the obstinate prejudices of these critics, and has tried to bring out the true meaning of Sun Tzŭ himself. In this way, the clouds of confusion have been dispersed, and the sayings made clear. I am convinced that the present work deserves to be handed down side by side with the 3 great commentaries, and for a great deal that they find in the sayings. Coming generations will have constant reason to thank my friend Shengyu. Making some allowance for the exuberance of friendship, I am inclined to endorse this favorable judgment, and would certainly place him above Chen Hao in order of merit. 9. Wang Si, also of the Sung dynasty, is decidedly original in some of his interpretations, but much less judicious than Mei Yao Chen, and on the whole not a very trustworthy guide. He is fond of comparing his own commentary with that of Cao Kung, but the comparison is not often flattering to him. We learn from Cao Kung that Wang Si revised the ancient text of Sun Tzŭ, filling up lacuna and correcting mistakes. 10. Ho Yen Si of the Sung dynasty. The personal name of this commentator is given as above by Cheng Chio in the Tung Chi, written about the middle of the 12th century, but he appears simply as Ho Shi in the Yu Hei, and Ma Chuan-lin quotes Cao Kung as saying that his personal name is unknown. There seems to be no reason to doubt Cheng Chi's statement. Otherwise, I should have been inclined to hazard a guess and identify him with one Ho Chu Fi, the author of a short treatise on war, who lived in the latter part of the 11th century. Ho Shi's commentary, in the words of the Tian-I-Ko catalogue, contains helpful additions here and there, but is chiefly remarkable for the copious extracts taken, in adapted form, from the dynastic histories and other sources. 11. Chang Yu. The list closes with a commentator of no great originality perhaps, but gifted with admirable powers of lucid exposition. His commentator is based on that of Cao Kung, whose terse sentences he contrives to expand and develop in masterly fashion. Without Chang Yu, it is safe to say that much of Cao Kung's commentary would have remained cloaked in its pristine obscurity and therefore valueless. His work is not mentioned in the Sung history, the Tung Cao, or the Yu Hei, but it finds a niche in the Tung Chi, which also names him as the author of the lives of famous generals. It is rather remarkable that the last named 4 should all have flourished within so short a space of time. Chao Kung-woo accounts for it by saying, "During the early years of the Sung dynasty the empire enjoyed a long spell of peace, and men ceased to practice the art of war. But when Yuan's rebellion came, and the frontier generals were defeated time after time, the court made strenuous inquiry for men skilled in war, and military topics became the vogue amongst all the high officials. Hence it is that the commentators of Sun Tzŭ in our dynasty belong mainly to that period. Besides these 11 commentators, there are several others whose work has not come down to us. The Sui Shu mentions 4, namely Wang Ling, often quoted by Yu as Wang Tzŭ, Chang Tzŭ Shang, Chia Shu of Wei, and Shen Yu of Wu. The Tang Shu adds Sun Hao, and the Tung Tzŭ Xiao Qi, while the Tu Shu mentions a Ming commentator, Huang Jun Yu. It is possible that some of these may have been merely collectors and editors of other commentaries, like Qi Tian Pao and Qi Xie, mentioned above. Appreciations of Sun Tzŭ has exercised a potent fascination over the minds of some of China's greatest men. Among the famous generals who are known to have studied his pages with enthusiasm may be mentioned Han Xin Di, 196, v. C. Feng Id, 34, d. Lu Mengdi, 219, and Yofi 1103 1141. The opinion of Cao Kung, who disputes with Han Xin the highest place in Chinese military annals, has already been recorded. Still more remarkable, in one way, is the testimony of purely literary men, such as Su Xin, the father of Su Tung Po, who wrote several essays on military topics, all of which owe their chief inspiration to Sun Tzŭ. The following short passage by him is preserved in the Yuhei. Sun was saying, that in war one cannot make certain of conquering, is very different indeed from what other books tell us. Wu Qi was a man of the same stamp as Sun Wu. They both wrote books on war, and they are linked together in popular speech as Sun and Wu. But Wu Qi's remarks on war are less weighty. His rules are rougher and more crudely stated, and there is not the same unity of plan as in Sun Tzŭ's work, where the style is terse, but the meaning fully brought out. The following is an extract from the Impartial Judgments in the Garden of Literature by Cheng Hu. Sun Tzŭ's 13 chapters are not only the staple and base of all military men's training, but also compel the most careful attention of scholars and men of letters. His sayings are terse yet elegant, simple yet profound, perspicuous and eminently practical. Such works as the Lun Yu, the I Ching, and the Great Commentary, as well as the writings of Mencius, Sun Kuang, and Yang Chu, all fall below the level of Sun Tzŭ. Chu Si, commenting on this, fully admits the first part of the criticism, although he dislikes the audacious comparison with the venerated classical works. Language of this sort, he says, encourages a rulers bent towards unrelenting warfare and reckless militarism. Apologies for war accustomed, as we are to think of China as the greatest peace-loving nation on earth. We are in some danger of forgetting that her experience of war in all its phases has also been such as no modern state can parallel. Her long military annals stretch back to a point at which they are lost in the mists of time. She had built the Great Wall and was maintaining a huge standing army along her frontier centuries before the first Roman legionary was seen on the Danube. What with the perpetual collisions of the ancient feudal states, the grim conflicts with Huns, Turks, and other invaders after the centralization of government, the terrific upheavals which accompanied the overthrow of so many dynasties, besides the countless rebellions and minor disturbances that have flamed up and flickered out again one by one, it is hardly too much to say that the clash of arms has never ceased to resound in one portion or another of the empire. No less remarkable is the succession of illustrious captains to whom China can point with pride. As in all countries, The greatest are fond of emerging at the most fateful crises of her history. Thus, Po Chi stands out conspicuous in the period when Qin was entering upon her final struggle with the remaining independent states. The stormy years which followed the break-up of the Qin dynasty are illuminated by the transcendent genius of Han Xin. When the house of Han in turn is tottering to its fall, the great and baleful figure of Cao Cao dominates the scene, and in the establishment of the Tang dynasty, one of the mightiest tasks achieved by man, the superhuman energy of Li Shimin afterwards, the Emperor Tai Tsung was seconded by the brilliant strategy of Li Qing. None of these generals need fear comparison with the greatest names in the military history of Europe. In spite of all this, the great body of Chinese sentiment, from Lao Tzu downwards, and especially as reflected in the standard literature of Confucianism, has been consistently pacific and intensely opposed to militarism in any form. It is such an uncommon thing to find any of the literati defending warfare on principle, that I have thought it worth while to collect and translate a few passages in which the unorthodox view is upheld. The following, by Sima Chen, shows that for all his ardent admiration of Confucius, he was yet no advocate of peace at any price. Military weapons are the means used by the sage to punish violence and cruelty, to give peace to troublous times, to remove difficulties and dangers, and to succor those who are in peril. Every animal with blood in its veins and horns on its head will fight when it is attacked. How much more so will man, who carries in his breast the faculties of love and hatred, joy and anger, when he is pleased. A feeling of affection springs up within him. When angry, his poison sting is brought into play. That is the natural law which governs his being. What then shall be said of those scholars of our time, blind to all great issues, and without any appreciation of relative values, who can only bark out their stale formulas about virtue and civilization, condemning the use of military weapons? They will surely bring our country to impotence and dishonor and the loss of her rightful heritage. Or, at the very least, they will bring about invasion and rebellion, sacrifice of territory, and general enfeeblement. Yet they obstinately refuse to modify the position they have taken up. The truth is that, just as in the family the teacher must not spare the rod, and punishments cannot be dispensed with in the state, so military chastisement can never be allowed to fall into abeyance in the empire. All one can say is that this power will be exercised wisely by some, foolishly by others, and that among those who bear arms some will be loyal and others rebellious. The next piece is taken from Tu Mu's preface to his commentary on Sun Tzŭ. War may be defined as punishment, which is one of the functions of government. It was the profession of Cheng Yu and Jan Chu, both disciples of Confucius. Nowadays, the holding of trials and hearing of litigation, the imprisonment of offenders and their execution by flogging in the market-place, are all done by officials. But the wielding of huge armies, the throwing down of fortified cities, the hauling of women and children into captivity, and the beheading of traitor spies is also work which is done by officials. The objects of the rack and of military weapons are essentially the same. There is no intrinsic difference between the punishment of flogging and cutting off heads in war. For the lesser infractions of law, which are easily dealt with, only a small amount of force need be employed. Hence the use of military weapons and wholesale decapitation in both cases. However, the end in view is to get rid of wicked people, and to give comfort and relief to the good. Chi Sun asked Jan Yu, saying, "Have you, sir, acquired your military aptitude by study, or is it innate?" Jan Yu replied, "It has been acquired by study." "How can that be so?" said Chi Sun, "seeing that you are a disciple of Confucius." "It is a fact," replied Jan Yu. "I was taught by Confucius. It is fitting that the great sage should exercise both civil and military functions." though to be sure my instruction in the art of fighting has not yet gone very far. Now, who the author was of this rigid distinction between the civil and the military, and the limitation of each to a separate sphere of action, or in what year of which dynasty it was first introduced, is more than I can say, but, at any rate, it has come about that the members of the governing class are quite afraid of enlarging on military topics, or do so only in a shamefaced manner. If any are bold enough to discuss the subject, they are at once set down as eccentric individuals of coarse and brutal propensities. This is an extraordinary instance in which, through sheer lack of reasoning, men unhappily lose sight of fundamental principles. When the Duke of Tzŭ was minister under Cheng Wang, he regulated ceremonies and made music, and venerated the arts of scholarship and learning. Yet when the barbarians of the river Hue revolted, he sallied forth and chastised them. When Confucius held office under the Duke of Lu, and a meeting was convened at Chia-ku, he said, "If pacific negotiations are in progress, warlike preparations should have been made beforehand." He rebuked and shamed the Marquis of Qi, who cowered under him and dared not proceed to violence. How can it be said that these two great sages had no knowledge of military matters? We have seen that the great Chu Si held Sun Tzŭ in high esteem. He also appeals to the authority of the classics. Our master Confucius, answering Duke Ling of Wei, said, "I have never studied matters connected with armies and battalions." Replying to Kung Wen Tsu, he said, "I have not been instructed about buff coats and weapons." But if we turn to the meeting at Chia-ku, we find that he used armed force against the men of Lai, so that the Marquis of Qi was overawed. Again, when the inhabitants of Pai revolted, he ordered his officers to attack them, whereupon they were defeated and fled in confusion. He once uttered the words, "If I fight, I conquer," and Jan Yu also said, "The sage exercises both civil and military functions." Can it be a fact that Confucius never studied or received instruction in the art of war? We can only say that he did not specially choose matters connected with armies and fighting to be the subject of his teaching. Sun Tzŭ, the editor of Sun Tzŭ, writes in similar strain. Confucius said, "I am unversed in military matters." He also said, "If I fight, I conquer." Confucius ordered ceremonies and regulated music. Now war constitutes one of the 5 classes of state ceremonial, and must not be treated as an independent branch of study. Hence, the words "I am unversed in" must be taken to mean that there are things which even an inspired teacher does not know. Those who have to lead an army and devise stratagems must learn the art of war. But if one can command the services of a good general like Sun Tzŭ, who was employed by Wu Tzŭ, there is no need to learn it oneself. Hence the remark added by Confucius, "If I fight, I conquer." The men of the present day, however, wilfully interpret these words of Confucius in their narrowest sense, as though he meant that books on the art of war were not worth reading. With blind persistency, they adduce the example of Chao Ku, who pored over his father's books to no purpose, as a proof that all military theory is useless. Again, seeing that books on war have to do with such things as opportunism in designing plans, and the conversion of spies, they hold that the art is immoral and unworthy of a sage. These people ignore the fact that the studies of our scholars and the civil administration of our officials also require steady application and practice before efficiency is reached. The ancients were particularly chary of allowing mere novices to botch their work. Weapons are baneful and fighting perilous, and useless unless a general is in constant practice. He ought not to hazard other men's lives in battle. Hence it is essential that Sun Tzŭ's 13 chapters should be studied. Tsai Liang used to instruct his nephew Qi in the art of war. Qi got a rough idea of the art in its general bearings, but would not pursue his studies to their proper outcome. the consequence being that he was finally defeated and overthrown. He did not realize that the tricks and artifice of war are beyond verbal computation. Duke Saiying of Sung and King Yen of Shu were brought to destruction by their misplaced humanity. The treacherous and underhand nature of war necessitates the use of guile and stratagem suited to the occasion. There is a case on record of Confucius himself having violated an extorted oath, and also of his having left the Sung state in disguise. Can we then recklessly arraign Sun Tzŭ for disregarding truth and honesty? Bibliography. The following are the oldest Chinese treatises on war, after Sun Tzŭ. The notes on each have been drawn principally from the Su Ku Chuan Shu Chen Ming Mu Lu. Ch. 9. Fol. 22 sk. 1. Woods. In 1 Chuan or 6 chapters. By Wu Chi D. 381. V. C. A genuine work. C. Shi Chi. Ch. 65. 2. Su Ma Fa. In 1 Chuan or 5 chapters. Wrongly attributed to Suma Jiang Chu of the 6th century. V. C. Its date, however, must be early, as the customs of the 3 ancient dynasties are constantly to be met within its pages. See Shi Chi. Ch. 64. The Su Ku Chuan Shu Ch. 99. F. One remarks that the oldest 3 treatises on war, Sun Tzŭ, Wu Tzŭ, and Su Ma Fa, are, generally speaking, only concerned with things strictly militarist art of producing, collecting, training, and drilling troops, and the correct theory with regard to measures of expediency, laying plans, transport of goods, and the handling of soldiers, in strong contrast to later works, in which the science of war is usually blended with metaphysics, divination, and magical arts in general. 3. Lu Dao, in 6 Chuan, or 60 chapters. Attributed to Lu Wang or Lu Shang, also known as Tai Kung of the 12th century. V. C. But its style does not belong to the era of the 3 dynasties. Lu Timing 500 and 5625 D. mentions the work, and enumerates the headings of the 6 sections, so that the forgery cannot have been later than Sui dynasty. 4. Wei Liao's, in 5 Chuan, attributed to Wei Liao 4th cent. V. C. who studied under the famous Kui Kuz. The work appears to have been originally in 31 chapters, whereas the text we possess contains only 24. Its matter is sound enough in the main, though the strategical devices differ considerably from those of the Warring States period. It has been furnished with a commentary by the well-known Sung philosopher Chang Tsai. 5. San Luan 3 Chuan, attributed to Huang Shikeng, a legendary personage who is said to have bestowed it on Chang Liangdi. 187. V. C. in an interview on a bridge. But here again, the style is not that of works dating from the Qin or Han period. The Han Emperor Kuang Wu apparently quotes from it in one of his proclamations, but the passage in question may have been inserted later on, in order to prove the genuineness of the work. We shall not be far out if we refer it to the Northern Sung period, or somewhat earlier. 6. Li Wei Kungwen 2, in 3 sections, written in the form of a dialogue between Tai Tsung and his great general Li Qing. It is usually ascribed to the latter. Competent authorities consider it a forgery, though the author was evidently well versed in the art of war. 7. Li Qingping Fa, not to be confounded with the foregoing, is a short treatise in 8 chapters, preserved in the Tung Tien, but not published separately. This fact explains its omission from the Su Ku Chuan Shu. 8. Wu Chi Ching, in 1 Chuan, attributed to the legendary minister Feng Hu, with exegetical notes by Kung Sun Hung of the Han Dynasty d. 121 v. c. and said to have been eulogized by the celebrated General Ma Longdi 300 d. Yet the earliest mention of it is in the Sun Tzŭ. Although a forgery, the work is well put together, considering the high popular estimation in which Zhuko Liang has always been held. It is not surprising to find more than one work on war ascribed to his pen. Such are one the Shi Lu Tsi Wan Chuan, preserved in the Young Lo Ta Tian, 2 Cheng Yuan Wan Chuan, and 3 Sin Shu Wan Chuan, which steals wholesale from Sun Tzŭ. None of these has the slightest claim to be considered genuine. Most of the large Chinese encyclopedias contain extensive sections devoted to the literature of war. The following references may be found useful. Tung Tian circa 800 d. 148-162. Taiping Yulan 983. 270-359. When seen Tung Cao 13th cent. 221. Yuhei 13th cent. 140. 141. San Tzŭ 2 Hui 16th cent. Quang Po Wuchi 1607. 31. 32. Chen Chiu Lei Shu 1632. 75. Yuan Chen Lei Han 1710. 206-229. Kuchin 2 Shu Chi Cheng 1726. Section XXX. ISP 8190. Shu Wenxin Tung Cao 1784. 121-134. Huang Chao Qing Shi Wen Pin 1826. 76. 77. The bibliographical sections of certain historical works also deserve mention. Chen Han Shu. 30. Sui Shu. 32-35. Chu Tang Shu. 46. 47. Sin Tang Shu. 57. 60. Sung Shi. 202-209. Tung Tzŭ circa 1150. 68. To these, of course, must be added the great catalogue of the Imperial Library. Su Ku Chuan Shu Tsung Mu Ti Yao 1790. 99. 100. Footnotes. 1. Shi Qi. 65. 2. He reigned from 514 to 496. V. C. 3. Shi Qi. 130. 4. The appellation of Nang Hua. 5. Shi Qi. 31. 6. Shi Qi. 25. 7. The appellation of Hu Yen, mentioned in 39 under the year 637. 8. Wang Tzu Cheng Fu. 32. Year 607. 9. The mistake is natural enough. Native critics refer to a work of the Han Dynasty, which says, 10 li outside the Wu gate of the city of Wu, now Suzhou, in Jiangsu there is a great mound, raised to commemorate the entertainment of Sun Tzŭ of Qi, who excelled in the art of war, by the king of Wu. 10. They attached strings to wood to make bows, and sharpened wood to make arrows. The use of bows and arrows is to keep the empire in awe. 11. The son and successor of Ho Lu, he was finally defeated and overthrown by Cao Chen, king of Ai, in 473. V. C. C. Post. 12. King Yen of Shu, a fabulous being, of whom Sun Xingyan says in his preface, his humanity brought him to destruction. 13. The passage I have put in brackets is omitted in the 2 Shu, and may be an interpolation. It was known, however, to Chang Shaoqi of the Tang dynasty, and appears in the Taiping Yulan. 14. Cao Kung seems to be thinking of the first part of chap I, perhaps especially of 8. 15. See chap. Zai. 16. On the other hand, it is noteworthy that Wu Tzŭ, which is not in 6 chapters, has 48 assigned to it in the Hanchi. Likewise, the Chung Yung is credited with 49 chapters, though now only in one only, in the case of very short works. One is tempted to think that Pin might simply mean leaves. 17. Yeshi of the Sung dynasty. 18. He hardly deserves to be bracketed with assassins. 19. See Chapter 7, 27 and Chapter 11. 28. 20. See Chapter 11. 28. Chuan Tzŭ is the abbreviated form of his name. 21. I. E. Po Pei. See Ante. 22. The nucleus of this work is probably genuine, though large additions have been made by later hands. Quan Chung died in 645. V. C. 23. See Infra. Beginning of. Introduction. 24. I do not know what this work, unless it be the last chapter of another work, why that chapter should be singled out, however, is not clear. 25. About 480. V. C. 26. That is, I suppose, the age of Wu Wang and Chu Kung. 27. In the 3rd century. V. C. 28. Su Ma Jiang Chu, whose family name was Tian, lived in the latter half of the 6th century. V. C. and is also believed to have written a work on war. C. Shi Qi. Ch. 64. And Infra at the beginning of the introduction. 29. See Legge's Classics. Vol. V. Prolegomena P. 27. Legge thinks that the Tso-Chuan must have been written in the 5th century, but not before 424. V. C. 30. See Mencius E. 1. E. 1320. 31. When Wu first appears in the Chun Tzŭ in 584, it is already at variance with its powerful neighbor. The Chun Tzŭ first mentions I in 537, the Tso-Chuan in 601. 32. This is explicitly stated in the Tso-Chuan. Sije. 2. 33. There is this to be said for the later period, that the feud would tend to grow more bitter after each encounter, and thus more fully justify the language used in Zai. 30. 34. With Wu Yuan himself the case is just the reverse. A spurious treatise on war has been fathered on him simply because he was a great general. Here we have an obvious inducement to forgery. Sun Tzŭ, on the other hand, cannot have been widely known to fame in the 5th century. 35. From Tso-Chuan. From the date of King Chaos' accession, there was no year in which Chu was not attacked by Wu. 36. Preface at Fin. My family comes from Lo-In, and we are really descended from Sun Tzŭ. I am ashamed to say that I only read my ancestors' work from a literary point of view, without comprehending the military technique. So long have we been enjoying the blessings of peace. 37. Ho Yin is about 14 miles from Tungquan on the eastern border of Shenxi. The temple in question is still visited by those about the ascent of the western sacred mountain. It is mentioned in a text as being situated 5 li east of the district city of Huayin. The temple contains the Huashan tablet inscribed by the Tang Emperor Xuan Tsum. 38. See my catalogue of Chinese books, Lusick and Company 1908. No. 40. 39. This is a discussion of 29 difficult passages in Sun Tzŭ. 40. Catalogue of the Library of Fan family at Ningpo. His commentary is frequently obscure. It furnishes a clue, but does not fully develop the meaning. 41. When Xin Tum Cao. Ch. 221. 42. It is interesting to note that M. Pelliot has recently discovered chapters 1, 4 and 5 of this lost work in the Gratis of the Thousand Buddhas. CB E F EO T V Nose 3-4 P 525 43. The Sha, the Shang, and the Chu. Although the last named was nominally existent in Sun Tzŭ, it retained hardly a vestige of power, and the old military organization had practically gone by the board. I can suggest no other explanation of the passage. 44. Si Chu Li. Sticks. 610. 45. Tung Cao. Ch. 221. 46. This appears to be still extant. See Willie's notes. P. 91 new edition. 47. Tung Cao. Luk. Sit. 48. A notable person in his day. His biography is given in the Sun Tzŭ. Ch. 10. 49. Si Zai. 58. Note. 50. Huhan Shu. Ch. 17 ed in it. 51. Sun Tzŭ. Ch. 54. 52. Sungshi. Ch. 365 ed in it. 53. The few Europeans who have yet had an opportunity of acquainting themselves with Sun Tzŭ are not behindhand in their praise. In this connection, I may perhaps be excused for quoting from a letter from Lord Roberts, to whom the sheets of the present work were submitted previous to publication. Many of Sun Tzŭ's maxims are perfectly applicable to the present day, and no, 11 is one that the people of this country would do well to take to heart. 54. Ch. 140. 55. See Iv. 3. 56. The allusion may be to Mencius Vi. 2. X. 2. 57. The Tzŭ Chuan. 58. Shi Chi. Ch. 25. Fol. I. 59. Shi Chi. 47. 60. Si Shu Qing. Preface 55. 61. Si Shi Chi. Ch. 47. 62. Lun Yu. 1. 63. I failed to trace this utterance. 64. Supra. 65. Supra. 66. The other 4 being worship, mourning, entertainment of guests, and festive rites. Si Shu Qing. I. 1. E. 8. And Chu Li. X. Fol. 49. 67. Si Wei. 11. Note. 68. This is a rather obscure allusion to the Tzŭ Chuan, where Chan says, "If you have a piece of beautiful brocade, you will not employ a mere learner to make it up." 69. Tao Teaching. Ch. 31. 70. Sun Xingyan might have quoted Confucius again. Si Lun Yu. Wei. 29. 30. 71. Better known as Sighing Yu. 72. Shi Chi. Ch. 47. 73. Shi Chi. Ch. 38. 74. Si Wei. 27. Note. Further details on Tai Kung will be found in the Shi Chi. Ch. 32 ed in it. Besides the tradition which makes him a former minister of Chu Sin, 2 other accounts of him are there given, according to which he would appear to have been first raised from a humble private station by Wen Wang. Chapter I. Laying Plans. Cao Kung, in defining the meaning of the Chinese for the title of this chapter, says it refers to the deliberations in the temple selected by the general for his temporary use, or, as we should say, in his tent, C26.1. Sun Tzŭ said, "The art of war is of vital importance to the state. 2. It is a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence, it is a subject of inquiry which can on no account be neglected. 3. The art of war. then, is governed by 5 constant factors, to be taken into account in one's deliberations, when seeking to determine the conditions obtaining in the field. 4. These are: 1. The moral law. 2. Heaven. 3. Earth. 4. The commander. 5. Method and discipline. It appears from what follows that Sun Tzŭ means by moral law principle of harmony. 6. The moral law causes the people to be in complete accord with their ruler, so that they will follow him regardless of their lives, undismayed by any danger. Tzŭ Yu quotes Wang Tzu's saying, "Without constant practice, the officers will be nervous and undecided when mustering for battle. Without constant practice, the general will be wavering and irresolute when the crisis is at hand." 7. Heaven signifies night and day, cold and heat, times and seasons. The commentators, I think, make an unnecessary mystery of 2 words here. Mengshi refers to the hard and the soft waxing and waning of heaven. Wang Tzu, however, may be right in saying that what is meant is the general economy of heaven, including the 5 elements, the 4 seasons, wind and clouds, and other phenomena. 8. Earth comprises distances, great and small, danger and security, open ground and narrow passes, the chances of life and death. 9. The commander stands for the virtues of wisdom, sincerity, benevolence, courage and strictness. The 5 cardinal virtues of the Chinese are: 1. Humanity or benevolence. 2. Uprightness of mind. 3. Self-respect, self-control, or proper feeling. 4. Wisdom. 5. Sincerity or good faith. Here wisdom and sincerity are put before humanity or benevolence, and the 2 military virtues of courage and strictness substituted for uprightness of mind. 10. By method and discipline are to be understood the marshalling of the army in its proper subdivisions, the gradations of rank among the officers, the maintenance of roads by which supplies may reach the army, and the control of military expenditure. 11. These 5 heads should be familiar to every general. He who knows them will be victorious. He who knows them not will fail. 12. Therefore, in your deliberations, when seeking to determine the military conditions, let them be made the basis of a comparison, in this wise. 13. 1. Which of the 2 sovereigns is imbued with the moral law? 2. Which of the 2 generals has most ability? 3. With whom lie the advantages derived from heaven and earth? 4. On which side is discipline most rigorously enforced? 2. Mu alludes to the remarkable story of Sun Tzŭ AD 155-220, morally as well as physically, as Mei Yao Chen puts it, freely rendered esprit de corps and big battalions. 6. On which side are officers and men more highly trained? Tzŭ Yu quotes Wang Tzu's saying, "Without constant practice, the officers will be nervous and undecided when mustering for battle. Without constant practice, the general will be wavering and irresolute when the crisis is at hand." 7. In which army is there the greater constancy both in reward and punishment? On which side is there the most absolute certainty that merit will be properly rewarded and misdeeds summarily punished? 14. By means of these 7 considerations I can forecast victory or defeat. 15. The general that hearkens to my counsel and acts upon it will conquer. Let such a one be retained in command. The general that hearkens not to my counsel nor acts upon it will suffer defeat. Let such a one be dismissed. The form of this paragraph reminds us that Sun Tzŭ's treatise was composed expressly for the benefit of his patron Ho Lu, king of the Wu state. 16. While heeding the profit of my counsel, avail yourself also of any helpful circumstances over and beyond the ordinary rules. 17. According as circumstances are favorable, one should modify one's plans. Sun Tzŭ, as a practical soldier, will have none of the bookish rhetoric. He cautions us here not to pin our faith to abstract principles, for, as Chang Yu puts it, while the main laws of strategy can be stated clearly enough for the benefit of all and sundry, you must be guided by the actions of the enemy in attempting to secure a favorable position in actual warfare. All warfare is based on deception. The truth of this pithy and profound saying will be admitted by every soldier. Colonel Henderson tells us that Wellington, great in so many military qualities, was especially distinguished by the extraordinary skill with which he concealed his movements and deceived both friend and foe. 19. Hence, when able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must seem inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. 20. Hold out baits to entice the enemy, feign disorder, and crush him. All commentators except Chang Yu say, when he is in disorder, crush him. It is more natural to suppose that Sun Tzŭ is still illustrating the uses of deception in War 21. If he is secure at all points, be prepared for him. If he is in superior strength, evade him. 22. If your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant. Wang Tzŭ, quoted by Tu Yu, says that the good tactician plays with his adversary as a cat plays with a mouse, first feigning weakness and immobility, and then suddenly pouncing upon him. 23. If he is taking his ease, give him no rest. This is probably the meaning, though Mei Yao Chen has the note, while we are taking our ease, wait for the enemy to tire himself out. Separate them. Less plausible is the interpretation favored by most of the commentators. If sovereign and subject are in accord, put division between them. 24. Attack him where he is unprepared. Appear where you are not expected. 25. These military devices, leading to victory, must not be divulged beforehand. 26. Now, the general who wins a battle makes many calculations in his temple ere the battle is fought. Chang Yu tells us that in ancient times it was customary for a temple to be set apart for the use of a general who was about to take the field, in order that he might there elaborate his plan of campaign. Thus do many calculations lead to victory, and few calculations to defeat. How much more no calculation at all? It is by attention to this point that I can foresee Words on Wellington by Sir W. Fraser. Chapter I. Waging War. Cao Kung has the note, he who wishes to fight must first count the cost, which prepares us for the discovery that the subject of the chapter is not what we might expect from the title. Sun Tzŭ said, in the operations of war, where there are in the field 1,000 swift chariots, as many heavy chariots, and 100,000 mail-clad soldiers. The swift chariots were lightly built and, according to Chang Yu, used for the attack. The heavy chariots were heavier, and designed for purposes of defense. Li Chuan, it is true, says that the latter were light, but this seems hardly probable. It is interesting to note the analogies between early Chinese warfare and that of the Homeric Greeks. In each case, the war chariot was the important factor, forming as it did the nucleus round which was grouped a certain number of foot soldiers. With regard to the numbers given here, we are informed that each swift chariot was accompanied by 75 footmen, and each heavy chariot by 25 footmen, so that the whole army would be divided up into 1,000 battalions, each consisting of 2 chariots and 100 men, with provisions enough to carry them 1,000 li. 278 modern li go to a mile. The length may have varied slightly since Sun Tzŭ's time, the expenditure at home and at the front, including entertainment of guests, small items such as glue and paint, and some spent on chariots and armor, will reach the total of 1,000 ounces of silver per day. Such is the cost of raising an army of 100. 0 men. 2. When you engage in actual fighting, if victory is long in coming, the men's weapons will grow dull and their ardor will be damped. If you lay siege to a town, you will exhaust your strength. 3. Again, if the campaign is protracted, the resources of the state will not be equal to the strain. 4. Now, when your weapons are dulled, your ardor damped, your strength exhausted, and your treasure spent, other chieftains will spring up to take advantage of your extremity. Then no man, however wise, will be able to avert the consequences that must ensue. 5. Thus, though we have heard of stupid haste in war, cleverness has never been seen associated with long delays. This concise and difficult sentence is not well explained by any of the commentators. Cao Kung, Li Chuan, Mengshi, Tu Yu, Tu Mu, and Miao Chen have notes to the effect that a general, though naturally stupid, may nevertheless conquer through sheer force of rapidity. Ho Shi says, haste may be stupid, but at any rate it saves expenditure of energy and treasure. Protracted operations may be very clever, but they bring calamity in their train. Wang Xi evades the difficulty by remarking, lengthy operations mean an army growing old, wealth being expended, an empty exchequer and distress among the people. True cleverness ensures against the occurrence of such calamities. Chang Yu says, so long as victory can be attained, stupid haste is preferable to clever dilettanteries. Now Sun Tzŭ says nothing whatever, except possibly by implication, about ill-considered haste being better than ingenious but lengthy operations. What he does say is something much more guarded, namely that, while speed may sometimes be injudicious, tardiness can never be anything but foolish if only because it means impoverishment to the nation. In considering the point raised here by Sun Tzŭ, the classic example of Fabius Cunctator will inevitably occur to the mind. That general deliberately measured the endurance of Rome against that of Hannibal's isolated army, because it seemed to him that the latter was more likely to suffer from a long campaign in a strange country. But it is quite a moot question whether his tactics would have proved successful in the long run. Their reversal, it is true, led to Cannae, but this only establishes a negative presumption in their favor. 6. There is no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. 7. It is only one who is thoroughly acquainted with the evils of war that can thoroughly understand a profitable way of carrying it on, that is, with rapidity. Only one who knows the disastrous effects of a long war can realize the supreme importance of rapidity in bringing it to a close. Only 2 commentators seem to favor this interpretation, but it fits well into the logic of the context, whereas the rendering, "He who does not know the evils of war cannot appreciate its benefits," is the skillful soldier does not raise a second levy, neither are his supply wagons loaded more than twice. Once war is declared, he will not waste precious time in waiting for reinforcements, nor will he return his army back for fresh supplies, but crosses the enemy's frontier without delay. This may seem an audacious policy to recommend, but with all great strategists, from Julius Caesar to Napoleon Bonaparte, the value of time that is being a little ahead of your opponent is counted for more than either numerical superiority or the nicest calculations with regard to commissariat. 9. Bring war material with you from home, but forage on the enemy. Thus the army will have food enough for its needs. The Chinese word translated here as war material literally means things to be used, and is meant in the widest sense. It includes all the impedimenta of an army apart from provisions. 10. Poverty of the state exchequer causes an army to be maintained by contributions from a distance. Contributing to maintain an army at a distance causes the people to be impoverished. The beginning of this sentence does not balance properly with the next, though obviously intended to do so. On the other hand, the proximity of an army causes prices to go up, and high prices cause the people's substance to be drained away. Wang Xi says high prices occur before the army has left its own territory. Cao Kung understands it of an army that has already crossed the frontier. 12. When their substance is drained away, the peasantry will be afflicted by heavy exactions. 13. 14. With this loss of substance, and exhaustion of strength. The homes of the people will be stripped bare, and 3/10 of their incomes will be dissipated. Tzŭ Mu and Wang Xi agree that the people are not mulcted not of 3/10, but of 7/10 of their income. But this is hardly to be extracted from our text. Hoshi has a characteristic tag, the people being regarded as the essential part of the state, and food as the people's heaven. Is it not right that those in authority should value and be careful of both, while government expenses for broken chariots, worn-out horses, breastplates and helmets, bows and arrows, spears and shields, protective mantlets, draft oxen and heavy wagons, will amount to 4/10 of its total revenue, 15. Hence a wise general makes a point of foraging on the enemy. 1 cartload of the enemy's provisions is equivalent to 20 of one's own, and likewise a single pickle of his provender is equivalent to 20 from one's own store, because 20 cartloads will be consumed in the process of transporting 1 cartload to the front. A pickle is a unit of measure equal to 133 3 pounds 65 5 kilograms 16. Now, in order to kill the enemy, our men must be roused to anger. That there may be advantage from defeating the enemy, they must have their rewards. Tzŭ Mu says rewards are necessary in order to make the soldiers see the advantage of beating the enemy. Thus, when you capture spoils from the enemy, they must be used as rewards, so that all your men may have a keen desire to fight each on his own account. 17. Therefore, in chariot fighting, when 10 or more chariots have been taken, those should be rewarded who took the first. Our own flags should be substituted for those of the enemy, and the chariots mingled and used in conjunction with ours. The captured soldiers should be kindly treated and kept. 18. This is called using the conquered foe to augment one's own strength. 19. In war, then, let your great object be victory, not lengthy campaigns. As Hoshi remarks, war is not a thing to be trifled with. Sun Tzŭ here reiterates the main lesson which this chapter is intended to enforce. 20. Thus it may be known that the leader of armies is the arbiter of the people's fate, the man on whom it depends whether the nation shall be in peace or in peril. Chapter E. Attack by Stratagem. 1. Sun Tzŭ said, in the practical art of war, the best thing of all is to take the enemy's country whole and intact. To shatter and destroy it is not so good. So, 2. It is better to capture an army entire than to destroy it. To capture a regiment, a detachment, or a company entire than to destroy them. The equivalent to an army corps, according to Sumatho, consisted nominally of 12,500 men. According to Tsao Kung, the equivalent of a regiment contained 500 men. The equivalent to a detachment consists from any number between 100 and 500, and the equivalent of a company contains from 5 to 100 men. For the last two, however, hence to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. Here again, no modern strategist but will approve the words of the old Chinese General Moltke's greatest triumph. The capitulation of the huge French army at Sedan was won practically without bloodshed. 3. Thus, the highest form of generalship. Perhaps the word balk falls short of expressing the full force of the Chinese word, which implies not an attitude of defense, whereby one might be content to foil the enemy's stratagems one after another, but an active policy of counter-attack. Hoshi puts this very clearly in his note. When the enemy has made a plan of attack against us, we must, isolating him from his allies, we must not forget that Sun Tzŭ, in speaking of hostilities, always has in mind the numerous states or principalities into which the China of his day was split up, and the worst policy of all is to besiege walled cities. 4. The rule is not to besiege walled cities if it can possibly be avoided. Another sound piece of military theory, had the Boers acted upon it in 1899, and refrained from dissipating their strength before Kimberley Mafeking, or even ladysmith, movable shelters, and various implements of war, will take up 3 whole months. It is not quite clear what the Chinese word, here translated as mantlets, described. Cao Kung simply defines them as large shields, but we get a better idea of them from Li Chuan, who says they were to protect the heads of those who were assaulting the city walls at close quarters. This seems to suggest a sort of Roman testudo, ready-made. Tzŭ says they were wheeled vehicles used in repelling attacks. But this is denied by Chen Hao. See Super I. 14. The name is also applied to turrets on city walls. Of the movable shelters we get a fairly clear description from several commentators. They were wooden missile-proof structures on 4 wheels, propelled from within, covered over with raw hides, and used in sieges to convey parties of men to and from the walls, for the purpose of filling up the encircling moat with earth. Tzŭ adds that they are now called wooden donkeys, and the piling up of mounds over against the walls will take 3 months more. These were great mounds or ramparts of earth heaped up to the level of the enemy's walls in order to discover the weak points in the defense, and also to destroy the fortified turrets mentioned in the preceding note. 5. The general, unable to control his irritation, will launch his men to the assault like swarming ants. This vivid simile of Cao Kung is taken from the spectacle of an army of ants climbing a wall. The meaning is that the general losing patience at the long delay, while the town still remains untaken. Such are the disastrous effects of a siege. We are reminded of the terrible losses of the Japanese before Port Arthur in the most recent siege which history has to record. 6. Therefore the skillful leader subdues the enemy's troops without any fighting. He captures their cities without laying siege to them. He overthrows their kingdom without lengthy operations in the field. Chialin notes that he only overthrows the government, but does no harm to individuals. The classical instance is Wu Wang, who after having put an end to the Yin dynasty was acclaimed father and mother of the people. 7. With his forces intact, he will dispute the mastery of the empire, and thus, without losing a man, his triumph will be complete. Owing to the double meanings in the Chinese text, the latter part of the sentence is susceptible of quite a different meaning, and thus, the weapon not being blunted by use, its kenis remains perfect. 8. It is the rule in war, if our forces are 10 to the enemy's 1, to surround him; if 5 to 1, to attack him; if twice as numerous, to divide our army into 2. Tzŭ takes exception to the saying, and at first sight, indeed, it appears to violate a fundamental principle of war. Cao Kung, however, gives a clue to Sun Tzŭ's meaning. Being 2 to the enemy's 1, we may use one part of our army in the regular way and the other for some special diversion. Chang Yu thus further elucidates the point. If our forces, if equally matched, we can offer battle. Li Chuan, followed by Hoshi, gives the following paraphrase: if attackers and attacked are equally matched in strength, we can avoid the enemy. The meaning, we can watch the enemy, is certainly a great improvement on the above, but unfortunately there appears to be no very good authority for the variant. Chang Yu reminds us that the saying only applies if the other factors are equal. A small difference in numbers is often more than counterbalanced by superior energy and discipline. If quite unequal in every way, we can flee from him. 10. Hence, though an obstinate fight may be made by a small force, in the end it must be captured by the larger force. 11. Now the general is the bulwark of the state. If the bulwark is complete at all points, the state will be strong. If the bulwark is defective, the state will be weak. As Li Chuan tersely puts it, gap indicates deficiency. If the general's ability is not perfect, i.e., if he is not thoroughly versed in his profession, there are 3 ways in which a ruler can bring misfortune upon his army. 13. 1. By commanding the army to advance or to retreat, being ignorant of the fact that it cannot obey. This is called hobbling the army. Li Chuan adds the comment, "It is like tying together the legs of a thoroughbred so that it is unable to gallop." 14. 2. By attempting to govern an army in the same way as he administers a kingdom, being ignorant of the conditions which obtain in an army, this causes restlessness in the soldiers' minds. Cao Kung's note is freely translated, "The military sphere and the civil sphere are wholly distinct. You can't handle an army in kid gloves," and Chang Yu says humanity and justice are the principles on which to govern a state, but not an army. Opportunism and flexibility, on the other hand, are military rather than civil virtues to assimilate the government. 3. By employing the officers of his army without discrimination, through ignorance of the military principle of adaptation to circumstances. This shakes the confidence of the soldiers. I follow Mei Yao Chen here. The other commentators refer not to the ruler, as in 13, 14, but to the officers he employs. Thus Tu Yu says, if a general is ignorant of the principle of adaptability, he must not be entrusted with a position of authority. Tu Mu quotes, "The skillful employer of men will employ the wise man, the brave man, the covetous man, and the stupid man, for the wise man delights in establishing his merit. The brave man likes to show his courage in action. The covetous man is quick at seizing advantages, and the stupid man has no fear of death." 16. But when the army is restless and distrustful, trouble is sure to come from the other feudal princes. This is simply bringing anarchy into the army, and flinging victory away. 17. Thus we may know that there are 5 essentials for victory. 1. He will win who knows when to fight, and when not to fight. Chang Yu says if he can fight, he advances and takes the offensive. If he cannot fight, he retreats and remains on the defensive. He will invariably conquer who knows whether it is right to take the offensive or the defensive. 2. He will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. This is not merely the general's ability to estimate numbers correctly. As Li Chuan and others make out, Chang Yu expounds the saying more satisfactorily. By applying the art of war, it is possible with a lesser force to defeat a greater and vice versa. The secret lies in an eye for locality and in not letting the right moment slip. 4. He will win who, prepared himself, waits to take the enemy unprepared. 5. He will win who has military capacity and is not interfered with by the sovereign. Tu Yu quotes Wang Tze as saying, "It is the sovereign's function to give broad instructions, but to decide on battle it is the function of the general. It is needless to dilate on the military disasters which have been caused by undue interference with operations in the field on the part of the home government. Napoleon undoubtedly owed much of his extraordinary success to the fact victory lies in the knowledge of these 5 points. Literally, these 5 things are knowledge of the principle of victory." 18. Hence the saying, "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat." Li Chuan cites the case of Fu Chen, Prince of Qin, who in 383 A.D. marched with a vast army against the Qin emperor, when warned not to despise an enemy who could command the services of such men as Xie and Huan Cheng. He boastfully replied, "I have the population of 8 provinces at my back, infantry and horse. You will succumb in every battle." Chang Yu said, "Knowing the enemy enables you to take the offensive. Knowing yourself enables you to stand on the defensive." Tactical dispositions. Cao Kung explains the Chinese meaning of the words for the title of this chapter, "Marching and Countermarching on the part of the 2 armies, with a view to discovering each other's condition." Tu Mu says, "It is through the dispositions of an army that its condition may be discovered. Conceal your dispositions, and your condition will remain secret, which leads to victory." Sun Tzŭ said, "The good fighters of old first put themselves beyond the possibility of defeat, and then waited for an opportunity of defeating the enemy." 2. To secure ourselves against defeat lies in our own hands, but the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy himself. 3. Thus the good fighter is able to secure himself against defeat. Chang Yu says this is done by concealing the disposition of his troops, covering up his tracks, and taking unremitting precautions, but cannot make certain of defeating the enemy. 4. Hence the saying, one may know how to conquer without being able to do it. 5. Security against defeat implies defensive tactics. Ability to defeat the enemy means taking the offensive. I retain the sense found in a similar passage in 1:3, in spite of the fact that the commentators are all against me. The meaning they give, he who cannot conquer takes the defensive, is plausible enough. 6. Standing on the defensive indicates insufficient strength. Attacking, a superabundance of strength. 7. The general who is skilled in defense hides in the most secret recesses of the earth. Literally, hides under the ninth earth, which is a metaphor indicating the utmost secrecy and concealment, so that the enemy may not know his whereabouts. He who is skilled in attack flashes forth from the topmost heights of heaven. Another metaphor implying that he falls on his adversary like a thunderbolt, against which there is no time to prepare. On the other, a victory that is complete. 8. To see victory only when it is within the ken of the common herd is not the acme of excellence. As Tzŭ remarks, the thing is to see the plant before it has germinated, to foresee the event before the action has begun. Li Chuan alludes to the story of Han Xin, who went about to attack the vastly superior army of Chao, which was strongly entrenched in the city of Cheng, and said to his officers, "Gentlemen, neither is it the acme of excellence if you fight and conquer." And the whole empire says, "Well done." True excellence being, as Tzŭ Mu says, to plan secretly, to move surreptitiously, to foil the enemy's intentions and balk his schemes, so that at last the day may be won without shedding a drop of blood. Sun Tzŭ reserves his approbation for things that the world's coarse thumb and finger fail to plumb. 10. To lift an autumn hare is no sign of great strength. Autumn hair is explained as the fur of a hare, which is finest in autumn. To hear the noise of thunder is no sign of a quick ear. Hoshi gives as real instances of strength. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one but excels in winning with ease. The last half is literally one who conquering excels in easy conquering. Mei Yao Chen says, "He who only sees the obvious wins his battles with difficulty. He who looks below the surface of things wins with ease." 12. Hence his victories bring him neither reputation for wisdom nor credit for courage. Tzŭ Mu explains this very well, inasmuch as his victories are gained over circumstances that have not come to light. The world as large knows nothing of them, and he wins no reputation for wisdom, inasmuch as the hostile state submits before there has been any bloodshed. He receives no credit for courage. 13. He wins his battles by making no mistakes. Chen Hao says, "He plans no superfluous marches. He devises no futile attacks." The connection of ideas is thus explained by Chang Yu. One who seeks to conquer by sheer strength, making no mistakes, is what establishes the certainty of victory, for it means conquering an enemy that is already defeated. 14. Hence the skillful fighter puts himself into a position which makes defeat impossible, and does not miss the moment for defeating the enemy. A counsel of perfection, as Tzŭ Mu truly observes. Position need not be confined to the actual ground occupied by the troops. It includes all the arrangements and preparations which a wise general will make to increase the safety of his army. 15. Thus it is that in war the victorious strategist only seeks battle after the victory has been won, whereas he who is destined to defeat first fights, and afterwards looks for victory. Hoshi thus expounds the paradox: in warfare first lay plans which will ensure victory, and then lead your army to battle. If you will not begin with stratagem, but rely on brute strength alone, victory will no longer be assured. 16. The consummate leader cultivates the moral law, and strictly adheres to method and discipline. Thus it is in his power to control success. 17. In respect of military method, we have, firstly, measurement; secondly, estimation of quantity; thirdly, calculation; fourthly, balancing of chances; fifthly, victory. 18. Measurement owes its existence to earth, estimation of quantity to measurement, calculation to estimation of quantity, balancing of chances to calculation, and victory to balancing of chances. It is not easy to distinguish the four terms very clearly in the Chinese. A victorious army opposed to a routed one is as a pound's weight placed in the scale against a single grain. Literally, a victorious army is like an I-20 Oz, weighed against a shoe on a 24 Oz. A routed army is a shoe weighed against an eye. The point is simply the enormous advantage which a disciplined force, flushed with victory, has over one demoralized by defeat. Legge, in his note on Mencius, I. 2. X. 2, makes the eye to be 24 Chinese ounces, and corrects Tzŭ's statement that it equaled 20 Oz only. But Li Chuan of the Tang dynasty here gives the same figure as Tzŭ c. 20. The inrush of a conquering force is like the bursting of pent-up waters into a chasm 1,000 fathoms deep. So much for tactical dispositions. Chapter The Energy 1. Sun Tzŭ said, "The control of a large force is the same principle as the control of a few men. It is merely a question of dividing up their numbers. That is, cutting up the army into regiments, companies, etc. Fighting with a large army under your command is nowise different from fighting with a small one. It is merely a question of instituting signs and signals. 3. To ensure that your whole host may withstand the brunt of the enemy's attack and remain unshaken is effected by maneuvers direct and indirect." We now come to one of the most interesting parts of Sun Tzŭ's treatise, the discussion of the Cheng and the Qi, as it is by no means easy to grasp the full significance of these two terms, or to render them consistently by good English equivalents. It may be as well to tabulate some of the commentators' remarks on the subject before proceeding further. Li Chuan, facing the enemy is Cheng, making lateral diversion is Qi. Xie Lin, in presence of the enemy, your troops should be arrayed in normal fashion, but in order to secure victory abnormal maneuvers must be employed. Mei Yao Chen, Qi is active, Cheng is passive. Passivity means waiting for an opportunity. Activity brings the victory itself. Ho Shi, we must cause the enemy to regard our straightforward attack as one that is secretly designed, and vice versa. Thus Cheng may also be Qi, and Qi may also be Cheng. He instances the famous exploit of Han Xin, who when marching ostensibly against Lin Chin, now Chow-ai and Shensi, suddenly threw a large force across the Yellow River in wooden tubs, utterly disconcerting his opponent. Here, we are told, the march on Lin Chin was Cheng, and the surprise maneuver was Qi. Cheng Yu gives the following summary of opinions on the words. Military writers do not agree with regard to the meaning of Qi and Cheng. Wei Liao says, direct warfare favors frontal attacks. Indirect warfare attacks from the rear. Cao Kung says, going straight out to join battle is a direct operation. Appearing on the enemy's rear is an indirect maneuver. Li Wei Kung says, in war, to march straight ahead is Cheng. Turning movements, on the other hand, are Qi. These writers simply regard Cheng as Cheng, and Qi as Qi. They do not note that the two are mutually interchangeable and run into each other like the two sides of a circle. A comment on the Tang Emperor Tai Tsung goes to the root of the matter. A Qi maneuver may be Cheng. If we make the enemy look upon it as Cheng, then our real attack will be Qi, and vice versa. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy, so that he cannot fathom our real intent. To put it perhaps a little more clearly, any attack or other operation is Ch'eng, on which the enemy has had his attention fixed, whereas that is Qi, which takes him by surprise or comes from an unexpected quarter. If the enemy perceives a movement which is meant to be Qi, it immediately becomes Ch'eng. 4. That the impact of your army may be like a grindstone dashed against an ichthys is effected by the science of weak points and strong. 5. In all fighting, the direct method may be used for joining battle, but indirect methods will be needed in order to secure victory. Chang Yu says, steadily develop indirect tactics, either by pounding the enemy's flanks or falling on his rear. A brilliant example of indirect tactics which decided the fortunes of a campaign was Lord Roberts' night march round the Pywar Kotal in the Second Afghan War. 6. Indirect tactics, efficiently applied, are inexhaustible as heaven and earth, unending as the flow of rivers and streams. Like the sun and moon, they end but to begin anew. Like the four seasons, they pass away but to return once more. Tu Yu and Chang Yu understand this of the permutations of Qi and Cheng, but at present Sun Tzŭ is not speaking of Cheng at all unless, indeed, we suppose with Cheng Yu seen that a clause relating to it has fallen out of the text. Of course, as has already been pointed out, the two are so inextricably interwoven in all military operations that they cannot really be considered. There are not more than 5 musical notes. Yet the combinations of these 5 give rise to more melodies than can ever be heard. 8. There are not more than 5 primary colors: blue, yellow, red, white, and black. Yet in combination they produce more hues than can ever be seen. 9. There are not more than 5 cardinal tastes: sour, acrid, salt, sweet, bitter. Yet combinations of them yield more flavors than can ever be tasted. 10. In battle, there are not more than 2 methods of attack, direct and the indirect. Yet these 2 in combination give rise to an endless series of maneuvers. 11. The direct and the indirect lead onto each other in turn. It is like moving in a circlio never come to an end. Who can exhaust the possibilities of their combination? 12. The onset of troops is like the rush of a torrent which will even roll stones along in its course. 13. The quality of decision is like the well-timed swoop of a falcon which enables it to strike and destroy its victim. The Chinese here is tricky, and a certain key word in the context it is used defies the best efforts of the translator. Tu Mu defines this word as the measurement or estimation of distance. But this meaning does not quite fit the illustrative simile. 15. Applying this definition to the falcon, it seems to me to denote that instinct of self-restraint which keeps the bird from swooping on its quarry until the right moment, together with the power of judging when the right moment has arrived. The analogous quality in soldiers is the highly important one of being able to reserve their fire until the very instant at which it will be most effective. When the Victory went into action at Trafalgar at hardly more than drifting pace, she was for several minutes exposed to a storm of shot and shell before replying with a single gun. Nelson coolly waited until he was within close range, when the broadside he brought to bear worked fearful havoc on the enemy's nearest ships. 14. Therefore the good fighter will be terrible in his onset, and prompt in his decision. The word decision would have reference to the measurement of distance mentioned above. Energy may be likened to the bending of a crossbow, decision to the releasing of the trigger. None of the commentators seem to grasp the real point of the simile of energy and the force stored up in the bent crossbow until released by the finger on the trigger. 16. Amid the turmoil and tumult of battle, there may be seeming disorder and yet no real disorder at all. Amid confusion and chaos, your array may be without head or tail, yet it will be proof against defeat. Mei Yao Chen says, the subdivisions of the army having been previously fixed, and the various signals agreed upon, the separating and joining, the dispersing and collecting which will take place in the course of a battle. Simulated disorder postulates perfect discipline. Simulated fear postulates courage. Simulated weakness postulates strength. In order to make the translation intelligible, it is necessary to tone down the sharply paradoxical form of the original. Cao Kung throws out a hint of the meaning in his brief note. These things all serve to destroy formation and conceal one's condition. But Tzŭ Mu is the first to put it quite plainly. If you wish to feign confusion in order to lure the enemy on, you must first have perfect discipline. If you wish to display timidity in order to entrap the enemy, you must have extreme courage. If you wish to parade your weakness in order to make the enemy overconfident, you must have exceeding strength. 18. Hiding order beneath the cloak of disorder is simply a question of subdivision. Concealing courage under a show of timidity presupposes a fund of latent energy. The commentators strongly understand a certain Chinese word here differently than anywhere else in this chapter. Thus Tzŭ Mu says, seeing that we are favorably circumstanced and yet make no move, the enemy will believe that we are really afraid. Masking strength with weakness is to be effected by tactical dispositions. Cheng Yu relates the following anecdote of Cao Tzu. The first Han emperor, wishing to crush the Xiongnu, he sent out spies to report on their condition, but the Xiongnu, forewarned, carefully concealed all their able-bodied men and well-fed horses, and only allowed infirm soldiers and emaciated cattle to be seen. The result was that spies. Thus one who is skillful at keeping the enemy on the move maintains deceitful appearances, according to which the enemy will act. Cao Kung's note is make a display of weakness and want. Tzŭ Mu says, if our force happens to be superior to the enemy's, weakness may be simulated in order to lure him on. But if inferior, he must be led to believe that we are strong, in order that he may keep off. In fact, all the enemy's movements should be determined by the signs that we choose to give him. Note the following anecdote of Sun Pin, a descendant of Sun Tzŭ. In 341 v.C., the Qi state being at war with Wei, sent Tian Qi and Sun Pin against the general Pang Chuan, who happened to be a deadly personal enemy of the later. Sun Pin said, the Qi state has a reputation for cowardice, and therefore our adversary despises us. Let us turn this circumstance to account. Accordingly, when the army had crossed the border into Wei territory, he gave orders to show 100 fires on the first night, 50 on the next, and the night after only 20. Pang Chuan pursued them hotly, saying to himself, I knew these men of Qi were cowards. Their numbers have already fallen away by more than half. In his retreat, Sun Pin came to a narrow defile, which he calculated that his pursuers would reach after dark. Here he had a tree stripped of its bark, and inscribed upon it the words, under this tree shall Pang Chuan die. Then, as night began to fall, he placed a strong body of archers in ambush nearby, with orders to shoot directly if they saw a light. Later on, Pang Chuan arrived at the spot, and noticing the tree, struck a light in order to read what was written on it. His body was immediately riddled by a volley of arrows, and his whole army thrown into confusion. The above is Tzŭ Mu's version of the story. The Shiqi less dramatically, but probably with more historical truth, makes Pang Chuan cut his own throat with an exclamation of despair. After the rout of his army, he sacrifices something, that the enemy may snatch at it. 20. By holding out baits, he keeps him on the march. Then with a body of picked men, he lies in wait for him. With an emendation suggested by Li Qing, this then reads, he lies in wait with the main body of his troops. 21. The clever combatant looks to the effect of combined energy, and does not require too much from individuals. Tzŭ Mu says, he first of all considers the power of his army in the bulk. Afterwards, he takes individual talent into account, and uses each man according to his capabilities. He does not demand perfection from the untalented. Hence his ability to pick out the right men and utilize combined energy. 22. When he utilize combined energy, his fighting men become as it were like unto rolling logs or stones. For it is the nature of a log or stone to remain motionless on level ground, and to move when on a slope, if four-cornered, to come to a standstill, but if round shape, to go rolling down. 23. Thus the energy developed by good fighting men is as the momentum of a round stone rolled down a mountain thousands of feet in height. So much on the subject of energy. The chief lesson of this chapter, in Sun Tzŭ's opinion, is the paramount importance in war of rapid evolutions and sudden rushes great results. He adds can thus be achieved with small forces 41 years in India. Chapter 46. Chapter Vi. Weak points and strong. Chang Yu attempts to explain the sequence of chapters as follows. Chapter 4. On tactical dispositions treated of the offensive and the defensive. Chapter 5. On energy dealt with direct and indirect methods. The good general acquaints himself first with the theory of attack and defense, and then turns his attention to direct and indirect methods. Sun Tzŭ said, "Whoever is first in the field and awaits the coming of the enemy will be fresh for the fight. Whoever is second in the field and has to hasten to battle will arrive exhausted." 2. Therefore the clever combatant imposes his will on the enemy, but does not allow the enemy's will to be imposed on him. One mark of a great soldier is that he fight on his own terms or fights not at all. 3. By holding out advantages to him, he can cause the enemy to approach of his own accord, or, by inflicting damage, he can make it impossible for the enemy to draw near. In the first case, he will entice him with a bait. In the second, he will strike at some important point which the enemy will have to defend. 4. If the enemy is taking his ease, he can harass him. This passage may be cited as evidence against Mei Yao Chen's interpretation of I-23. If well supplied with food, he can starve him out. If quietly encamped, he can force him to move. 5. Appear at points which the enemy must hasten to defend. March swiftly to places where you are not expected. 6. An army may march great distances without distress, if it marches through country where the enemy is not. Cao Kung sums up very well. Emerge from the void Q, D like a bolt from the blue. Strike at vulnerable points. Shun places that are defended. Attack in unexpected quarters. 7. You can be sure of succeeding in your attacks if you only attack places which are undefended. Wang Xi explains undefended places as weak points, that is to say, where the general is lacking in capacity or the soldiers in spirit, where the walls are not strong enough or the precautions not strict enough, i.e., where there are none of the weak points mentioned above. There is rather a nice point involved in the interpretation of this later clause. Tu Mu, Chen Hao, and Mei Yao Chen assume the meaning to be, in order to make your defense quite safe, you must defend even those places that are not likely to be attacked. And Tu Mu adds, how much more, then, those that will be attacked, taken thus. However, the clause balances less well with the prestigious ways of consideration in the highly antithetical style which is natural to the Chinese. Chang Yu, therefore, seems to come nearer the mark in saying, he who is skilled in attack flashes forth from the topmost heights of heaven C if 7, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against him. This being so, the places that I shall attack are precisely those that the enemy cannot defend. He who is skilled in defense hides in the most secret recesses of the earth, making it impossible for the enemy to estimate his whereabouts. This being so, the places that I shall hold are precisely those that the enemy cannot attack. 8. Hence that general is skillful in attack, whose opponent does not know what to defend, and he is skillful in defense. 9. O divine art of subtlety and secrecy! Through you we learn to be invisible, through you inaudible. Literally, without form or sound, but it is said of course with reference to the enemy, and hence we can hold the enemy's fate in our hands. 10. You may advance and be absolutely irresistible, if you make for the enemy's weak points. You may retire and be safe from pursuit if your movements are more rapid than those of the enemy. 11. If we wish to fight, the enemy can be forced to an engagement even though he be sheltered behind a high rampart and a deep ditch. All we need do is attack some other place that he will be obliged to relieve. Sun Tzŭ says if the enemy is the invading party, we can cut his line of communications and occupy the roads by which he will have to return. If we are the invaders, we may direct our attack against the sovereign himself. It is clear that Sun Tzŭ, unlike certain generals in the late Boer War, was no believer in frontal attacks. 12. If we do not wish to fight, we can prevent the enemy from engaging us even though the lines of our encampment be merely traced out on the ground. All we need do is to throw something odd and unaccountable in his way. This extremely concise expression is intelligibly paraphrased by Chia Lin. Even though we have constructed neither wall nor ditch, Li Chuan says, we puzzle him by strange and unusual dispositions, and Sun Tzŭ finally clinches the meaning by 3 illustrative anecdotes of Chu Ko Liang. By discovering the enemy's dispositions and remaining invisible ourselves, we can keep our forces concentrated, while the enemy's must be divided. The conclusion is perhaps not very obvious, but Chang Yu after Mei Yao Chen rightly explains it thus. If the enemy's dispositions are visible, we can make for him in one body, whereas, our own dispositions being kept secret, the enemy will be obliged to divide his forces in order to guard against attack from every quarter. 14. We can form a single united body, while the enemy must split up into fractions. Hence there will be a whole pitted against separate parts of a whole, which means that we shall be many to the enemy's few. 15. And if we are able thus to attack an inferior force with a superior one, our opponents will be in dire straits. 16. The spot where we intend to fight must not be made known, for then the enemy will have to prepare against a possible attack at several different points. Sheridan once explained the reason of General Grant's victories by saying that while his opponents were kept fully employed wondering what he was going to do, he was thinking most of what he was going to do himself, and his forces being thus distributed in many directions, the numbers we shall have to face at any given point will be proportionately few. 17. For should the enemy strengthen his van, he will weaken his rear. Should he strengthen his rear, he will weaken his van. Should he strengthen his left, he will weaken his right. Should he strengthen his right, he will weaken his left. If he sends reinforcements everywhere, he will everywhere be weak. In Frederick the Great's instructions to his generals we read, a defensive war is apt to betray us into too frequent detachment. Those generals who have had but little experience attempt to protect every point, while those who are better acquainted with their profession, having only the capital object in view, guard against a decisive blow, and acquiesce in small misfortunes. Numerical weakness comes from having to prepare against possible attacks. Numerical strength from compelling our adversary to make these preparations against us. The highest generalship, in Colonel Henderson's words, is to compel the enemy to disperse his army, and then to concentrate superior force against each fraction in turn. 19. Knowing the place and the time of the coming battle, we may concentrate from the greatest distances in order to fight. What Sun Tzŭ evidently has in mind, that nice calculation of distances, and that masterly employment of strategy which enable a general to divide his army for the purpose of a long and rapid march, and afterwards to effect a junction at precisely the right spot and the right hour in order to confront the enemy in overwhelming strength. But if neither time nor place be known. Then the left wing will be impotent to succor the right equally impotent to succor the left, the van unable to relieve the rear, or the rear to support the van. How much more so if the furthest portions of the army are anything under 100 li apart, and even the nearest are separated by several li. The Chinese of this last sentence is a little lacking in precision, but the mental picture we are required to draw is probably that of an army advancing towards a given rendezvous in separate columns, each of which has orders to be there on a fixed date, if the general allows the various detachments, though according to my estimate the soldiers of I exceed our own in number, that shall advantage them nothing in the matter of victory. I say then that victory can be achieved. Alas for these brave words! The long feud between the two states ended in 473 V.C. with the total defeat of Wu by Cao Chen and its incorporation in I. This was doubtless long after Sun Tzŭ's death. With his present assertion compare Iv. 4. Chang Yu is the only one to point out the seeming discrepancy, which he thus goes on to explain. In the chapter on tactical dispositions it is said, "One may know how to conquer without being able to do it," whereas here we have the statement that victory can be achieved. The explanation is that in the former chapter, where the offensive and defensive are under discussion, it is said that if the enemy is fully prepared, one cannot make certain of beating him. But the present passage refers particularly to the soldiers of I who, according to Sun Tzŭ's calculations, will be kept in ignorance of the time and place of the impending struggle. That is why he says here that victory can be achieved. 22. Though the enemy be stronger in numbers, we may prevent him from fighting. Scheme so as to discover his plans and the likelihood of their success. An alternative reading offered by Chia Lin is, know beforehand all plans conducive to our success, and to the enemy's failure. 23. Rouse him, and learn the principle of his activity or inactivity. Chang Yu tells us that by noting the joy or anger shown by the enemy on being thus disturbed, we shall be able to conclude whether his policy is to lie low or so as to find out his vulnerable spots. 24. Carefully compare the opposing army with your own, so that you may know where strength is superabundant and where it is deficient. 25. In making tactical dispositions, the highest pitch you can attain is to conceal them. The piquancy of the paradox evaporates in translation. Concealment is perhaps not so much actual invisibility (see supra 9) as showing no sign of what you mean to do of the plans that are formed in your brain. Conceal your dispositions, and you will be safe from the prying of the sublest spies, from the machinations of the wisest brains. Tzŭ explains, though the enemy may have clever and capable officers, they will not be able to lay any plans against us. 26. How victory may be produced for them out of the enemy's own tactics, that is what the multitude cannot comprehend. 27. All men can see the tactics whereby I conquer, but what none can see is the strategy out of which victory is evolved, i.e. everybody can see superficially how a battle is won. Do not repeat the tactics which have gained you one victory, but let your methods be regulated by the infinite variety of circumstances. As Wang Xi sagely remarks, there is but one root principle underlying victory, but the tactics which led up to it are infinite in number. With this compare Colonel Henderson. The rules of strategy are few and simple. They may be learned in a week. They may be taught by familiar illustrations or a dozen diagrams, but such knowledge. Military tactics are like unto water, for water in its natural course runs away from high places and hastens downwards. 30. So in war, the way is to avoid what is strong and to strike at what is weak. 31. Water shapes its course according to the nature of the ground over which it flows. The soldier works out his victory in relation to the foe whom he is facing. 32. Therefore, just as water retains no constant shape, so in warfare there are no constant conditions. 33. He who can modify his tactics in relation to his opponent and thereby succeed in winning may be called a heaven-born captain. 34. The five elements water, fire, wood, metal, earth are not always equally predominant. The four seasons make way for each other in turn. There are short days and long. The moon has its periods of waning and waxing. V6. The purport of the passage is simply to illustrate the want of fixity in war by the changes constantly taking place in nature. The comparison is not very happy, however, because the regularity of the phenomena which Sun Tzŭ mentions is by no means paralleled in war. See Colonel Henderson's biography of Stonewall Jackson, 1902 ed. Vol. I. p. 490. Chapter Vi. Maneuvering. 1. Sun Tzŭ said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign." 2. Having collected an army and concentrated his forces, he must blend and harmonize the different elements thereof before pitching his camp. Chang Yu says the establishment of harmony and confidence between the higher and lower ranks before venturing into the field, and he quotes a saying of Woot's chap 1 ed in it. After that comes tactical manoeuvring, than which there is nothing more difficult. I have departed slightly from the traditional interpretation of Tsao Kung, who says from the time of receiving the sovereign's instructions until our encampment over against the enemy, the tactics to be pursued are most difficult. It seems to me that the tactics or manoeuvres can hardly be said to begin until the army has sallied forth and encamped, and Chen has note gives color. The difficulty of tactical manoeuvring consists in turning the devious into the direct, and misfortune into gain. This sentence contains one of those highly condensed and somewhat enigmatical expressions of which Sun Tzŭ is so fond. This is how it is explained by Tsao Kung. Make it appear that you are a long way off. Then cover the distance rapidly and arrive on the scene before your opponent. Tu Mu says, "Hoodwink the enemy, so that he may be remiss and leisurely while you are dashing along with utmost speed." Hoshi gives a slightly different turn. Although you may have difficult ground to traverse and natural obstacles to encounter, this is a drawback which can be turned into actual advantage by celerity of movement. Signal examples of this saying are afforded by the two famous passages across the Alpstead of Hannibal, which laid Italy at his mercy, and that of Napoleon 2,000 years later, which resulted in the great victory of Marengo. 4. Thus, to take a long and circuitous route, after enticing the enemy out of the way, and those starting after him, to contrive to reach the goal before him, shows knowledge of the artifice of deviation. Tu Mu cites the famous march of Chao Shi in 270 V.C. to relieve the town of Oyu, which was closely invested by a Qin army. The king of Chao first consulted Lin Po on the advisability of attempting a relief, but the latter thought the distance too great, and the intervening country too rugged and difficult. His Majesty then turned to Chao Shi, who fully admitted the hazardous nature of the march, but finally said, "We shall be like two rats fighting in a woolland, the pluckier one will win." So he left the capital with his army, but had only gone a distance of 30 li when he stopped and began throwing up entrenchments. For 28 days he continued strengthening his fortifications, and took care that spies should carry the intelligence to the enemy. The Qin general was overjoyed, and attributed his adversary's tardiness to the fact that the beleaguered city was in the Han state, and thus not actually part of Chao territory. But the spies had no sooner departed than Chao, and arrive on the scene of action with such astonishing rapidity that he was able to occupy a commanding position on the North Hill before the enemy had got wind of his movements. A crushing defeat followed for the Qin forces, who were obliged to raise the siege of Oyu in all haste and retreat across the border. 5. Manoeuvring with an army is advantageous. With an undisciplined multitude, most dangerous. I adopt the reading of the Tung Tien, Cheng Yu Xin, and the Tu Shu. since they appear to apply the exact nuance required in order to make sense. The commentators using the standard text take this line to mean that maneuvers may be profitable, or they may be dangerous. It all depends on the ability of the general. 6. If you set a fully equipped army in march in order to snatch an advantage, the chances are that you will be too late. On the other hand, to detach a flying column for the purpose involves the sacrifice of its baggage and stores. Some of the Chinese text is unintelligible to the Chinese commentators, who paraphrase the sentence. I submit my own rendering without much enthusiasm, thus: if you order your men to roll up their buff coats, and make forced marches without halting day or night, covering double the usual distance at a stretch. The ordinary day's march according to Tzŭ was 30 li, but on one occasion when pursuing Liu Pei, Sun Tzŭ is said to have covered the incredible distance of 300 li within 24 hours. The leaders of all your 3 divisions will fall into the hands of the enemy. 8. The stronger men will be in front. The jaded ones will fall behind. And on this plan only 1/10 of your army will reach its destination. The moral is, as Cao Kung and others point out, don't march 100 li to gain a tactical advantage. Either with or without impedimenta, maneuvers of this description should be confined to short distances. Stonewall Jackson said, "The hardships of forced marches are often more painful than the dangers of battle." He did not often call upon his troops for extraordinary. If you march 50 li in order to outmaneuver the enemy, you will lose the leader of your first division, and only half your force will reach the goal. 10. If you march 30 li with the same object, 2/3 of your army will arrive. In the Tung-Tien is added. 11. We may take it then that an army without its baggage train is lost. Without provisions it is lost. Without bases of supply it is lost. I think Sun Tzŭ meant stores accumulated in depots, but Tu Yu says fodder and the like. Chang Yu says goods in general, and Wang Si says fuel, salt, foodstuffs, etc. 12. We cannot enter into alliances until we are acquainted with the designs of our neighbors. 13. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. 14. We shall be unable to turn natural advantages to account unless we make use of local guides. 15. In war, practice dissimulation, and you will succeed. In the tactics of Turin, deception of the enemy especially, as to the numerical strength of his troops, took a very prominent position. Move only if there is a real advantage to be gained. 16. Whether to concentrate or to divide your troops must be decided by circumstances. 17. Let your rapidity be that of the wind. The simile is doubly appropriate because the wind is not only swift. Mengshi comes nearer to the mark in his note when slowly marching order, and ranks must be preserved so as to guard against surprise attacks, but natural forest do not grow in rows, whereas they do generally possess the quality of density or compactness. 18. In raiding and plundering be like fire. Shiching Iv 3 Iv 6 fierce as a blazing fire which no man can check, in immovability like a mountain. That is, when holding a position from which the enemy is trying to dislodge you, or perhaps, as Tu Yu says, when he is trying to entice you into a trap. 19. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Tu Yu quotes a saying of Tai Kung which has passed into a proverb. You cannot shut your ears to the thunder or your eyes to the lightning, so rapid are they. Likewise, an attack should be made so quickly that it cannot be parried. 20. When you plunder a countryside, let the spoil be divided amongst your men. Sun Tzŭ wishes to lessen the abuses of indiscriminate plundering by insisting that all booty shall be thrown into a common stock. Cut it up into allotments for the benefit of the soldiery. Chen Hao says quarter your soldiers on the land, and let them sow and plant it, It is by acting on this principle, and harvesting the lands they invaded, that the Chinese have succeeded in carrying out some of their most memorable and triumphant expeditions. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. Chang Yu quotes Wei Liao's as saying that we must not break camp until we have gained the resisting power of the enemy and the cleverness of the opposing general. 22. He will conquer who has learnt the artifice of deviation, such as the art of manoeuvring. With these words, the chapter would naturally come to an end, but there now follows a long appendix in the shape of an extract from an earlier book on war now lost, but apparently extant at the time when Sun Tzŭ wrote. The Book of Army Management says, "It is perhaps significant that none of the earlier commentators give us any information about this work. The spoken word does not carry far enough. Hence the institution of gongs and drums. Nor can ordinary objects be seen clearly enough. Hence the institution of banners and flags." 24. Gongs and drums, banners and flags, are means whereby the ears and eyes of the host may be focused on one particular point. Chang Yu says if sight and hearing converge simultaneously on the same object, the evolutions of as many as 1,000,000 soldiers will be like those of a single man 25, the host thus forming a single united body. Is it impossible either for the brave to advance alone, or for the cowardly to retreat alone? Chuang Yu quotes a saying equally guilty are those who advance against orders and those who retreat against orders. Tu Mu tells a story in this connection of Wu Qi when he was fighting against the Qin state. Before the battle had begun, one of his soldiers, a man of matchless daring, sallied forth by himself. 26. In night fighting, then, make much use of signal fires and drums, and in fighting by day, of flags and banners, as a means of influencing the ears and eyes of your army. Chen Hao alludes to Li Kuang's night ride to Ho Yang at the head of 500 mounted men. They made such an imposing display with torches that though the rebel leader Shi Su Ming had a large army, a whole army may be robbed of its spirit. In war, says Chang Yu, if a spirit of anger can be made to pervade all ranks of an army at one and the same time, its onset will be irresistible. Now the spirit of the enemy's soldiers will be keenest when they have newly arrived on the scene, and it is therefore our cue not to fight at once, but to wait until their ardor and enthusiasm have worn off, and then strike. It is in this way that they may be robbed of their keen spirit. Li Chuan and others tell an anecdote to be found in the Tzŭ Chuan, Year 10, one of Cao Kui, a protege of Duke Chuang of Lu. The latter state was attacked by Qi, and the Duke was about to join battle at Changzhou, after the first roll of the enemy's drums, when Cao said, "Not just yet." Only after their drums had beaten for the third time did he give the word for attack. Then they fought, and the men of Qi were utterly defeated. Questioned afterwards by the Duke as to the meaning of his delay, Cao Kui replied, "In battle, a courageous spirit is everything. Now the first roll of the drum tends to create this spirit, but with the second it is already on the wane, and after the third it is gone altogether. I attacked when their spirit was gone and ours was at its height. Hence our victory." Wu's chap. 4 puts spirit first among the 4 important influences in war, and continues, "The value of a whole army, a mighty host of 1,000,000 men, is dependent on one man alone. Such is the influence of spirit. A commander-in-chief may be robbed of his presence of mind." Chang Yu says presence of mind is the general's most important asset. It is the quality which enables him to discipline disorder and to inspire courage into the panic-stricken. The great General Li Qing A.D. 571-649 has a saying, attacking does not merely consist in assaulting walled cities or striking at an army. Now a soldier's spirit is keenest in the morning, always, provided, I suppose, that he has had breakfast. At the Battle of the Trebia, the Romans were foolishly allowed to fight fasting, and in the evening His mind is bent only on returning to camp. 29. A clever general, therefore, avoids an army when its spirit is keen, but attacks it when it is sluggish and inclined to return. This is the art of studying moods. 30. Disciplined and calm, to await the appearance of disorder and hubbub amongst the enemy. This is the art of retaining self-possession. 31. To be near the goal while the enemy is still far from it. To wait at ease while the enemy is toiling and struggling. To be well fed while the enemy is famished. This is the art of husbanding one's strength. 32. To refrain from intercepting an enemy whose banners are in perfect order. To refrain from attacking an army drawn up in calm and confident array. This is the art of studying circumstances. 33. It is a military axiom not to advance uphill against the enemy, nor to oppose him when he comes downhill. 34. Do not pursue an enemy who simulates flight. Do not attack soldiers whose temper is keen. 35. Do not swallow a bait offered by the enemy. Li Chuan and Tu Mu, with extraordinary inability to see a metaphor, take these words quite literally of food and drink that have been poisoned by the enemy. Chen Hao and Chang Yu carefully point out that the saying has a wider application. The commentators explain this rather singular piece of advice by saying that a man whose heart is set on returning home will fight to the death against any attempt to bar his way, and is therefore too dangerous an opponent to be tackled. Chang Yu quotes the words of Han Xin: "Invincible is the soldier who hath his desire and returneth homewards." A marvelous tale is told of Tzŭ Tzŭ's courage and resource one of the San Kuo Chi, in 198 A.D. He was besieging Chang Shu in Jiang, when Lu Pi sent reinforcements with a view to cutting off Tzŭ's retreat. The latter was obliged to draw off his troops, only to find himself hemmed in between two enemies, who were guarding each outlet of a narrow pass in which he had engaged himself. In this desperate plight Tzŭ waited until nightfall, when he bored a tunnel into the mountain side and laid an ambush in it. As soon as the whole army had passed by, the hidden troops fell on his rear, while Tzŭ himself turned and met his pursuers in front, so that they were thrown into confusion and annihilated. Tzŭ Tzŭ said afterwards, "The brigands tried to check my army in its retreat and brought me to battle in a desperate position. Hence I knew how to overcome them." 36. When you surround an army, leave an outlet free. This does not mean that the enemy is to be allowed to escape. Chen Hao quotes the saying, "Birds and beasts when brought to bay will use their claws and teeth." Chang Yu says, "If your adversary has burned his boats and destroyed his cooking pots, and is ready to stake all on the issue of a battle, he must not be pushed to extremities." Ho Shi illustrates the meaning by a story taken from the life of Yanqing, that general. 37. Such is the art of warfare. See Colonel Henderson, Opposite, Vol. I. p. 426. For a number of maxims on this head, see Marshall Turin Longman's 1907, p. 29. Chapter V. Variation of Tactics. The heading means literally the 9 variations, but as Sun Tzŭ does not appear to enumerate these, and as indeed he has already told us v. 611 that such deflections from the ordinary course are practically innumerable, we have little option but to follow Wang Xi. 1. Sun Tzŭ said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign, collects his army and concentrates his forces." Repeated from Vi 1, where it is certainly more in place. It may have been interpolated here merely in order to supply a beginning to the chapter 2. When in difficult country, do not encamp in country where high roads intersect. Join hands with your allies. Do not linger in dangerously isolated positions. The last situation is not one of the 9 situations as given in the beginning of chap. Xi, but occurs later on Ibid. 43. QV. Chang Yu defines this situation as being situated across the frontier, in hostile territory. Li Chuan says it is country in which there are no springs or wells, flocks or herds, vegetables or firewood. Lin, one of gorges, chasms and precipice, without a road by which to advance. In hemmed-in situations, you must resort to stratagem. In a desperate position, you must fight. 3. There are roads which must not be followed, especially those leading through narrow defiles, says Li Chuan. More correctly, perhaps, there are times when an army must not be attacked. Chen Hao says, when you see your way to obtain a rival advantage, but are powerless to inflict a real defeat, refrain from attacking, for fear of overtaxing your men's strength. Towns which must not be besieged. Fort Tzŭ gives an interesting illustration from his own experience. When invading the territory of Shu Tzŭ, he ignored the city of Hua Pai, which lay directly in his path, and pressed on into the heart of the country. This excellent strategy was rewarded by the subsequent capture of no fewer than 14 important district cities. Chang Yu says no town. Commands of the sovereign which must not be obeyed. This is a hard saying for the Chinese with their reverence for authority, and Wei Liao's quoted by Tzŭ Mu is moved to exclaim weapons are baleful instruments. Strife is antagonistic to virtue. A military commander is the negation of civil order. The unpalatable fact remains, however, that even imperial wishes must be subordinated to military. The general who thoroughly understands the advantages that accompany variation of tactics knows how to handle his troops. 5. The general who does not understand these may be well acquainted with the configuration of the country, yet he will not be able to turn his knowledge to practical account. Literally, get the advantage of the ground, which means not only securing good positions, but availing oneself of natural advantages in every possible way. Chang Yu says, every kind of ground is characterized by certain natural features, and also gives scope for a certain variability of plan. How it is possible to turn these natural so, the student of war who is unversed in the art of war of varying his plans, even though he be acquainted with the 5 advantages, will fail to make the best use of his men. Lin tells us that these imply 5 obvious and generally advantageous lines of action, namely, if a certain road is short, it must be followed. If an army is isolated, it must be attacked. If a town is in a parlous condition, it must be besieged. If a position can be stormed, it must be attempted, and if consistent with military, hence in the wise leader's plans, considerations of advantage and of disadvantage will be blended together, whether in an advantageous position or a disadvantageous one. 8. If our expectation of advantage be tempered in this way, we may succeed in accomplishing the essential part of our schemes. Tzŭ Mu says, if we wish to wrest an advantage from the enemy, we must not fix our minds on that alone, but allow for the possibility of the enemy also doing some harm to us, and let this enter as a factor into our calculations. If, on the other hand, in the midst of difficulties we are always ready to seize an advantage, we may extricate ourselves from misfortune. Tzŭ Mu says, if I wish to extricate myself from a dangerous position, I must consider not only the enemy's ability to injure me, but also my own ability to gain an advantage over the enemy. If in my counsels these 2 considerations are properly blended, I shall succeed in liberating myself. For instance, if I am surrounded by the enemy and only think of effecting an escape, the nervelessness of my policy will incite my adversary to pursue and crush me. It would be far better to encourage my men to deliver a bold counter-attack, and use the advantage thus gained to free myself. See the story of Sun Tzŭ. Vi. 35. Note 10. Reduce the hostile chiefs by inflicting damage on them. Lin enumerates several ways of inflicting this injury, some of which would only occur to the Oriental mind, entice away the enemy's best and wisest men. Sun Tzŭ, this phrase in his interpretation indicates that trouble should be made for the enemy affecting their possessions. Literally, make servants of them, Yu says prevent them, and make them rush to any given point. Mencius' note contains an excellent example of the idiomatic use of cause them to forget the reasons for acting otherwise than on their first impulse, and hasten in our direction. 11. The art of war teaches us to rely not on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but on our own readiness to receive him, not on the chance of his not attacking, but rather on the fact that we have made our position unassailable. 12. There are 5 dangerous faults which may affect a general. 1. Recklessness, which leads to destruction. Bravery without forethought, as Tzŭ analyzes it, which causes a man to fight blindly and desperately like a mad bull. Such an opponent, says Chang Yu, must not be encountered with brute force, but may be lured into an ambush and slain. Woods, Chap. Iv. And in it. In estimating the character of a general, men are wont to pay exclusive attention to his courage, forgetting that courage is only one out of many qualities which a general should possess. The merely brave man is prone to fight recklessly, and he who fights recklessly, without any perception of what is expedient, must be condemned. Sumafa, 2, makes the incisive remark: simply going to one's death does not bring about victory. 2. Cowardice, which leads to capture. Tzŭ defines the Chinese word translated here as cowardice as being of the man whom timidity prevents from advancing to seize an advantage. And Wang Xi adds, who is quick to flee at the sight of danger. Mengshi gives the closer paraphrase, he who is bent on returning alive. This is the man who will never take a risk. But, as Sun Tzŭ knew, nothing is to be achieved in war unless you are willing to take risks. Tai Kung said, he who lets an advantage slip will subsequently bring upon himself real disaster. In 404 D. Lu Yu pursued the rebel Huan. The loyal troops numbered only a few thousands, while their opponents were in great force. But Huan Xuan, fearing the fate which was in store for him should be overcome, had a light boat made fast to the side of his war junk, so that he might escape, if necessary, at a moment's notice. The natural result was that the fighting spirit of his soldiers was utterly quenched, and when the loyalists made an attack from windward with fireships, all striving with the utmost ardor to be first in the fray, Huan Xuan's forces were routed, had to burn all their baggage, and fled for 2 days and nights without stopping. Chang Yu tells a somewhat similar story of Chao Ying-chi, a general of the Qin state who during a battle with the army of Chu in 597 v.C. had a boat kept in readiness for him on the river, wishing in case of defeat to be the first to get across. 3. A hasty temper, which can be provoked by insults. Tu Mu tells us that Yao Xing, when opposed in 357 A.D. by Huang Mei, Teng Chang and others shut himself up behind his walls and refused to fight. Teng Chang said, "Our adversary is of a choleric temper and easily provoked. Let us make constant sallies and break down his walls. Then he will grow angry and come out. Once we can bring his force to battle, it is doomed to be our prey." This plan was acted upon. Yao, sighing, came out to fight, was lured as far as San Yuan by the enemy's pretended flight, and finally attacked and slain. 4. A delicacy of honor which is sensitive to shame. This need not be taken to mean that a sense of honor is really a defect in a general. What Sun Tzŭ condemns is rather an exaggerated sensitiveness to slanderous reports. The thin-skinned man who is stung by opprobrium, however undeserved, Mei Yao Chen truly observes, though somewhat paradoxically, the seeker after glory should be careless of public opinion. 5. Over-solicitude for his men. which exposes him to worry and trouble. Here again Sun Tzŭ does not mean that the general is to be careless of the welfare of his troops. All he wishes to emphasize is the danger of sacrificing any important military advantage to the immediate comfort of his men. These are the 5 besetting sins of a general, ruinous to the conduct of war. 14. When an army is overthrown and its leader slain, the cause will surely be found among these 5 dangerous faults. Let them be a subject of meditation. Marshal Turin, p. 50, chapter X. The Army on the March. The contents of this interesting chapter are better indicated in 1 than by this heading 1. Sun Tzŭ said, "We come now to the question of encamping the army, and observing signs of the enemy. Pass quickly over mountains, and keep in the neighborhood of valleys." The idea is not to linger among barren uplands, but to keep close to supplies of water and grass. 3. Abide not in natural ovens, i.e. the openings of valleys. Chang Yu tells the following anecdote. Camp in high places, not on high hills, but on knolls or hillocks elevated above the surrounding country, facing the sun. Tu Mu takes this to mean facing south, and Chen Hao facing east. 4. When an invading force crosses a river in its onward march, do not advance to meet it in midstream. It will be best to let half the army get across, and then deliver your attack. Li Chuan alludes to the great victory won by Han Xin over Lung Chu at the Wei River. Turning to the Chen Han Shu, 34, Fol. 6 verso, we find the battle described as follows. The 2 armies were drawn up on opposite sides of the river. In the night, Han Xin ordered his men to take some 10,000 sacks filled with sand and construct a dam higher up. Then, leading half his army across, he attacked Lung Chu, but after a time, pretending to have failed in his attempt, he hastily withdrew to the other bank. Lung Chu was much elated by this unlooked-for success, and exclaiming, "I felt sure that Han Xin was really a coward," he pursued him and began crossing the river in his turn. Han Xin now sent a party to cut open the sandbags, thus releasing a great volume of water, which swept down and prevented the greater portion of Lung Chu's army from getting across. He then turned upon the force which had been cut off, and annihilated it, Lung Chu himself being amongst the slain. The rest of the army, on the further bank, also scattered and fled in all directions. 5. If you are anxious to fight, you should not go to meet the invader near a river which he has to cross. 6. Moor your craft higher up than the enemy, and facing the sun. See Supra 2. The repetition of these words in connection with water is very awkward. Chang Yu has the noter said, either of troops marshaled on the river bank. Tu Mu says, as water flows downwards, "We must not pitch our camp on the lower reaches of a river, for fear the enemy should open the sluice and sweep us away in a flood." Chu Ko Wu, who has remarked that in river warfare we must not advance against the stream, which is as much as to say that our fleet must not be anchored below that of the enemy. 7. In crossing salt marshes, your sole concern should be to get over them quickly, without any delay, because of the lack of fresh water, the poor quality of the herbage, and last but not least, because they are low, flat, and exposed to attack. 8. If forced to fight in a salt marsh, you should have water and grass near you, and get your back to a clump of trees. Li Chuan remarks that the ground is less likely to be treacherous where there are trees, while Tu Mu says that they will serve to protect the rear. So much for operations in salt marshes. 9. In dry, level country, take up an easily accessible position with rising ground to your right and on your rear. Tu Mu quotes Tai Kung as saying, "An army should have a stream or a marsh on its left, and a hill or tumulus on its right, and safety lie behind." So much for campaigning in flat country. 10. These are the four useful branches of military knowledge, those, namely, concerned with 1 mountains, 2 rivers, 3 marshes, and 4 plains. Compare Napoleon's military maxims, No. 1, which enabled the Yellow Emperor to vanquish 4 several sovereigns. Regarding the Yellow Emperor, Mei Yao Chen asks, with some plausibility, whether there is an error in the text, as nothing is known of Huang Ti having conquered 4 other emperors. The Shi Qi Chuan in it speaks only of his victories over Yan Ti and Qiyu. In the Lu Dao it is mentioned that he fought 70 battles and pacified the empire. Cao Kung's explanation: all armies prefer high ground. High ground, says Mei Yao Chen, is not only more agreeable and salubrious, but more convenient from a military point of view. Low ground is not only damp and unhealthy, but also disadvantageous for fighting, and sunny places too dark. 12. If you are careful of your men, Cao Kung says, make for fresh water and pasture, where you can turn out your animals to graze, and camp on hard ground. The army will be free from disease of every kind. Chang Yu says the dryness of the climate will prevent the outbreak of illness, and this will spell victory. 13. When you come to a hill or a bank, occupy the sunny side, with the slope on your right rear. Thus you will at once act for the benefit of your soldiers and utilize the natural advantages of the ground. 14. When, in consequence of heavy rains up country, a river which you wish to ford is swollen and flecked with foam, you must wait until it subsides. 15. Country in which there are precipitous cliffs, with torrents running between, deep natural hollows, the latter defined as places enclosed on every side by steep banks, with pools of water at the bottom. Confined places, defined as natural pens or prisons or places surrounded by precipice on 3 sides, easy to get into, but hard to get out of tangled thickets. Defined as places covered with such dense undergrowth that spears cannot be used. Quagmires. Defined as low-lying places, so heavy with mud as to be impassable for chariots and horsemen, and crevices. Defined by Mei Yao Chen as a narrow, difficult way between beetling cliffs. 2 Muse note as ground covered with trees and rocks, and intersected by numerous ravines and pitfalls. This is very vague, but Chialin explains it clearly enough as a defile or narrow pass, and Chang Yu takes much the same view. On the whole, the weight of the commentators certainly inclines to the rendering. 16. While we keep away from such places, we should get the enemy to approach them. While we face them, we should let the enemy have them on his rear. 17. If in the neighborhood of your camp there should be any hilly country, ponds surrounded by aquatic, hollow basins filled with reeds, or woods with thick undergrowth, they must be carefully routed out and searched, for these are places where men in ambush or insidious spies are likely to be lurking. Chang Yu has the note: we must also be on our guard against traitors who may lie in close covert secretly spying out our weaknesses and overhearing our instructions. 18. When the enemy is close at hand and remains quiet, he is relying on the natural strength of his position. Here begin Sun Tzŭ's remarks on the reading of signs, much of which is so good that it could almost be included in a modern manual like General Baden-Powell's Aids to Scouting. 19. When he keeps aloof and tries to provoke a battle, he is anxious for the other side to advance, probably because we are in a strong position from which he wishes to dislodge us. If he came close up to us, says Tu Mu, and tried to force a battle, he would seem to despise us, and there would be less probability of our responding to the challenge. 20. If his place of encampment is easy of access, he is tendering a bait. 21. Movement amongst the trees of a forest shows that the enemy is advancing. Cao Kung explains this as felling trees to clear a passage, and Chang Yu says every man sends out scouts to climb high places and observe the enemy. If a scout sees that the trees of a forest are moving and shaking, he may know that they are being cut down to clear a passage for the enemy's march. The appearance of a number of screens in the midst of thick grass means Tzŭ's explanation, borrowed from Tzŭ comes, is as follows: the presence of a number of screens or sheds in the midst of thick vegetation is a sure sign that the enemy has fled and, fearing pursuit, has constructed these hiding places in order to make us suspect an ambush. It appears that these screens were hastily knotted together out of any long grass which the retreating enemy. 22. The rising of birds in their flight is the sign of an ambuscade. Chang Yu's explanation is doubtless right. 23. When there is dust rising in a high column, it is the sign of chariots advancing. When the dust is low, but spread over a wide area, it betokens the approach of infantry. High and sharp, or rising to a peak, is of course somewhat exaggerated as applied to dust. The commentators explain the phenomenon by saying that horses and chariots, being heavier than men, raise more dust, and also follow one another in the same wheel track, whereas foot soldiers would be marching in ranks many abreast. According to Chang Yu, it shows that parties have been sent to collect firewood. A few clouds of dust moving to and fro signify that the army is encamping. Chang Yu says, in apportioning the defenses for a cantonment, humble words and increased preparations are signs that the enemy is about to advance, as though they stood in great fear of us. Says Tzŭ, their object is to make us contemptuous and careless, after which they will attack us. Chang Yu alludes to the story of Tian Tan of the Qimou against the Yen forces, led by Chi. Inch 82 of the Shiqi we read. Tian Tan openly said, "My only fear is that the Yen army may cut off the noses of their Qi prisoners and place them in the front rank to fight against us. That would be the undoing of our city." The other side, being informed of this speech, at once acted on the suggestion. But those within the city were enraged at seeing their fellow countrymen thus mutilated, and fearing only lest they should fall into the enemy's hands, were nerved to defend themselves more obstinately than ever. Once again Tian Tan sent back converted spies who reported these words to the enemy: "What I dread most is that the men of Yen may dig up the ancestral tombs outside the town, and by inflicting this indignity on our forefathers cause us to become faint-hearted." Forthwith the besiegers dug up all the graves and burned the corpses lying in them, and the inhabitants of Qimou, witnessing the outrage from the city walls, wept passionately and were all impatient to go out and fight, their fury being increased tenfold. Tian Tan knew then that his soldiers were ready for any enterprise, but instead of a sword, he himself took a mattock in his hands, and ordered others to be distributed amongst his best warriors, while the ranks were filled up with their wives and concubines. He then served out all the remaining rations and bade his men eat their fill. The regular soldiers were told to keep out of sight, and the walls were manned with the old and weaker men and with women. This done, envoys were dispatched to the enemy's camp to arrange terms of surrender, whereupon the Yen army began shouting for joy. Tian Tan also collected 20 ounces of silver from the people, and got the wealthy citizens of Qimou to send it to the Yen general with the prayer that, when the town capitulated, he would not allow their homes to be plundered or their women to be maltreated. Chi, in high good humor, granted their prayer, but his army now became increasingly slack and careless. Meanwhile, Tian Tan got together 1,000 oxen, decked them with pieces of red silk, painted their bodies dragon-like with colored stripes, and fastened sharp blades on their horns and well-greased rushes on their tails. When night came on, he lighted the ends of the rushes, and drove the oxen through a number of holes which he had pierced in the walls, backing them up with a force of 5,000 picked warriors. The animals, maddened with pain, dashed furiously into the enemy's camp, where they caused the utmost confusion and dismay, for their tails acted as torches, showing up the hideous pattern on their bodies, and the weapons on their horns killed or wounded any with whom they came into contact. In the meantime, the band of 5,000 had crept up with gags in their mouths, and now threw themselves on the enemy. At the same moment a frightful din arose in the city itself, all those that remained behind making as much noise as possible by banging drums and hammering on bronze vessels, until heaven and earth were convulsed by the uproar. Terror-stricken, the Yen army fled in disorder, hotly pursued by the men of Qi, who succeeded in slaying their general Qi Chen. The result of the battle was the ultimate recovery of some 70 cities which had belonged to the Qi state. Violent language and driving forward as if to the attack are signs that he will retreat. 25. When the light chariots come out first and take up a position on the wings, it is a sign that the enemy is forming for battle. 26. Peace proposals unaccompanied by a sworn covenant indicate a plot. The reading here is uncertain. Li Chuan indicates a treaty confirmed by oaths and hostages. Wang Xi and Chang Yu, on the other hand, simply say without reason, on a frivolous pretext. 27. When there is much running about, every man hastening to his proper place under his own regimental banner, and the soldiers fall into rank, it means that the critical moment has come. 28. When some are seen advancing and some retreating, it is a lure. 29. When the soldiers stand leaning on their spears, they are faint from want of food. 30. If those who are sent to draw water begin by drinking themselves, the army is suffering from thirst. As Tzŭ remarks, one may know the condition of a whole army from the behavior of a single man. 31. If the enemy sees an advantage to be gained and makes no effort to secure it, the soldiers are exhausted. 32. If birds gather on any spot, it is unoccupied. A useful fact to bear in mind when, for instance, as Chen Hao says, the enemy has secretly abandoned his camp, clamor by night betokens nervousness. 33. If there is disturbance in the camp, the general's authority is weak. If the banners and flags are shifted about, sedition is afoot. If the officers are angry, it means that the men are weary. Tzŭ understands the sentence differently. If all the officers of an army are angry with their general, it means that they are broken with fatigue owing to the exertions which he has demanded from them. 34. When an army feeds its horses with grain and kills its cattle for food, in the ordinary course of things the men would be fed on grain and the horses chiefly on grass, and when the men do not hang their cooking pots over the camp fires, showing that they will not return to their tents, you may know that they are determined to fight to the death. I may quote here the illustrative passage from the Huhan Shuch 71, given in abbreviated form by the Pei when Yun Fu, the rebel Wang Kuo of Liang, was besieging the town of Chen Tsang, and Huang Fu Sung, who was in supreme command, and Tung Chou were sent out against him. The latter pressed for hasty measures, but Sung turned a deaf ear. The sight of men whispering together in small knots or speaking in subdued tones points to disaffection amongst the rank and file. 36. Too frequent rewards signify that the enemy is at the end of his resources, because when an army is hard pressed, as Tzŭ says, there is always a fear of mutiny, and lavish rewards are given to keep the men in good temper. Too many punishments betray a condition of dire distress, because in such case discipline becomes relaxed, and unwanted severity is necessary to keep the men to their duty. 37. To begin by bluster, but afterwards to take fright at the enemy's numbers, shows a supreme lack of intelligence. I follow the interpretation of Cao Kung, also adopted by Li Chuan, Tzŭ and Chang Yu. Another possible meaning set forth by Tzŭ, Xiaolin, Mei Dao Chen, and Wang Xi, is the general who is first tyrannical towards his men, and then in terror lest they should mutiny, etc. This would connect the sentence with what went before about rewards and punishments. 38. When envoys are sent with compliments in their mouths, it is a sign that the enemy wishes for a truce. Tzŭ Mu says if the enemy open friendly relations be sending hostages, it is a sign that they are anxious for an armistice, either because their strength is exhausted or for some other reason, but it hardly needs a Sun Tzŭ to draw such an obvious inference. 39. If the enemy's troops march up angrily and remain facing ours for a long time without either joining battle or taking themselves off again, the situation is one that demands great vigilance and circumspection. Cao Kung says a maneuver of this sort may be only a ruse to gain time for an unexpected flank attack or the laying of an ambush. 40. If our troops are no more in number than the enemy, that is amply sufficient. It only means that no direct attack can be made. Literally, no martial advance, that is to say Cheng tactics, and frontal attacks must be eschewed, and stratagem resorted to instead. What we can do is simply to concentrate all our available strength, keep a close watch on the enemy, and obtain reinforcements. This is an obscure sentence, and none of the commentators succeed in squeezing very good sense out of it. I follow Li Chuan. 41. He who exercises no forethought but makes light of his opponents is sure to be captured by them. Chen Hao, quoting from the Tzŭ Chuan, says, "If bees and scorpions carry poison, how much more will a hostile state, even a puny opponent, then, should not be treated with contempt." 42. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive, and, unless submissive, then will be practically useless. If, when the soldiers have become attached to you, punishments are not enforced, they will still be useless. 43. Therefore soldiers must be treated in the first instance with humanity, but kept under control by means of iron discipline. Said of Suma Jiang Chu, his civil virtues endeared him to the people, his martial prowess kept his enemies in awe. Woods. 4. In it, the ideal commander unites culture with a warlike temper. The profession of arms requires a combination of hardness and tenderness. This is a certain road to victory. 44. If in training soldiers commands are habitually enforced, the army will be well disciplined. If not, its discipline will be bad. 45. If a general shows confidence in his men but always insists on his orders being obeyed, Tzŭ Mu says a general ought in time of peace to show kindly confidence in his men and also make his authority respected. Chang Yu says the general has confidence in the men under his command, and the men are docile, having confidence in him. Thus the gain is mutual. He quotes a pregnant sentence from Wei Liao's. p. 26. Chapter X. Terrain. Only about a third of the chapter, comprising 113, deals with terrain, the subject being more fully treated inch. Xi. The 6 calamities are discussed in 1420, and the rest of the chapter is again a mere string of desultory remarks, though not less interesting, perhaps, on that account. 1. Sun Tzŭ said, "We may distinguish 6 kinds of terrain, to wit, 1. Accessible ground. Mei Yao Chen says, plentifully provided with roads and means of communications. 2. Entangling ground. The same commentator says, net-like country venturing into which you become entangled. 3. Temperacing ground. 4. Narrow passes. 5. Precipitous heights. 6. Positions at a great distance from the enemy. It is hardly necessary to point out the faultance of this classification. A strange lack of logical perception is shown in the Chinaman's unquestioning acceptance of glaring cross-divisions such as the above 2. Ground which can be freely traversed by both sides is called accessible. 3. With regard to ground of this nature, be before the enemy in occupying the raised and sunny spots, and carefully guard your line of supplies. The general meaning of the last phrase is Leslie, as Tzŭ Yu says, not to allow the enemy to cut your communications. In view of Napoleon's dictum, the secret of war lies in the communications. We could wish that Sun Tzŭ had done more than skirt the edge of this important subject here and in I. 10. Vi. 11. Colonel Henderson says, "The line of supply may be said to be as vital to the existence of an army as the heart to the life of a human being, just as the duellist, and his own guard astray, is compelled to conform to his adversary's movements, and to content himself with warding off his thrusts. So the commander whose communications are suddenly threatened finds himself in a false position, and he will be fortunate if he has not to change all his plans, to split up his force into more or less isolated detachments, and to fight with inferior numbers on ground which he has not had time to prepare, and where defeat will not be an ordinary failure, but will entail the ruin or surrender of his whole army. Then you will be able to fight with advantage. 4. Ground which can be abandoned but is hard to reoccupy is called entangling. 5. From a position of this sort, if the enemy is unprepared, you may sally forth and defeat him, but if the enemy is prepared for your coming, and you fail to defeat him, then, return being impossible, disaster will ensue. 6. When the position is such that neither side will gain by making the first move, it is called temperacing ground. Tzŭ says each side finds it inconvenient to move in a position of this sort, even though the enemy should offer us an attractive bait. Tzŭ says turning their backs on us and pretending to flee. But this is only one of the lures which might induce us to quit our position. It will be advisable not to stir forth, but rather to retreat, thus enticing the enemy in his turn. Then, when part of his army has come out, we may deliver our attack with advantage. 8. With regard to narrow passes, if you can occupy them first, let them be strongly garrisoned and await the advent of the enemy, because then, as Tzŭ observes, the initiative will lie with us, and by making sudden and unexpected attacks we shall have the enemy at our mercy. 9. Should the enemy forestall you in occupying a pass, do not go after him if the pass is fully garrisoned, but only if it is weakly garrisoned. 10. With regard to precipitous heights, if you are beforehand with your adversary, you should occupy the raised and sunny spots, and there wait for him to come up. Tzŭ says, "The particular advantage of securing heights and defiles is that your actions cannot then be dictated by the enemy." Chang Yu tells the following anecdote of Pei Sing Chen, d. 619-682, who was sent on a punitive expedition against the Turkic tribes. At night he pitched his camp as usual, and it had already been completely fortified by wall and ditch, when suddenly he gave orders that the army should shift its quarters to a hill near by. This was highly displeasing to his officers, who protested loudly against the extra fatigue which it would entail on the men. Pei Sing Chen, however, paid no heed to their remonstrances, and had the camp moved as quickly as possible. The same night, a terrific storm came on, which flooded their former place of encampment to the depth of over 12 feet. The recalcitrant officers were amazed at the sight, and owned that they had been in the wrong. "How did you know what was going to happen?" they asked. Pei Sing Chen replied, "From this time forward be content to obey orders without asking unnecessary questions." From this it may be seen, Chang Yu continues, that high and sunny places are advantageous not only for fighting, but also because they are immune from disastrous floods. 11. If the enemy has occupied them before you, do not follow him, but retreat and try to entice him away. The turning point of Li Shimin's campaign in 621 A.D. against the two rebels Tao Chen-ti, king of Sha, and Wang Shicheng, prince of Cheng, was his seizure of the heights of Wu Lao, in spite of which Tao Chen-ti persisted in his attempt to relieve his ally in Luoyang, was defeated and taken prisoner. See Chu Tang Shu 2 Fol 5. If you are situated at a great distance from the enemy, and the strength of the two armies is equal, It is not easy to provoke a battle. The point is that we must not think of undertaking a long and wearisome march, at the end of which, as Tzŭ says, we should be exhausted and our adversary fresh and keen, and fighting will be to your disadvantage. 13. These 6 are the principles connected with earth, or perhaps the principles relating to ground. See, however, I-8. The general who has attained a responsible post must be careful to study them. 14. Now an army is exposed to 6 several calamities, not arising from natural causes, but from faults for which the general is responsible. These are: 1. Flight; 2. Insubordination; 3. Collapse; 4. Ruin; 5. Disorganization; 6. Rout; 15. Other conditions being equal, if one force is hurled against another 10 times its size, the result will be the flight of the former. 16. When the common soldiers are too strong and their officers too weak, the result is insubordination. Who was sent away in 821 A.D. with orders to lead an army against Sun Tzŭ, but the whole time he was in command, his soldiers treated him with the utmost contempt, and openly flouted his authority by riding about the camp on donkeys, several thousands at a time. Tianpu was powerless to put a stop to this conduct, and when, after some months had passed, he made an attempt to engage the enemy, his troops turned tail and dispersed in every direction. After that, the unfortunate man committed suicide by cutting his throat. When the officers are too strong and the common soldiers too weak, the result is collapse. Cao Kung says, "The officers are energetic and want to press on. The common soldiers are feeble and suddenly collapse." 17. When the higher officers are angry and insubordinate, and on meeting the enemy give battle on their own account from a feeling of resentment, before the commander-in-chief can tell whether or no he is in a position to fight, the result is ruin. Wang's note is: this means the general is angry without cause, and at the same time does not appreciate the ability of his subordinate officers. Thus he arouses fierce resentment and brings an avalanche of ruin upon his head. 18. When the general is weak and without authority, when his orders are not clear and distinct, Hui Liao Tzu says, if the commander gives his orders with decision, and the ranks are formed in a slovenly, haphazard manner, the result is utter disorganization. 19. When a general, unable to estimate the enemy's strength, allows an inferior force to engage a larger one, or hurls a weak detachment against a powerful one, and neglects to place picked soldiers in the front rank, the result must be a rout. Cheng Yu paraphrases the latter part of the sentence and continues, whenever there is fighting to be done, the keenest spirits should be appointed to serve in the front ranks, both in order to strengthen the resolution of our own men and to demoralize the enemy. The Primi Ordens of Caesar de Bello Gallico, v. 2844 et al. 20. These are 6 ways of courting defeat, which must be carefully noted by the general who has attained a responsible post. 21. The natural formation of the country is the soldier's best ally. Chen Hao says the advantages of weather and season are not equal to those connected with ground, but a power of estimating the adversary, of controlling the forces of victory, and of shrewdly calculating difficulties, dangers, and distances, constitutes the test of a great general. 22. He who knows these things, and in fighting puts his knowledge into practice, will win his battles. He who knows them not, nor practices them, will surely be defeated. 23. If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must fight, even though the ruler forbid it. If fighting will not result in victory, then you must not fight even at the ruler's bidding. v. Fin Huang Shikung of the Qin dynasty, who is said to have been the patron of Chang Liang and to have written the San Hui, has these words attributed to him: the responsibility of setting an army in motion must devolve on the general alone. If advance and retreat are controlled from the palace, brilliant results will hardly be achieved. Hence the general who advances without coveting fame and retreats without fearing disgrace. It was Wellington, I think, who said that the hardest thing of all for a soldier is to retreat, whose only thought is to protect his country and do good service for his sovereign, is the jewel of the kingdom. A noble presentiment, in few words, of the Chinese happy warrior. Such a man, says Hoshi, even if he had to suffer punishment, would not regret his conduct. 25. Regard your soldiers as your children, and they will follow you into the deepest valleys. Look on them as your own beloved sons, and they will stand by you even unto death. I6. In this connection, Tzu Mu draws for us an engaging picture of the famous General Wu Qi, from whose treatise on war I have frequently had occasion to quote. He wore the same clothes and ate the same food as the meanest of his soldiers, refused to have either a horse to ride or a mat to sleep on, carried his own surplus rations. If, however, you are indulgent, but unable to make your authority felt, kind-hearted, but unable to enforce your commands, and incapable, moreover, of quelling disorder, then your soldiers must be likened to spoilt children. They are useless for any practical purpose. Li Qing once said that if you could make your soldiers afraid of you, they would not be afraid of the enemy. Tzu Mu recalls an instance of stern military discipline which occurred in 219 A.D. when Lu Meng was occupying the town of Changling. He had given stringent orders to his army not to molest the inhabitants nor take anything from them by force. Nevertheless, a certain officer serving under his banner, who happened to be a fellow townsman, ventured to appropriate a bamboo hat belonging to one of the people, in order to wear it over his regulation helmet as a protection against the rain. Lu Meng considered that the fact of his being also a native of Junan, and accordingly he ordered his summary execution, the tears rolling down his face. However, as he did so, this act of severity filled the army with wholesome awe, and from that time forth even articles dropped in the highway were not picked up. 27. If we know that our own men are in a condition to attack, but are unaware that the enemy is not open to attack, we have gone only halfway towards victory. 28. If we know that the enemy is open to attack, but are unaware that our own men are not in a condition to attack, we have gone only halfway towards victory. 29. If we know that the enemy is open to attack, and also know that our men are in a condition to attack, but are unaware that the nature of the ground makes fighting impracticable, we have still gone only halfway towards victory. 30. Hence the experienced soldier, once in motion, is never bewildered. Once he has broken camp, he is never at a loss. The reason being, according to Tzu Mu, that he has taken his measures so thoroughly as to ensure victory beforehand. He does not move recklessly, says Chang Yu, so that when he does move, he makes no mistakes. 31. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, your victory will not stand in doubt. If you know heaven and know earth, you may make your victory complete. Li Chuan sums up as follows, given a knowledge of three thinks the affairs of men know. 47. The Science of War. Chap. 2. Aids to Scouting. P. C. Chapter. Xi. The 9 Situations. 1. Sun Tzŭ said, the art of war recognizes 9 varieties of ground. 1. Dispersive ground. 2. Facile ground. 3. Contentious ground. 4. Open ground. 5. Ground of intersecting highways. 6. Serious ground. 7. Difficult ground. 8. Hemmed-in ground. 9. Desperate ground. 2. When a chieftain is fighting in his own territory, it is dispersive ground, so called because the soldiers, being near to their homes and anxious to see their wives and children, are likely to seize the opportunity afforded by a battle and scatter in every direction. In their advance, observes Tzŭ Mu, they will lack the valor of desperation, and when they retreat, they will find harbors of refuge. 3. When he has penetrated into hostile territory, but to no great distance, it is facile ground. Li Chuan and Hoshi say because of the facility for retreating, and the other commentators give similar explanations. Ground the possession of which imports great advantage to either side is contentious ground. Tzŭ Mu defines the ground as ground to be contended for. Cao Kung says, ground on which the few and the weak can defeat the many and the strong, such as the neck of a pass, instanced by Li Chuan. Thus, Thermopylae was of this classification because the possession of it, even for a few days only, meant holding the entire invading army in check and thus gaining invaluable time. Woods. V. Ed in it. For those who have to fight in the ratio of 1 to 10, there is nothing better than a narrow pass. When Lu Kuang was returning from his triumphant expedition to Turkestan in 385 A.D., and had got as far as Aiho, laden with spoils, Liang Xi, administrator of Liang Chu, taking advantage of the death of Fu Chen, king of Qin, plotted against him and was for barring his way into the province. Yang Han, governor of Kaochang, counseled him, saying, Lu Kuang is fresh from his victories in the west, and his soldiers are vigorous and mettlesome. If we oppose him in the shifting sands of the desert, we shall be no match for him, and we must therefore try a different plan. Let us hasten to occupy the defile at the mouth of the Kawu Pass, thus cutting him off from supplies of water. And when his troops are prostrated with thirst, we can dictate our own terms without moving. Or if you think that the pass I mention is too far off, we could make a stand against him at the Awu Pass, which is nearer. The cunning and resource of Tsfang himself would be expended in vain against the enormous strength of these two positions. Liang Xi, refusing to act on this advice, was overwhelmed and swept away by the invader. 5. Ground on which each side has liberty of movement is open ground. There are various interpretations of the Chinese adjective for this type of ground. Cao Kung says it means ground covered with a network of roads, like a chessboard. Hoshi suggested ground on which intercommunication is easy. 6. Ground which forms the key to 3 contiguous states. Sekung defines this as our country adjoining the enemies and a third country conterminous with both. The belligerent who holds this dominating position can constrain most of them to become his allies, is ground of intersecting highways. 7. When an army has penetrated into the heart of a hostile country, leaving a number of fortified cities in its rear, it is serious ground. Wang Xi explains the name by saying that when an army has reached such a point, its situation is serious. 8. Mountain forests, rugged steeps, marshes and fensile country that is hard to traverse. This is difficult ground. 9. Ground which is reached through narrow gorges, and from which we can only retire by tortuous paths, so that a small number of the enemy would suffice to crush a large body of our men. This is hemmed-in ground. 10. Ground on which we can only be saved from destruction by fighting without delay is desperate ground. The situation, as pictured by Cao Kung, is very similar to the hemmed-in ground, except that here escape is no longer possible. A lofty mountain in front, a large river behind, advance impossible, retreat blocked. Chen Hao says, to be on desperate ground is like sitting in a leaking boat or crouching in a burning house. Tzŭ Mu quotes from Li Qing a vivid description of the plight of an army thus entrapped. Suppose an army invading hostile territory without the aid of local guides. It falls into a fatal snare and is at the enemy's mercy. A ravine on the left, a mountain on the right, a pathway so perilous that the horses have to be roped together and the chariots carried in slings. No passage open in front. retreat cut off behind. No choice but to proceed in single file. Then, before there is time to range our soldiers in order of battle, the enemy is overwhelming strength suddenly appears on the scene. Advancing, we can nowhere take a breathing space. Retreating, we have no haven of refuge. We seek a pitched battle, but in vain. Yet, standing on the defensive, none of us has a moment's respite. If we simply maintain our ground, whole days and months will crawl by the moment we make a move. We have to sustain the enemy's attacks on front and rear. The country is wild, destitute of water and plants. The army is lacking in the necessaries of life. The horses are jaded and the men worn out. All the resources of strength and skill unavailing. The pass so narrow that a single man defending it can check the onset of 10,000. All means of offense in the hands of the enemy. All points of vantage already forfeited by ourselves. In this terrible plight, even though we had the most valiant soldiers and the keenest of weapons, how could they be employed with the slightest effect? Students of Greek history may be reminded of the awful close to the Sicilian expedition, and the agony of the Athenians under Nicias and Demosthenes. 11. On dispersive ground. Therefore, fight not. On facile ground. Halt not. On contentious ground. Attack not. But rather let all your energies be bent on occupying the advantageous position first. Sun Tzŭ Kung, Li Chuan, and others. However, suppose the meaning to be that the enemy has already forestalled us, sought that it would be sheer madness to attack. In the Sun Tzŭ, when the king of Wu inquires what should be done in this case, Sun Tzŭ replies, "The rule with regard to contentious ground is that those in possession have the advantage over the other side. If a position of this kind is secured first by the enemy, beware of attacking him. Lure him away by pretending to fleece your banners and sound your drums, make a dash for other places that he cannot afford to lose a trail brushwood, and raise a dust confound his ears, and eastitich a body of your best troops, and place it secretly in ambuscade. Then your opponent will sally forth to the rescue." 12. On open ground. Do not try to block the enemy's way, because the attempt would be futile, and would expose the blocking force itself to serious risks. There are two interpretations available here. I follow that of Chang Yu. The other is indicated in Tzŭ Kung's brief note. Draw closer together. See that a portion of your own army is not cut off on ground of intersecting highways. Join hands with your allies. 13. On serious ground. Gather in plunder. On this, Li Chuan has the following delicious note. When an army penetrates far into the enemy's country, care must be taken not to alienate the people by unjust treatment. Follow the example of the Han Emperor Tzŭ, whose march into Qin territory was marked by no violation of women or looting of valuables. Nota bene, this was in 207 v.C., and may well cause us to blush for the Christian armies that entered Peking in 1900 A.D. Thus he won the hearts of all. In the present passage, then, I think that the true reading must be, not plunder, but do not plunder. Alas! I fear that in this instance the worthy commentator's feelings outran his judgment. Mu, at least, has no such illusions. He says, when encamped on serious ground, there being no inducement as yet to advance further, and no possibility of retreat, one ought to take measures for a protracted resistance by bringing in provisions from all sides, and keep a close watch on the enemy. In difficult ground, keep steadily on the march. 14. On hemmed-in ground, resort to stratagem. Tzŭ Kung says, try the effect of some unusual artifice, and Yu amplifies this by saying, in such a position, fight. For, as Chia Lin remarks, If you fight with all your might, there is a chance of life, whereas death is certain if you cling to your corner. 15. Those who were called skillful leaders of old knew how to drive a wedge between the enemy's front and rear. More literally, cause the front and rear to lose touch with each other, to prevent cooperation between his large and small divisions, to hinder the good troops from rescuing the bad, the officers from rallying their men. 16. When the enemy's men were scattered, they prevented them from concentrating, even when their forces were united. They managed to keep them in disorder. 17. When it was to their advantage, they made a forward move; when otherwise, they stopped still. Mei Yao Chen connects this with the foregoing. Having succeeded in thus dislocating the enemy, they would push forward in order to secure any advantage to be gained. If there was no advantage to be gained, they would remain where they were. 18. If asked how to cope with a great host of the enemy in orderly array and on the point of marching to the attack, I should say, begin by seizing something which your opponent holds dear. Then he will be amenable to your will. Opinions differ as to what Sun Tzŭ had in mind. Cao Kung thinks it is some strategical advantage on which the enemy is depending. Tu Mu says, "The three things which an enemy is anxious to do, and on the accomplishment of which his success depends, are: 1. To capture our favorable positions; 2. To ravage our cultivated land; 3. To guard his own communications, Rapidity is the essence of war, according to Tu Mu. This is a summary of leading principles in warfare." And he adds, "These are the profoundest truths of military science, and the chief business of the general." The following anecdotes, told by Hoshi, shows the importance attached to speed by two of China's greatest generals. In 227 D, Meng Ta, governor of Sincheng under the Wei Emperor Wen Ti, was meditating defection to the house of Shu, and had entered into correspondence with Chu Ko Liang, prime minister of that state. The Wei general Su Mai was then military governor of Wan, and getting wind of Meng Ta's treachery, he at once set off with an army to anticipate his revolt, having previously cajoled him by a specious message of friendly import. Su Ma's officers came to him and said, "If Meng Ta has leagued himself with Wu and Shu, the matter should be thoroughly investigated before we make a move." Su Mai replied, "Meng Ta is an unprincipled man, and we ought to go and punish him at once, while he is still wavering and before he has thrown off the mask. Then, by a series of forced marches, be brought his army under the walls of Sincheng within a space of 8 days." Now Meng Ta had previously said in a letter to Chu Ko Liang, "Wan is 1,200 li from here. When the news of my revolt reaches Su Mai, he will at once inform his imperial master. But it will be a whole month before any steps can be taken, and by that time my city will be well fortified. Besides, Su Mai is sure not to come himself, and the generals that will be sent against us are not worth troubling about." The next letter, however, was filled with consternation. "Though only 8 days have passed since I threw off my allegiance, an army is already at the city gates. What miraculous rapidity is this!" A fortnight later, Sincheng had fallen and Meng Ta had lost his head. In 621 D, Li Qing was sent from Kuichu in Sichuan to reduce the successful rebel Shao Xin, who had set up as emperor at the modern Qingchu Fu in Hupe. It was autumn, and the Yangtze being then in flood, Shao Xin never dreamt that his adversary would venture to come down through the gorges, and consequently made no preparations. But Li Qing embarked his army without loss of time, and was just about to start when the other generals implored him to postpone his departure until the river was in a less dangerous state for navigation. Li Qing replied, "To the soldier, overwhelming speed is of paramount importance, and he must never miss opportunities. Now is the time to strike. before Shaoxin even knows that we have got an army together. If we seize the present moment when the river is in flood, we shall appear before his capital with startling suddenness, like the thunder which is heard before you have time to stop your ears against it. This is the great principle in war. Even if he gets to know of our approach, he will have to levy his soldiers in such a hurry that they will not be fit to oppose us. Thus the full fruits of victory will be ours. All came about as he predicted, and Shaoxin was obliged to surrender, nobly stipulating that his people should be spared, and he alone suffer the penalty of death. Take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness, make your way by unexpected routes, and attack on guarded spots. 20. The following are the principles to be observed by an invading force. The further you penetrate into a country, the greater will be the solidarity of your troops, and thus the defenders will not prevail against you. 21. Make forays in fertile country in order to supply your army with food. 22. Carefully study the well-being of your men. For well-being, Wangxi means pet them, humor them, give them plenty of food and drink, and look after them generally, and do not overtax them. Concentrate your energy and hoard your strength. Chen recalls the line of action adopted in 224 v.C. by the famous General Wang Chen, whose military genius largely contributed to the success of the first emperor. He had invaded the Tzŭ state, where a universal levy was made to oppose him, but, being doubtful of the temper of his troops, he declined all invitations to fight and remained strictly on the defensive. In vain did the Tzŭ general try to force a battle. Day after day Wang Chen kept inside his walls and would not come out, but devoted his whole time and energy to winning the affection and confidence of his men. He took care that they should be well fed, sharing his own meals with them, provided facilities for bathing, and employed every method of judicious indulgence to weld them into a loyal and homogeneous body. After some time had elapsed, he told off certain persons to find out how the men were amusing themselves. The answer was that they were contending with one another in putting the weight and long jumping. When Wang Chen heard that they were engaged in these athletic pursuits, he knew that their spirits had been strung up to the required pitch and that they were now ready for fighting. By this time, the Tzŭ army, after repeating their challenge again and again, had marched away eastwards in disgust. The Qin general immediately broke up his camp and followed them, and in the battle that ensued they were routed with great slaughter. Shortly afterwards, the whole of Tzŭ was conquered by Qin, and the King Fu Tzŭ led into captivity. Keep your army continually on the move, in order that the enemy may never know exactly where you are. It has struck me, however, that the true reading might be link your army together, and devise unfathomable plans. 23. Throw your soldiers into positions whence there is no escape, and they will prefer death to flight. If they will face death, there is nothing they may not achieve. Chang Yu quotes his favorite Wei Liao Tzu. 3. If one man were to run amok with a sword in the marketplace, and everybody else tried to get out of his way, I should not allow that this man alone had courage, and that all the rest were contemptible cowards. The truth is that a desperado and a man who sets some value on his life, officers and men alike, will put forth their uttermost strength. Chang Yu says if they are in an awkward place together, soldiers, when in desperate straits, lose the sense of fear. If there is no place of refuge, they will stand firm. If they are in the heart of a hostile country, they will show a stubborn front. If there is no help for it, they will fight hard. 25. Thus, without waiting to be marshaled, the soldiers will be constantly on the qui-vive. Without waiting to be asked, they will do your will. Without restrictions, they will be faithful. Without giving orders, they can be trusted. 26. Prohibit the taking of omens, and do away with superstitious doubts. Then, until death itself comes. No calamity need be feared. The superstitious, bound into saucy doubts and fears, degenerate into cowards and die many times before their deaths. Tu Mu quotes Huang Shikung spells, and incantations should be strictly forbidden, and no officer allowed to inquire by divination into the fortunes of an army, for fear the soldiers' minds should be seriously perturbed. The meaning is, if our soldiers are not overburdened with money, it is not because they have a distaste for riches. If their lives are not unduly long, it is not because they are disinclined to longevity. Chang Yu has the best note on this passage. Wealth and long life are things for which all men have a natural inclination. Hence, if they burn or fling away valuables and sacrifice their own lives, it is not that they dislike them, but simply that they have no choice. Sun Tzŭ is slyly insinuating that, as soldiers are but human, it is for the general to see that temptation on the day they are ordered out to battle. Your soldiers may weep. The word in the Chinese is snivel. This is taken to indicate more genuine grief than tears alone. Those sitting up bedewing their garments, and those lying down letting the tears run down their cheeks, not because they are afraid, but because, as Cao Kung says, all have embraced the firm resolution to do or die. We may remember that the heroes of the Iliad were equally childlike in showing their emotion. Chang Yu alludes to the mournful parting at the Ai River between Qin and his friends. When the former was sent to attempt the life of the king of Qin, afterwards first emperor in 227 B.C., the tears of all flowed down like rain as he bade them farewell and uttered the following lines. The shrill blast is blowing, chilly the burn. Your champion is going to return, but let them once be brought to bay, and they will display the courage of a Tzŭ or a Kui. Tzŭ was the personal name of Chuan Tzŭ, a native of the Wu state and contemporary with Sun Tzŭ himself, who was employed by Kung Tzu Kuang, better known as Ho Lu Wang, to assassinate his sovereign Wang Liao with a dagger which he secreted in the belly of a fish served up at a banquet. He succeeded in his attempt, but was immediately hacked to pieces by the king's bodyguard. This was in 515 B.C. The other hero referred to, Cao Kui or Cao Mo, performed the exploit which has made his name famous 166 years earlier. In 681 B.C. Lu had been thrice defeated by Qi, and was just about to conclude a treaty surrendering a large slice of territory, when Cao Kui suddenly seized Huan Kung, the Duke of Qi, as he stood on the altar steps and held a dagger against his chest. None of the Duke's retainers dared to move a muscle, and Cao Kui proceeded to demand full restitution, declaring the Lu was being unjustly treated because she was a smaller and a weaker state. Huan Kung, in peril of his life, was obliged to consent, whereupon Cao Kui flung away his dagger and quietly resumed his place amid the terrified assemblage without having so much as changed color. As was to be expected, the Duke wanted afterwards to repudiate the bargain, but his wise old counselor Quan Chung pointed out to him the impolicy of breaking his word, and the upshot was that this bold stroke regained for Lu the whole of what she had lost in 3 pitched battles. 29. The skillful tactician may be likened to the shui jian. Now, the shui jian is a snake that is found in the Chang Mountains. Shui jian means suddenly or rapidly, and the snake in question was doubtless so called owing to the rapidity of its movements through this passage. The term in the Chinese has now come to be used in the sense of military maneuvers. Strike at its head, and you will be attacked by its tail. Strike at its tail, and you will be attacked by its head. Strike at its middle, and you will be attacked by head and tail both. 30. Asked if an army can be made to imitate the shui jian, that is, as Mei Yao Chen says, is it possible to make the front and rear of an army each swiftly responsive to attack on the other, just as though they were part of a single living body? I should answer, yes. For the men of Wu and the men of Ai are enemies. Yet, if they are crossing a river in the same boat and are caught by a storm, they will come to each other's assistance just as the left hand helps the right. The meaning is, if two enemies will help each other in a time of common peril, how much more should two parts of the same army, bound together as they are by every tie of interest and fellow feeling? Yet it is notorious that many a campaign has been ruined through lack of cooperation, especially in the case of allied armies. 31. Hence it is not enough to put one's trust in the tethering of horses, and the burying of chariot wheels in the ground. These quaint devices to prevent one's army from running away recall the Athenian hero Siphons, who carried the anchor with him at the Battle of Plato, by means of which he fastened himself firmly to one spot. It is not enough, says Sun Tzŭ, to render flight impossible by such mechanical means. You will not succeed unless your men have tenacity and unity of purpose, and, above all, a spirit of sympathetic cooperation. This is the lesson which can be learned from the Shui Jan. 32. The principle on which to manage an army is to set up one standard of courage which all must reach, as though one. If the ideal army is to form a single organic whole, then it follows that the resolution and spirit of its component parts must be of the same quality, or at any rate must not fall below a certain standard. Wellington's seemingly ungrateful description of his army at Waterloo as the worst he had ever commanded meant no more than that it was deficient in this important particularity of spirit and courage. Had he not foreseen the Belgian defections and carefully kept those troops in the background, he would almost certainly have lost the day. 33. How to make the best of both strong and weak is a question involving the proper use of ground. Mei Yao Chen's paraphrase is the way to eliminate the differences of strong and weak, and to make both serviceable, is to utilize accidental features of the ground. Less reliable troops, if posted in strong positions, will hold out as long as better troops on more exposed terrain. The advantage of position neutralizes the inferiority in stamina. Thus, the skillful general conducts his army just as though he were leading a single man willy-nilly by the hand. Tu Mu says the simile has reference to the ease with which he does it. 35. It is the business of a general to be quiet and thus ensure secrecy, upright and just, and thus maintain order. 36. He must be able to mystify his officers and men by false reports and appearances, and thus keep them in total ignorance. Cao Kun gives us one of his excellent apophthegms. The troops must not be allowed to share your schemes in the beginning. They may only rejoice with you over their happy outcome. To mystify, mislead, and surprise the enemy is one of the first principles in war, as had been frequently pointed out. But how about the other process, mystification of one's own men? Those who may think that Sun Tzŭ is over-emphatic on this point would do well to read Colonel Henderson's remarks on Stonewall Jackson's Valley campaign. The infinite pains, he says, with which Jackson sought to conceal, even from his most trusted staff officers, his movements, his intentions, and his thoughts. A commander less thorough would have pronounced you sollicits, etc. in the year 88 D, as we read inch. 47 of the Huhan Shu. Pan Chao took the field with 25 men from Khotan and other Central Asian states with the object of crushing Yarkand. The king of Kutcha replied by dispatching his chief commander to succor the place, with an army drawn from the kingdoms of Wensu, Kumo, and Wei Tao, totaling 50 men. Pan Chao summoned his officers, and also the king of Khotan, to a council of war, and said, "Our forces are now outnumbered and unable to make head against the enemy. The best plan, then, is for us to separate and disperse, each in a different direction. The king of Khotan will march away by the easterly route. and I will then return myself towards the west. Let us wait until the evening drum has sounded and then start." Pan Chow now secretly released the prisoners whom he had taken alive, and the king of Kutcha was thus informed of his plans. Much elated by the news, the latter set off at once at the head of 10,000 horsemen to bar Pan Chaos' retreat in the west, while the king of Wenzhou rode eastward with 8,000 horse in order to intercept the king of Khotan. As soon as Pan Chow knew that the two chieftains had gone, he called his divisions together, got them well in hand, and at cock-crow hurled them against the army of Yarkand. As it lay encamped, the barbarians, panic-stricken, fled in confusion, and were closely pursued by Pan Chow. Over 5,000 heads were brought back as trophies, besides immense spoils in the shape of horses and cattle and valuables of every description. Yarkand then capitulating, Kutcha and the other kingdoms drew off their respective forces. From that time forward, Pan Chaos' prestige completely overlaid the countries of the West. In this case, we see that the Chinese general not only kept his own officers in ignorance of his real plans, but actually took the bold step of dividing his army in order to deceive the enemy. 37. By altering his arrangements and changing his plans, he keeps the enemy without definite knowledge. Chang Yu in a quotation from another work. He prevents the enemy from anticipating his purpose. 38. At the critical moment, the leader of an army acts like one who has climbed up a height and then kicks away the ladder behind him. He carries his men deep into hostile territory before he shows his hand, literally releases the spring CV-15. He burns his boats and breaks his cooking pots. Like a shepherd driving a flock of sheep, he drives his men this way and that, and none knows whither he is going. Tzŭ Mu says, "The army is only cognizant of orders to advance or retreat. It is ignorant of the ulterior ends of attacking and conquering." 40. To muster his host and bring it into danger. This may be termed the business of the general. Sun Tzŭ means that after mobilization there should be no delay in aiming a blow at the enemy's heart. Note how he returns again and again to this point. Among the warring states of ancient China, desertion was no doubt a much more present fear and serious evil than it is in the armies of today. 41. The different measures suited to the 9 varieties of ground. Chang Yu says one must not be hidebound in interpreting the rules for the 9 varieties of ground, the expediency of aggressive or defensive tactics, and the fundamental laws of human nature. These are things that must most certainly be studied. 42. When invading hostile territory, the general principle is that penetrating deeply brings cohesion. Penetrating but a short way means dispersion. 43. When you leave your own country behind and take your army across neighborhood territory, you find yourself on critical ground. This ground is curiously mentioned in V2, but it does not figure among the 9 situations or the 6 calamities in Chap X. One's first impulse would be to translate it distant ground. But this, if we can trust the commentators, is precisely what is not meant here. The ground is one of intersecting highways. 44. When you penetrate deeply into a country, it is serious ground. When you penetrate but a little way, it is facile ground. 45. When you have the enemy's strongholds on your rear and narrow passes in front, it is hemmed-in ground. When there is no place of refuge at all, it is desperate ground. 46. Therefore, on dispersive ground, I would inspire my men with unity of purpose. This end, according to Tzŭ Mu, is best attained by remaining on the defensive and avoiding battle supra 11 on facile ground. I would see that there is close connection between all parts of my army. As Tzŭ Mu says, the object is to guard against 2 possible contingencies: 1, the desertion of our own troops; 2, a sudden attack on the part of the enemy. Vi 17, Mei Yao Chen says, On the march the regiments should be in close touch in an encampment. There should be continuity between the fortifications 47. On contentious ground. I would hurry up my rear. This is Cao Kung's interpretation. Chang Yu adopts it, saying, "We must quickly bring up our rear, so that head and tail may both reach the goal. That is, they must not be allowed to straggle up a long way apart." Mei Yao Chen offers another equally plausible explanation. Supposing the enemy has not yet reached the coveted position, and we are behind him, we should advance with all speed in order to dispute its possession. Chen Hao, on the other hand, assuming that the enemy has had time to select his own ground, quotes Vi. 1, where Sun Tzŭ warns us against coming exhausted to the attack. His own idea of the situation is rather vaguely expressed. If there is a favorable position lying in front of you, detach a picked body of troops to occupy it. Then, if the enemy, relying on their numbers, come up to make a fight for it, you may fall quickly on their rear with your main body, and victory will be assured. It was thus. He adds that Xiaoxi beat the army of Qin, CP 57-48, on open ground. I would keep a vigilant eye on my defenses. On ground of intersecting highways, I would consolidate my alliances. 49. On serious ground, I would try to ensure a continuous stream of supplies. The commentators take this as referring to forage and plunder, not, as one might expect, to an unbroken communication with a home base on difficult ground. I would keep pushing on along the road. 50. On hemmed-in ground, I would block any way of retreat, Mengshi says, to make it seem that I meant to defend the position, whereas my real intention is to burst suddenly through the enemy's lines. Mei Yao Chen says, in order to make my soldiers fight with desperation. Wang Xi says, fearing lest my men be tempted to run away. Tu Mu points out that this is the converse of Vi. 36. Where it is the enemy who is surrounded. In 532, D. Cao Huan, afterwards emperor and canonized as Shen Wu, was surrounded by a great army under Chu Chao and others. His own force was comparatively small, consisting only of 2,000 horse and something under 30 foot. The lines of investment had not been drawn very closely together, gaps being left at certain points. But Cao Huan, instead of trying to escape, actually made a shift to block all the remaining outlets himself by driving into them a number of oxen and donkeys roped together. As soon as his officers and men saw that there was nothing for it but to conquer or die, their spirits rose to an extraordinary pitch of exaltation, and they charged with such desperate ferocity that the opposing ranks broke and crumbled under their onslaught. On desperate ground, I would proclaim to my soldiers the hopelessness of saving their lives. Tu Yu says, burn your baggage and impedimenta, throw away your stores and provisions, choke up the wells, destroy your cooking stoves, and make it plain to your men that they cannot survive, but must fight to the death. Mei Yao Chen says, the only chance of life lies in giving up all hope of it. This concludes what Sun Tzŭ has to say about grounds and the variations corresponding to them. Reviewing the passages which bear on this important subject, we cannot fail to be struck by the desultory and unmethodical fashion in which it is treated. Sun Tzŭ begins abruptly in V. 2 to enumerate variations before touching on grounds at all, but only mentions 5. Namely nose, 7, 5, 8, and 9 of the subsequent list, and one that is not included in it. A few varieties of ground are dealt with in the earlier portion of Chap X, and then Chap X sets forth 6 new grounds, with 6 variations of plan to match. None of these is mentioned again, though the first is hardly to be distinguished from ground No. 4 in the next chapter. At last, in Chap Xi, we come to the 9 grounds par excellence, immediately followed by the variations. This takes us down to 14. In 43-45, fresh definitions are provided for nose, 5, 6, 2, 8, and 9 in the order given, as well as for the 10th ground noticed in chap. V. And finally, the 9 variations are enumerated once more from beginning to end, all, with the exception of 5, 6, and 7, being different from those previously given, though it is impossible to account for the present state of Sun Tzŭ's text. A few suggestive facts may be brought into prominence. 1 chap. V, according to the title, should deal with 9 variations, whereas only 5 appear. 2. It is an abnormally short chapter. 3 chap. Tzŭ is entitled The 9 Grounds. Several of these are defined twice over, besides which there are 2 distinct lists of the corresponding variations. 4. The length of the chapter is disproportionate, being double that of any other except X. I do not propose to draw any inferences from these facts, beyond the general conclusion that Sun Tzŭ's work cannot have come down to us in the shape in which it left his hands. Chap. V is obviously defective and probably out of place, while Tzŭ seems to contain matter that has either been added by a later hand or ought to appear elsewhere. 51. For it is the soldier's disposition to offer an obstinate resistance when surrounded, to fight hard when he cannot help himself, and to obey promptly when he has fallen into danger. Chang Yu alludes to the conduct of Pan-Chaos' devoted followers in 73a. D. The story runs thus in the Huhan Shu. 47. When Pan Chao arrived at Shan Shan, Kuang, the king of the country, received him at first with great politeness and respect, but shortly afterwards his behavior underwent a sudden change, and he became remiss and negligent. Pan Chao spoke about this to the officers of his suite. "Have you noticed," he said, "that Kuang's polite intentions are on the wane? This must signify that envoys have come from the northern barbarians, and that consequently he is in a state of indecision, not knowing with which side to throw in his lot. That surely is the reason. The truly wise man, we are told, can perceive things before they have come to pass. How much more, then, those that are already manifest?" Thereupon he called one of the natives who had been assigned to his service, and set a trap for him, saying, "Where are those envoys from the Hsiang Nu who arrived some day ago?" The man was so taken aback that between surprise and fear he presently blurted out the whole truth. Pan Chao, keeping his informant carefully under lock and key, then summoned a general gathering of his officers, 36 in all, and began drinking with them. When the wine had mounted into their heads a little, he tried to rouse their spirits still further by addressing them thus: "Gentlemen, here we are in the heart of an isolated region, anxious to achieve riches and honor by some great exploit. Now it happens that an ambassador from the Hsiang No arrived in this kingdom only a few days ago, and the result is that the respectful courtesy extended towards us by our royal host has disappeared. Should this envoy prevail upon him to seize our party and hand us over to the Hsiang No, our bones will become food for the wolves of the desert. What are we to do?" With one accord, the officers replied, standing as we do in peril of our lives, "We will follow our commander through life and death for the sequel of this adventure." See chap. C. 1. Note 52. We cannot enter into alliance with neighboring princes until we are acquainted with their designs. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantages to account unless we make use of local guides. These 3 sentences are repeated from Vi 12:14 in order to emphasize their importance. The commentators seem to think I prefer to regard them as interpolated here in order to form an antecedent to the following words. With regard to local guides, Sun Tzŭ might have added that there is always the risk of going wrong, either through their treachery or some 53. To be ignorant of any one of the following 4 or 5 principles does not befit a warlike prince. 54. When a warlike prince attacks a powerful state, his generalship shows itself in preventing the concentration of the enemy's forces. He overawes his opponents, and their allies are prevented from joining against him. Mei Dao Chen constructs one of the chains of reasoning that are so much affected by the Chinese in attacking a powerful state. If you can divide her forces, you will have a superiority in strength. Hence, he does not strive to ally himself with all and sundry, nor does he foster the power of other states. He carries out his own secret designs, keeping his antagonists in awe. The train of thought, as said by Li Chuan, appears to be this: secure against a combination of his enemies. He can afford to reject entangling alliances and simply pursue his own secret designs. His prestige enable him to dispense with external friendships. Thus he is able to capture their cities and overthrow their kingdoms. This paragraph, though written many years before the Qin state became a serious menace, is not a bad summary of the policy by which the famous 6 chancellors gradually paved the way for her final triumph under Shi Huangti. Chang Yu, following up his previous note, thinks that Sun Tzŭ is condemning this attitude of cold-blooded selfishness and haughty isolation. 56. Bestow rewards without regard to rule. Wu Tch 3 less wisely says, let advance be richly rewarded and retreat be heavily punished. Issue orders without regard to previous arrangements, in order to prevent treachery. Says Wang Xi, the general meaning is made clear by Cao Kung's quotation from the Suma Fa: give instructions, confront your soldiers with the deed itself. Never let them know your design. Literally, do not tell them words, i.e. do not give your reasons for any order. Lord Mansfield once told a junior colleague to give no reasons for his decisions, and the maxim is even more applicable to a general than to a judge when the outlook is bright. Bring it before their eyes, but tell them nothing when the situation is gloomy. 58. Place your army in deadly peril, and it will survive. Plunge it into desperate straits, and it will come off in safety. These words of Sun Tzŭ were once quoted by Han Xin in explanation of the tactics he employed in one of his most brilliant battles, already alluded to on p. 28. In 204 v.c. he was sent against the army of Chao, and halted 10 miles from the mouth of the Qingxing Pass, where the enemy had mustered in full force. Here, at midnight, he detached a body of 2,000 light cavalry, every man of which was furnished with a red flag. Their instructions were to make their way through narrow defiles and keep a secret watch on the enemy. When the men of Chao see me in full flight, Han Xin said, they will abandon their fortifications and give chase. This must be the sign for you to rush in, pluck down the Chao standards, and set up the red banners of Han in their stead. Turning then to his other officers, he remarked, our adversary holds a strong position, and is not likely to come out and attack us until he sees the standard and drums of the commander-in-chief, for fear I should turn back and escape through the mountains. So saying, he first of all sent out a division consisting of 10 men, and ordered them to form in line of battle with their backs to the river Ti. Seeing this maneuver, the whole army of Chao broke into loud laughter. By this time it was broad daylight, and Han Xin, displaying the generalissimo's flag, marched out of the pass with drums beating, and was immediately engaged by the enemy. A great battle followed, lasting for some time, until at length Han Xin and his colleague Chang Ni, leaving drums and banner on the field, fled to the division on the river bank, where another fierce battle was raging. The enemy rushed out to pursue them and to secure the trophies, thus denuding their ramparts of men. But the two generals succeeded in joining the other army, which was fighting with the utmost desperation. The time had now come for the 2,000 horsemen to play their part. As soon as they saw the men of Tzŭ following up their advantage, they galloped behind the deserted walls, tore up the enemy's flags and replaced them by those of Han. When the Tzŭ army looked back from the pursuit, the sight of these red flags struck them with terror. Convinced that the Hans had got in and overpowered their king, they broke up in wild disorder, every effort of their leader to stay the panic being in vain. Then the Han army fell on them from both sides and completed the rout, killing a number and capturing the rest, amongst whom was King Ya himself. After the battle, some of Han Sen's officers came to him and said, "In the art of war we are told to have a hill or tumulus on the right rear, and a river or marsh on the left front. This appears to be a blend of Sun Tzŭ and Tai Kung CX9 and No Tzŭ, on the contrary, ordered us to draw up our troops with the river at our back. Under these conditions, how did you manage to gain the victory?" The general replied, "I fear you gentlemen have not studied the art of war with sufficient care. Is it not written there, 'Plunge your army into desperate straits, and it will come off in safety. Place it in deadly peril, and it will survive.' Had I taken the usual course, I should never have been able to bring my colleague round. What says the military classic? Swoop down on the market-place and drive the men off to fight." This passage does not occur in the present text of Sun Tzŭ. If I had not placed my troops in a position where they were obliged to fight for their lives, but had allowed each man to follow his own discretion, there would have been a general band-aid, and it would have been impossible to do anything with them. The officers admitted the force of his argument, and said, "These are higher tactics than we should have been capable of." See Chen Han Shuj 34. For it is precisely when a force has fallen into harm's way that is capable of striking a blow for victory. 60. Success in warfare is gained by carefully accommodating ourselves to the enemy's purpose. Cao Kung says, "Feign stupidity, an appearance of yielding, and falling in with the enemy's wishes." Chang Yu's note makes the meaning clear. If the enemy shows an inclination to advance, lure him on to do so. If he is anxious to retreat, delay on purpose that he may carry out his intention. The object is to make him remiss and contemptuous before, by persistently hanging on the enemy's flank. I understand the first 4 words to mean accompanying the enemy in one direction. Cao Kung says, "Unite the soldiers and make for the enemy," but such a violent displacement of characters is quite indefensible. We shall succeed in the long run in killing the commander-in-chief. 62. This is called ability to accomplish a thing by sheer cunning. 63. On the day that you take up your command, block the frontier passes. Destroy the official tallies. These were tablets of bamboo or wood, one half of which was issued as a permit or passport by the official in charge of a gate. The border warden of Lun Ue, 24, who may have had similar duties. When this half was returned to him, within a fixed period, he was authorized to open the gate and let the traveller through, and stop the passage of all emissaries. 64. Be stern in the council chamber. Show no weakness and insist on your plans being ratified by the sovereign, so that you may control the situation. Mei Yao Chen understands the whole sentence to mean take the strictest precautions to ensure secrecy in your deliberations. 65. If the enemy leaves a door open, you must rush in. 66. Forestall your opponent by seizing what he holds dear, and subtly contrive to time his arrival on the ground. Chen has explanation. If I manage to seize a favorable position, but the enemy does not appear on the scene, the advantage thus obtained cannot be turned to any practical account. He who intends, therefore, walk in the path defined by rule. Xia Lin says victory is the only thing that matters, and this cannot be achieved by adhering to conventional canons. It is unfortunate that this variant rests on very slight authority, for the sense yielded is certainly much more satisfactory. Napoleon, as we know according to the veterans of the old school whom he defeated, Tzŭ Mu says, conform to the enemy's tactics until a favorable opportunity offers, then come forth and engage in a battle that shall prove decisive. 68. At first, then, exhibit the coyness of a maiden until the enemy gives you an opening. Afterwards emulate the rapidity of a running hare, and it will be too late for the enemy to oppose you. As the hare is noted for its extreme timidity, the comparison hardly appears felicitous, but of course Sun Tzŭ was thinking only of its speed. The words have been taken to mean you must flee from the enemy as quickly as an escaping hare, but this is rightly rejected by Tzŭ Mu Giles' Biographical Dictionary. No. 399. The Science of War. p. 333. Stonewall Jackson. Vol. I. p. 421. Chapter c. The Attack by Fire. Rather more than half the chapter 113 is devoted to the subject of fire, after which the author branches off into other topics. 1. Sun Tzŭ said, "There are 5 ways of attacking with fire. The first is to burn soldiers in their camp." So Tzŭ Mu. Li Chuan says, "Set fire to the camp and kill the soldiers when they try to escape from the flames." Pan Chow, sent on a diplomatic mission to the king of Shan, found himself placed in extreme peril by the unexpected arrival of an envoy from the Xiongnu. In consultation with his officers, he exclaimed, "Never venture, never win. The only course open to us now is to make an assault by fire on the barbarians under cover of night, when they will not be able to discern our numbers. Profiting by their panic, we shall exterminate them completely. This will cool the king's courage and cover us with glory, besides ensuring the success of our mission." The officers all replied that it would be necessary to discuss the matter first with the intendant. Pan Chow then fell into a passion. "It is today," he cried, "that our fortunes must be decided. The intendant is only a humdrum civilian, who on hearing of our project will certainly be afraid, and everything will be brought to light. An inglorious death is no worthy fate for valiant warriors." All then agreed to do as he wished. Accordingly, as soon as night came on, he and his little band quickly made their way to the barbarian camp. A strong gale was blowing at the time. Pan Chow ordered 10 of the party to take drums and hide behind the enemy's barracks, it being arranged that when they saw flames shoot up, they should begin drumming and yelling with all their might. The rest of his men, armed with bows and crossbows, he posted in ambuscade at the gate of the camp. He then set fire to the place from the windward side, whereupon a deafening noise of drums and shouting arose on the front and rear of the Xiongnu, who rushed out pell-mell in frantic disorder. Pan Chow slew 3 of them with his own hand, while his companions cut off the heads of the envoy and 30 of his suite. The remainder, more than 100 in all, perished in the flames. On the following day, Pan Chow, divining his thoughts, said with uplifted hand, "Although you did not go with us last night, I should not think, sir, of taking sole credit for our exploit." This satisfied Kuo Sin, and Pan Chow, having sent for Kuang, king of Shan, showed him the head of the barbarian envoy. The whole kingdom was seized with fear and trembling, which Pan Chow took steps to allay by issuing a public proclamation. Then, taking the king's sons as hostage, he returned to make his report to Tao Ku, who Han Shu. 47. 1. 2. The second is to burn stores. Tzŭ Mu says provisions, fuel, and fodder, in order to subdue the rebellious population of Kiangnan. Cao Keng recommended Wen Ti of the Sui dynasty to make periodical raids and burn their stores of grain, a policy which in the long run proved entirely successful. An example given is the destruction of Yuan She's wagons and impedimenta by Sun Tzŭ in 200 AD. The fourth is to burn arsenals and magazines. Sun Tzŭ says that the things contained in arsenals and magazines are the same. He specifies weapons and other implements, bullion and clothing. Phi 11. The fifth is to hurl dropping fire amongst the enemy. Tu Yu says in the Tung Tien, to drop fire into the enemy's camp. The method by which this may be done is to set the tips of arrows alight by dipping them into a brazier, and then shoot them from powerful crossbows into the enemy's lines too. In order to carry out an attack, we must have means available. Cao Kung thinks that traitors in the enemy's camp are referred to, but Chen Hao is more likely to be right in saying, we must have favorable circumstances in general. Tu Mu suggests as material for making fire dry vegetable matter, reeds, brushwood, straw, grease, oil, etc. Here we have the material cause. Chang Yu says vessels for hoarding fire, stuff for lighting fires. 3. There is a proper season for making attacks with fire, and special days for starting a conflagration. 4. The proper season is when the weather is very dry. The special days are those when the moon is in the constellations of the sieve, the wall, the wing, or the cross bar. These are respectively the 7th, 14th, 27th, and 28th of the 28 stellar mansions, corresponding roughly to Sagittarius, Pegasus, Crater, and Corvus, for these four are all days of rising wind. 5. In attacking with fire, one should be prepared to meet 5 possible developments. 6. 1. When fire breaks out inside the enemy's camp, respond at once with an attack from without. 7. 2. If there is an outbreak of fire, but the enemy's soldiers remain quiet, bide your time and do not attack. The prime object of attacking with fire is to throw the enemy into confusion. If this effect is not produced, it means that the enemy is ready to receive us, hence the necessity for caution. 8. 3. When the force of the flames has reached its height, follow it up with an attack, if that is practicable. If not, stay where you are. Cao Kung says, if you see a possible way, advance, but if you find the difficulties too great, retire. 9. 4. If it is possible to make an assault with fire from without, do not wait for it to break out within, but deliver your attack at a favorable moment. Tu Mu says that the previous paragraphs had reference to the fire breaking out either accidentally, we may suppose, or by the agency of incendiaries inside the enemy's camp. But, he continues, if the enemy is settled in a waste place littered with quantities of grass, or if he has pitched his camp in a position which can be burnt out, we must carry our fire against him at any seasonable opportunity, and not await on in hopes of an outbreak occurring within, for fear our opponents should themselves burn up the surrounding vegetation, and thus render our own attempts fruitless. The famous Li Ling once baffled the leader of the Xiongnu in this way. The latter, taking advantage of a favorable wind, tried to set fire to the Chinese general's camp, but found that every scrap of combustible vegetation in the neighborhood had already been burnt down. On the other hand, Po Tsai, a general of the Yellow Turban rebels, was badly defeated in 184 AD through his neglect of this simple precaution. At the head of a large army he was besieging Changshi, which was held by Huang Fusung. The garrison was very small, and a general feeling of nervousness pervaded the ranks. So Huang Fusung called his officers together and said, in war, there are various indirect methods of attack, and numbers do not count for everything. The commentator here quotes Sun Tzŭ, v. 5, 6, and 10. Now the rebels have pitched their camp in the midst of thick grass, which will easily burn when the wind blows. If we set fire to it at night, they will be thrown into a panic, and we can make a sortie and attack them on all sides at once, thus emulating the achievement of Tien Tan. That same evening, a strong breeze sprang up, so Huang Fusung instructed his soldiers to bind reeds together into torches and mount guard on the city walls. after which he sent out a band of daring men, who stealthily made their way through the lines and started the fire with loud shouts and yells. Simultaneously, a glare of light shot up from the city walls, and Huang Fu Sung, sounding his drums, led a rapid charge, which threw the rebels into confusion and put them to headlong flight. Huanshu 71. 10. 5. When you start a fire, be to windward of it. Do not attack from the leeward. Chang Yu, following Tu Yu, says, when you make a fire, the enemy will retreat away from it. If you oppose his retreat and attack him then, he will fight desperately, which will not conduce to your success. A rather more obvious explanation is given by Tu Mu. If the wind is in the east, begin burning to the east of the enemy, and follow up the attack yourself if you start the fire on the east side, and then attack from the west. You will suffer in the same way as your enemy. 11. A wind that rises in the daytime lasts long, but a night breeze soon falls. Lao's saying a violent wind does not last the space of a morning. Tao Te Ching Chap 23. Mei Yao Chen and Wang Xi say a day breeze dies down at nightfall, and a night breeze at daybreak. This is what happens as a general rule. The phenomenon observed may be correct enough, but how this sense is to be obtained is not apparent. 12. In every army, the 5 developments connected with fire must be known, the movements of the stars calculated, and a watch kept for the proper days. Tu Mu says we must make calculations as to the paths of the stars, and watch for the days on which wind will rise, before making our attack with fire. Chang Yu seems to interpret the text differently. We must not only know how to assail our opponents with fire, hence those who use fire as an aid to the attack show intelligence. Those who use water as an aid to the attack gain an accession of strength. 14. By means of water, an enemy may be intercepted, but not robbed of all his belongings. Cao Kung's note is we can merely obstruct the enemy's road or divide his army, but not sweep away all his accumulated stores. Water can do useful service, but it lacks the terrible destructive power of fire. This is the reason, Chang Yu concludes, why the former is dismissed in a couple of sentences, whereas the attack by fire is discussed in detail. Wu Tzŭ 4 speaks thus of the 2 elements. If an army is encamped on low-lying marshy ground, from which the water cannot run off, and where the rainfall is heavy, it may be submerged by a flood. If an army is encamped in wild marshlands, thickly overgrown with weeds and brambles, and visited by frequent gales, it may be exterminated by fire. 15. Unhappy is the fate of one who tries to win his battles and succeed in his attacks without cultivating the spirit of enterprise, for the result is waste of time and general stagnation. This is one of the most perplexing passages in Sun Tzŭ. Cao Kung says rewards for good service should not be deferred a single day, and Tu Mu, if you do not take opportunity to advance and reward the deserving, your subordinates will not carry out your commands, and disaster will ensue, for several reasons, however, and in spite of the formidable rage. Hence the saying, the enlightened ruler lays his plans well ahead. The good general cultivates his resources. Tu Mu quotes the following from the San Tzŭ: the warlike prince controls his soldiers by his authority, kits them together by good faith, and by rewards makes them serviceable. If faith decays, there will be disruption. If rewards are deficient, commands will not be respected. 17. Move not unless you see an advantage. Use not your troops unless there is something to be gained. Fight not unless the position is critical. Sun Tzŭ may at times appear to be overcautious, but he never goes so far in that direction as the remarkable passage in the Tao Te Ching 69, I dare not take the initiative, but prefer to act on the defensive. I dare not advance an inch, but prefer to retreat a foot. 18. No ruler should put troops into the field merely to gratify his own spleen. No general should fight a battle simply out of pique. 19. If it is to your advantage, make a forward move. If not, stay where you are. This is repeated from Tzŭ 17. Here I feel convinced that it is an interpolation, for it is evident that 20 ought to follow immediately on 18:20. Anger may in time change to gladness. Vexation may be succeeded by content. 21. But a kingdom that has once been destroyed can never come again into being, nor can the dead ever be brought back to life. 22. Hence the enlightened ruler is heedful, and the good general full of caution. This is the way to keep a country at peace and an army intact. Unless you enter the tiger's lair, you cannot get hold of the tiger's cubs. Chapter The use of spies. 1. Sun Tzŭ said, raising a host of 100,000 men and marching them great distances entails heavy loss on the people and a drain on the resources of the state. The daily expenditure will amount to 1,000 ounces of silver. There will be commotion at home and abroad, and men will drop down exhausted on the highways. Tao Te Ching 30. Where troops have been quartered, brambles and thorns spring up. Chang Yu has the note. We may be reminded of the saying, on serious ground gather in plunder. Why then should carriage and transportation cause exhaustion on the highways? As many as 700,000 families will be impeded in their labor. Mei Yao Chen says, men will be lacking at the plow tail. The allusion is to the system of dividing land into 9 parts, each consisting of about 15 acres, the plot in the center being cultivated on behalf of the state by the tenants of the other 8. It was here also, so Tu Mu tells us, that their cottages were built and a well sunk, to be used by all in common. In time of war, one of the families had to serve in the army, while the other 7 contributed to its support. Thus, by a levy of 100, 0 men reckoning 1 able-bodied soldier to each family, the husbandry of 700. 0 families would be affected. 2. Hostile armies may face each other for years, striving for the victory which is decided in a single day. This being so, to remain in ignorance of the enemy's condition simply because one grudges the outlay of 100 ounces of silver in honors and emoluments. For spies is of course the meaning, though it would spoil the effect of this curiously elaborate accordion if spies were actually mentioned at this point, is the height of inhumanity. Sun Tzŭ's agreement is certainly ingenious. He begins by adverting to the frightful misery and vast expenditure of blood and treasure which war always brings in its train now, unless you are kept informed of the enemy's condition, and are ready to strike at the right moment, a war may drag on for years. The only way to get this information is to employ spies. One who acts thus is no leader of men, no present help to his sovereign, no master of victory. This idea, that the true object of war is peace, has its root in the national temperament of the Chinese, even so far back as 597. These memorable words were uttered by Prince Chuang of the Chu state. The character for prowess is made up of the characters for to stay and a spear cessation of hostilities. Military prowess is seen in the repression of cruelty, the calling in of weapons, the preservation of the appointment of heaven, the firm establishment of merit, the bestowal of happiness on the people, putting harmony between the princes, the diffusion of wealth. 4. Thus, what enables the wise sovereign and the good general to strike and conquer, and achieve things beyond the reach of ordinary men, is foreknowledge, that is, knowledge of the enemy's dispositions, and what he means to do. 5. Now, this foreknowledge cannot be elicited from spirits. It cannot be obtained inductively from experience, cannot be gained by reasoning from other analogous cases, nor by any deductive calculation. Li Chuan says quantities like length, breadth, knowledge of the enemy's dispositions can only be obtained from other men. Mei Yao Chen has rather an interesting note. Knowledge of the spirit world is to be obtained by divination. Information in natural science may be sought by inductive reasoning, hence the use of spies, of whom there are 5 classes: 1 local spies, 2 inward spies, 3 converted spies, 4 doomed spies, 5 surviving spies, 8. When these 5 kinds of spy are all at work, none can discover the secret system. This is called divine manipulation of the threads. It is the sovereign's most precious faculty. Cromwell, one of the greatest and most practical of all cavalry leaders, had officers styled scout masters, whose business it was to collect all possible information regarding the enemy through scouts and spies, etc., and much of his success in war was traceable to the previous knowledge of the enemy's moves, thus gained. 9. Having local spies means employing the services of the inhabitants of a district. Tzŭ says in the enemy's country, win people over by kind treatment, and use them as spies. 10. Having inward spies, making use of officials of the enemy. Tzŭ enumerates the following classes as likely to do good service in this respect: worthy men who have been degraded from office, criminals who have undergone punishment, also favorite concubines who are greedy for gold, men who are aggrieved at being in subordinate positions, or who have been passed over in the distribution of posts, others who are anxious that their side should be defeated in order that they may have a chance of displaying their ability and talents, fickle turncoats who always want to have a foot in each boat. Officials of these several kinds, he continues, should be secretly approached and bound to one's interests by means of rich presents. In this way you will be able to find out the state of affairs in the enemy's country, ascertain the plans that are being formed against you, and moreover disturb the harmony and create a breach between the sovereign and his ministers. The necessity for extreme caution, however, in dealing with inward spies, appears from an historical incident related by Ho Shi. Lo Shang, governor of Aichu, sent his general Wei Po to attack the rebel Li Xiang of Shu in his stronghold at Pai, after each side had experienced a number of victories and defeats. Li Xiang had recourse to the services of a certain Po Tai, a native of Wutu. He began to have him whipped until the blood came, and then sent him off to Lo Shang, whom he was to delude by offering to cooperate with him from inside the city, and to give a fire signal at the right moment. Lo Shang, confiding in these promises, marched out all his best troops, and placed Wei Po and others at their head with orders to attack at Po Tai's bidding. Meanwhile, Li Sheng's general, Li Xiang, had prepared an ambuscade on their line of march, and Po Tai, having reared long scaling ladders against the city walls, now lighted the beacon fire. Wei Pa's men raced up on seeing the signal and began climbing the ladders as fast as they could, while others were drawn up by ropes lowered from above. More than 100 of Lo Shang's soldiers entered the city in this way, every one of whom was forthwith beheaded. Li Xiang then charged with all his forces, both inside and outside the city, and routed the enemy completely. This happened in 303 A.D. I do not know where Hoshi got the story from. It is not given in the biography of Li Xiang or that of his father Li Ti. Qinshu. 120. 121. 11. Having converted spies. Getting hold of the enemy's spies and using them for our own purposes, by means of heavy bribes and liberal promises detaching them from the enemy's service, and inducing them to carry back false information as well as to spy in turn on their own countrymen. On the other hand, Shao Shi Xin says that we pretend not to have detected him, but contrive to let him carry away a false impression of what is going on. Several of the commentators accept this as an alternative definition, but that it is not what Sun Tzŭ meant is conclusively proved by his subsequent remarks about treating the converted spy generously 21. Hoshi notes 3 occasions on which converted spies were used with conspicuous success. 1 by Tian Tan in his defense of Chi Mo Si Supra, p. 90. 2 by Chao Shi on his march to OUCP, 57, and by the wily Fan Chu in 260 v. c. when Lin Po was conducting a defensive campaign against Qin. The king of Chao strongly disapproved of Lin Po's cautious and dilatory methods, which had been unable to avert a series of minor disasters, and therefore lent a ready ear to the reports of his spies, who had secretly gone over to the enemy and were already in Fan Chu's pay. They said, "The only thing which causes Qin anxiety is lest Chao Ku should be made general. Lin Po they consider an easy opponent, who is sure to be vanquished in the long run." Now this Chao Ku was a son of the famous Chao Shi. From his boyhood he had been wholly engrossed in the study of war and military matters, until at last he came to believe that there was no commander in the whole empire who could stand against him. His father was much disquieted by this overweening conceit, and the flippancy with which he spoke of such a serious thing as war, and solemnly declared that if ever Ku was appointed general, he would bring ruin on the armies of Chao. This was the man who, in spite of earnest protests from his own mother and the veteran statesman Lin Hsiang-ju, was now sent to succeed Lin Po. Needless to say, he proved no match for the redoubtable Po Chi and the great military power of Qin. He fell into a trap by which his army was divided into two and his communications cut, and after a desperate resistance lasting 46 days, during which the famished soldiers devoured one another, he was himself killed by an arrow, and his whole force, amounting, it is said, to 400 men, ruthlessly put to the sword. 12. Having doomed spies, doing certain things openly for purposes of deception, and allowing our own spies to know of them and report them to the enemy. 2 gives the best exposition of the meaning. We ostentatiously do things calculated to deceive our own spies, who must be led to believe that they have been unwittingly disclosed. Then, when these spies are captured in the enemy's lines, they will make an entirely false report, and the enemy will take measures accordingly, only to find that we do something quite different. The spies will thereupon be put to death. As an example of doomed spies, Po Shi mentions the prisoners released by Pan Chao in his campaign against Yarkand, CP 132. He also refers to Tang Chen, who in 630 A.D. was sent by Tai Tsung to lull the Turkish Khan Chi Li into fancied security, until Li Qing was able to deliver a crushing blow against him. Chang Yu says that the Turks revenged themselves by killing Tang Chen, but this is a mistake, for we read in both the old and the new Tang history, 58, Fol. 2 and 89, Fol. 8 respectively, that he escaped and lived on until 656. Li Ai-chi played a somewhat similar part in 203 v. c. when sent by the king of Han to open peaceful negotiations with Qi. He has certainly more claim to be described a doomed spy, for the king of Qi, being subsequently attacked without warning by Han Xin, and infuriated by what he considered the treachery of Li Ai-chi, ordered the unfortunate envoy to be boiled alive. 13. Surviving spies, finally, are those who bring back news from the enemy's camp. This is the ordinary class of spies, properly so called, forming a regular part of the army. Tu Mu says, "Your surviving spy must be a man of keen intellect, though in outward appearance a fool, of shabby exterior, but with a will of iron. He must be active, robust, endowed with physical strength and courage, thoroughly accustomed to all sorts of dirty work, able to endure hunger and cold, and to put up with shame and ignominy." Po Shi tells the following story of Tasi Wu of the Sui dynasty, when he was governor of eastern Qin. Shen Wuqi made a hostile movement upon Sha Yuan. The Emperor Tai Tzu sent Ta Si Wu to spy upon the enemy. He was accompanied by 2 other men. All 3 were on horseback and wore the enemy's uniform. When it was dark, they dismounted a few hundred feet away from the enemy's camp and stealthily crept up to listen, until they succeeded in catching the passwords used in the army. Then they got on their horses again and boldly passed through the camp under the guise of night watchmen. And more than once, happening to come across a soldier who was committing some breach of discipline, they actually stopped to give the culprit a sound cudgeling. Thus they managed to return with the fullest possible information about the enemy's dispositions, and received warm commendation from the emperor, who, in consequence of their report, was able to inflict a severe defeat on his adversary. 14. Hence it is that with none in the whole army are more intimate relations to be maintained than with spies. Tu Mu and Miao Chen point out that the spy is privileged to enter even the general's private sleeping tent. None should be more liberally rewarded. In no other business should greater secrecy be preserved. Tu Mu gives a graphic touch. All communication with spies should be carried mouth to ear. The following remarks on spies may be quoted from Turin, who made perhaps larger use of them than any previous commander. Of spies are attached to those who give them most. He who pays them ill is never served. Spies cannot be usefully employed without a certain intuitive sagacity. Mei Yao Chen says, in order to use them, one must know fact from falsehood, and be able to discriminate between honesty and double dealing. Wang Xi, in a different interpretation, thinks more along the lines of intuitive perception and practical intelligence. Tu Mu strangely refers these attributes to the spies themselves. Before using spies, we must assure ourselves as to their integrity of character and the extent of their experience and skill. But he continues, a brazen face and a crafty disposition are more dangerous than mountains or rivers. It takes a man of genius to penetrate such, so that we are left in some doubt as to his real opinion on the passage. 16. They cannot be properly managed without benevolence and straightforwardness. Chang Yu says when you have attracted them by substantial offers, you must treat them with absolute sincerity, then they will work for you with all their might. 17. Without subtle ingenuity of mind, one cannot make certain of the truth of their reports. Mei Yao Chen says, be on your guard against the possibility of spies going over to the service of the enemy. 18. Be subtle, and use your spies for every kind of business. 19. If a secret piece of news is divulged by a spy before the time is ripe, he must be put to death together with the man to whom the secret was told. Word for word, the translation here is if spy matters are heard before or carried out, etc. Sun Tzŭ's main point in this passage is whereas you kill the spy himself as a punishment for letting out the secret, the object of killing the other man is only, as Chen Hao puts it, to stop his mouth and prevent news leaking any further, whether the object be to crush an army, to storm a city, or to assassinate an individual. It is always necessary to begin by finding out the names of the attendants. The aides de camp, literally visitors, is equivalent, as Tu Yu says, to those whose duty it is to keep, which naturally necessitates frequent interviews with him, the doorkeepers and sentries of the general in command. Our spies must be commissioned to ascertain these. As the first step, the enemy's spies who have come to spy on us must be sought out, tempted with bribes, led away and comfortably housed. Thus they will become converted spies and available for our service. 22. It is through the information brought by the converted spy that we are able to acquire and employ local and inward spies. Tu Yu says, through conversion of the enemy's spies we learn the enemy's condition, and Chang Yu says, 23. It is owing to his information, again, that we can cause the doomed spy to carry false tidings to the enemy. Chang Yu says because the converted spy knows how the enemy can best be deceived. 24. Lastly, it is by his information that the surviving spy can be used on appointed occasions. 25. The end and aim of spying in all its 5 varieties is knowledge of the enemy, and this knowledge can only be derived, in the first instance, from the converted spy. As explained in 22-24, he not only brings information himself, but makes it possible to use the other kinds of spy to advantage. Hence it is essential that the converted spy be treated with the utmost liberality. 26. Of old, the rise of the Yin dynasty Sun Tzŭ means the Shang dynasty, founded in 1766. C. Its name was changed to Yin by Pan Keng in 1401, was due to Aichi, better known as Ai Yin, the famous general and statesman who took part in Cheng Tang's campaign against Shikui, who had served under the Shah. Likewise, the rise of the Chu dynasty was due to Liao Lu Shang rose to high office under the tyrant Chu Xin, whom he afterwards helped to overthrow, popularly known as Tai Kung, a title bestowed on him by Wen Wang. He is said to have composed a treatise on war, erroneously identified with the Lu Dao, who had served under the Yin. There is less precision in the Chinese than I have thought it well to introduce into my translation, and the commentaries on the passage are by no means explicit. But, having regard to the context, we can hardly doubt that Sun Tzŭ is holding up Aichi and Lu Ya as illustrious examples of the converted spy or something closely analogous. His suggestion is that hence it is only the enlightened ruler and the wise general who will use the highest intelligence of the army for purposes of spying, and thereby they achieve great results. Mu closes with a note of warning. Just as water which carries a boat from bank to bank may also be the means of sinking it, so reliance on spies, while production of great results, is ofttimes the cause of utter destruction. Spies are a most important element in war, because on them depends an army's ability to move. Chia Lin says that an army without spies is like a man with ears or eyes. Aids to scouting. p. 2. Marshal Turin. p. 311.